It's a bright and beautiful morning here in the Vale of Glamorgan in South Wales. We're at the Llandow kart track for round 5 of the National Kart Cup. My name is Joe Bradley. I'll be with you all day. And my partner in crime this weekend is my old colleague Johnny Palmer. Johnny, welcome to Llandow. Welcome to the world of kart racing.
Thank you so much. It is a fantastic place to be this weekend. The sun is shining, as you've said, a little bit hotter than it was yesterday. And everyone I've spoken to so far has been so welcoming into the National Kart Cup club, if you like.
Family.
It's a family, yeah.
Yes,
and there are so many people here that have obviously been coming to karting events for several years, nay decades, but if you are a first-timer like me, a newbie, you're also welcomed into the fold. Come and join us, and almost once the bug bites, you won't ever want to go away again.
You can't go away again, Johnny.
The gates are closed.
Well, you just can't. It becomes a bit of an addiction. We've got a full set of classes for you, as ever, in the NKC for 2022. Round 5, I mentioned, we've already been to Wales. We started the season off at Llandow back in March. We then went to Clay Pigeon for round 2. We went across to Cumbria for round 3. Round 4 was at Wilton Mill, and here we are at round 5. Here we are at Llandow, and I tell you what, my first visit here, I've never driven here, but what a challenging track. And we're going to have an on-board with current 177 Rotax Championship leader, Phil Howarth, who's going to take us around the lap. I'm going to try and keep up with him. So it's out of the final turn, which is a hairpin. It's got a bit of a twist and turny bit at the start, the hook. It's a right, left, and a really tight right to then take you on to the Bomber Straight. This place, of course, being a former Royal Air Force base. Through the right-hand Surtees McGuire. This is a sweeping hairpin that opens out onto the Lancaster Straight, the Lancaster Curve to be precise. And then this right-hander, quicker than you think, and it's all important because the Spitfire Straight follows. Then the most technical part of this track, the Dell. And then this bit, Diggers, is vital because it carries all that speed, the speed you go through Diggers, carrying that straight all the way down the Hanger Straight into the final turn, which is a point and squirt hairpin. Get the kart stopped, turn in and complete the lap. Well, Johnny, we're already getting underway with the first of our heats. First class out, Senior Rotax. Senior Rotax 162. The 162 stands for the 162 kilogram minimum weight. And we've got a full grid of karts. We've got 32, in fact. You've got that in front of you. Yes, you've got that race 1. I've got race 2. On the pole position, remember, mixed grids. We'll explain exactly what we mean by mixed grids over the course of the morning. Simon Keeble on the pole position with Ben Harper alongside. Then we've got Alex Wannabe, Jamie Hardy on row 2. Grace Lee Davis and Jodie Newman are on row 3. Row 4 is Dylan Tatum and Jodie Fox, with Daniel Gibbs and Harry Barker on row 5. Row 6 is Andrew O'Keefe and Andy Powell. Tom Radburn and Max Martin are on row 7. Then we've got row 8, Martin Coe, Reese March. Row 9 is Tommy Lee Davies and Nathan Hope. Then we've got Henry Stratton, Ellis Humphreys, Lewis Jones, Scott Smith, Dan Andrews, Elliot Thomas, Adam Rogers, Patrick Williams-Rahaj, Jake Davis, George Boxall, Pedro Oliveira, Gez Owen, James Costin, Thomas Storer and John Hobbs and George Hunt. And out of the final turn, we are racing already, Johnny.
Yeah, and it's a good start for Simon Keeble as they went across the line. Ben Harper was just marginally ahead. We were asking ourselves questions all morning and yesterday as to whether the hook would be in action for the first lap of the race. I'm glad everyone else has been paying attention to their drivers' briefings because they did all turn right and then left at turns 1 and 2 and already got a breakaway leader in the form of Ben Harper.
So Ben Harper, it's a very short track here, Llandow. There's lots to it, though. It's 1,050 metres, so certainly not the... I'm not sure if that's the shortest track we actually visit, but they're already out onto the Hanger Straight to complete lap number 1 into the hairpin. It's got to be one of the simplest forms of overtake into a 180-degree tight hairpin. Textbook outbraking manoeuvres going on. So across the line for the first time.
Yeah, Simon Keeble it was actually, was breaking away on that opening lap from Ben Harper, then Alex Wannabe, and Jamie Hardy ran a touch wide coming out of Raymond's and then was all of a sudden monstered by about 3 karts on his tail. So Jodie Newman and Harry Barker involved with that, but in kind of serene isolation out front through the right-hander at Chandler's is Simon Keeble, building this gap of just marginally more than half a second.
Yeah, so mixed grids, what that means is, as a competitor, you are in the heats, that is, which we are very much into at the moment. You're given one heat near the front of the grid, one heat in the middle, and one heat at the back. So what we effectively have, Johnny, is we have some really quick guys and girls at the back of the grid, and we'll see them making their way through. They're already completing 2 laps. It's a 44.3 there for Simon Keeble, and I can tell you that's a very, very fast lap time there.
Chaos at the hairpin at Raymond's at the end of the second lap, because delayed there was Andrew Powell, half spin. I think there was a little bit of contact that led into that as well. Race leaders getting closer together now, Simon Keeble and Ben Harper, and a nice dice as well for still 4th position with Harry Barker, Jodine Newman, Jamie Hardy swapping places hand over fist. But new leader is Ben Harper. No, still 2nd place for Ben. Just slipping a touch back, therefore, from the race leader. But 3 for 2nd place, all charging into the hook now.
So through that curve, which is the start-finish line, that's where the flag will be waved at the end of this heat. All heats are 8 minutes and 1 lap. We're already inside of the final 5.5 minutes. And that battle beginning to develop now down the places. We had a bit of a movement there for Adam Rogers, who moved up 4 places to 15th. We'll keep an eye on Adam Rogers' progress. And we're already well into what will be lap 4 at the end of this. Out of diggers and onto the back straight already. There's the leader into the hairpin. 2nd place, number 62, Ben Harper.
There were yellow flags at Surtees on that lap, but it looked like everything had cleared up nicely by the time the leaders came across the line. Simon Keeble still out front by 1.7 seconds now over Ben Harper and Alex Warnaby. Harry Barker in 4th spot with Jodine Newman there as well. But coming out of McWhirter's, we're concentrating on not the gap from 1st to 2nd, because that, if anything, is getting larger and larger. But it is being spiced up nicely for 2nd, 3rd and 4th now as they work their way into the Dell.
Incredible gap for the leader, Simon Keeble. He's pulled out a gap of 1.7 seconds, which is kind of very large in karting terms. 2.5 seconds for Alex Warnaby down in 3rd. That's where the change of position has come, though. Harry Barker into 3rd place ahead of Warnaby, and we'll see if Harry Barker now can close that gap. He's got a half a second to catch Ben Harper for that 2nd place. So heats are all about finishing as high as you can. It's all about defining where you're going to start the all-important final. And so we've got a little bit of... We're always going to have movement in mixed grids, Johnny. We're always going to have people moving through the field. We're always going to have incident because of the way that the grids are mixed. So it's all about being a little bit circumspect.
Here's your
when
battle
it comes.
for 2nd.
There it is.
Into the hairpin. That's a great move late on the brakes for Harry Barker, who'd been working his way up the order and bags it into the final corner to get ahead of Ben Harper for 2nd spot. Brilliant.
Well, now the battle is Harry Barker on the number 6. He's carrying the number 6 because he finished 6th in this championship last year, of course. So that means he's doing very well. And the thing is, 2 seconds is the gap between Simon Keeble, who's had pretty much a bit of a boring race up at the front of this field, hasn't he? The 47 has gone. He's got 2 seconds gap now. Let's see if Harry Barker on that number 6 there can catch him into the final stages, out of diggers and onto the back straight. They'll be coming back into our view in our commentary box here, Johnny. And that gap, you know what? I think that gap's less than 2 seconds. The timing screen's going to tell us exactly what it is.
Well, the ground that Harry Barker's made up on over Ben Harper after that fabulous overtake into Raymond's, he's then spent the next lap trying to close in on Simon Keeble. And the gap back to Ben Harper in 3rd is considerable. It's up to a 2nd already. So Harry Barker, no doubt about it, is bridging the gap now to the race leader, Keeble. Alex Warnaby still good for 4th spot ahead of Jodine Newman. And I'm pleased to see that Jamie Hardy hasn't slipped any further places. He was in the initial stages just really struggling to hang on to those sort of top 4 positions. But he's now looking solid in 6th ahead of Grace Lee Davis. Yellows at diggers. Is that someone just off on the inside of the, exit? Outside of diggers, the right-hander onto the long straight.
I actually think he's hit the tyre barrier quite hard. He's dislodged a lot of tyre barrier there with 2 minutes remaining on the clock. 0.3 of a second. He took a chunk of time out of that lead of Simon Keeble's, did Harry Barker. He's took another 0.3. The gap down to 1.4 seconds now. I'm not sure how many laps we've got. We've maybe got 3 laps that might not be quite enough time. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, last time through. 43.5. Fabulous time.
Yeah, not surprising that it's come from Harry Barker. They're doing 43, sort of high 43s, low 44s. So it's a quick lap around here. 1,050 metres in total, the Llandow circuit. As out of the final corner and back across the line, Simon Keeble will go.
Another 3/10.
There you go.
1.1 is now the gap. So literally, he's been consistently taking 3/10 a lap for the last 3 laps. And we've got a minute left. So they're going to get at least...
They'll get this one and one
more before the final lap board.
So that'll be an 11-lap race. Simon Keeble will be wary of where Harry Barker is, but won't need to be looking over the shoulder quite yet. Almost backing it into the Dell there was the race leader, Simon Keeble. But that's all about the weight distribution. Having still to deal with yellow flags with the stranded car on the left-hand side of the direction of travel onto the long straight, the hanger straight. Not that one. There's another hanger straight, which I've discovered this weekend, here at Llandow.
Yeah,
it leads into Raymond's.
I didn't know that one as well. Yeah, it's famous for... The famous Hanger Straight at Silverstone, of course. And, of course, it's been called Hanger Straight because this was a World War II airfield, wasn't it, for the Royal Air Force?
Yeah, RAF base. Oh, a couple off at the hairpin on the exit as well. One of those is the 21 kart. Lewis Jones having to recover. So he's lost a number of places as well. We're nearing the end of the penultimate lap. Well, having said that, no, we're on the final lap now because there's only 4 seconds left. Is that the race leaders coming through?
It's going to be the 1 lap to go board this time.
Extra lap, yes.
So right down there in front of us, the 1 lap to go board, and let's see what the gap between the leaders are. It was a second. It's you know what? Simon Keeble at the front of this field has responded to the advances. He's probably seen in his periphery that he's got Harry Barker catching and catching and catching. He's responded because he only lost a 10th there. So he's responded. I think he's got enough to hang on to this lead and take the heat win.
I told myself they were 8 minutes plus a lap races, and then when we get into the race, I completely forgot there were 8 minutes.
Fast and furious.
It is rather, yeah. But this is definitely the last time into the Dell, and like you say, Keeble maybe just keeping a bit in his pocket. Therefore, also there's that grey area with the yellow flags as to what speed you go through. There's always the chance to close the gap. But a domination, really, for Simon Keeble. As soon as he got into the lead, he takes the first win of the day from Harry Barker. But we shouldn't overlook that drive from Harry. So much overtaking. Got up to second place. It left himself just a bit too much to do with that 0.7 of a second gap from first to second.
Yeah, he started 10th, didn't he?
There you go.
Started 10th and then came through.
Yeah.
Simon Keeble, though, he really took advantage of that. And Simon Keeble, again, one of our masters, which means he's old. I say old, he's 30. He's over 35. I mean, that's not old, is it? But yeah, a great win from that. Let's have a quick rundown of how they finished. Then Simon Keeble takes the win. Harry Barker second. Harry Barker. Did I say Barker there? Because I was looking at Harper. Harry Barker second. Ben Harper third. Alex Warnaby was fourth. Jody Newman fifth. Jamie Hardy came sixth. Seventh was Jody Fox. Max Martin was eighth. 10th was Tom Radburn. Ellis Humphreys. Tom Radburn was 9th, Ellis Humphreys 10th, Adam Rogers 11th, Tommy Lee Davies took 12th, Henry Stratton was 13th, 14th was Scott Smith, Jake Davies was 15th. Let's have a quick rundown from 15th down before the next lot of carts come on. So then we had Nathan O, Pedro Oliveira, Patrick Williams-Rahaj, Andy Powell, John Hobbs, Dan Andrews, James Costin was 22nd, Dylan Tatum, Martin Cole, Thomas Storer, Gez Owen, George Boxall, Lewis Jones, Grace Lee Davies, George Hunt. We lost Elliot Thomas on lap 7 and we lost Andrew O'Keefe on lap 6. Reece March went out on lap 5 and Daniel Gibbs went out on lap 2. First heat in the bag. Coming next will be the Rotax 177 class, Johnny. Same carts. However, the 177 stands for 177 kilograms minimum weight. So this is the big lads class.
Yeah, okay, so if you're carrying a little bit of timber, then you would move from 162 to...
You know what? Not really, no. They're just normal size rather than skinny kids who sort of, who seem to dominate the 162 class.
Yeah.
I say skinny kids. We've got sort of adult-sized people in there as well. It's, I suppose, for some people, I would fit nicely in the 177 class. Mm-hmm. I'd be overweight in the 177 class,
True.
but,
and it's 177 kilos, which is the cart and the driver combined.
Yes, minimum. So when you drive onto the scales, that scale has got to show 177. It can show 177.2, it can show 178, it can show 200. Obviously, you're going to be disadvantaged at 200. What it can't say is 176.
Indeed. Or anything.
It can't even say 176.9.
No.
Because you're underweight.
Yes.
You know.
So you need to grab a quick burger or a bit of lead weight
Yes.
to make sure that you've turned the scales in the right direction.
If you've come in from the previous session and you're 1768 from a practice session, then you need to make your way to the burger van.
Indeed.
Of which are selling very nice. The double burgers I would recommend here at Llandow.
Well, especially if you're trying to grab a quick quarter of a kilo before you do a round. And of course, it's a warm day. There's a fair bit of perspiration happening, I would imagine, so a chance to lose a little bit of weight through the course of the day as well. But I wouldn't imagine anyone's running it that close, frankly. If you're in the 177s, you're going to be a little bit north of that anyway. So this promises to be, again, a very interesting heat. It's a jumbled up grid, so we could have some star guys from the back of the field needing to make their way through.
Shall we have a look at the grid for the 177s?
An opportune moment
because
to do
it's
that,
a very large grid in a short lap, which doesn't really blend. I end up rushing at the end, so let's have a look. The championship is looking very much like the property of Philip Howarth. He's going to be very, very hard to beat. I know a man who's out to beat him, and that's Louis Large. And Louis here for the very first time, former British champion in this class. Philip Howarth, former British champion contemporary as well, finishing in the top 6, I think, for Philip. So both at the very forefront of 177 Rotax karting. Steve Maidment in the Masters class, which means he's over 35. Steve is on the pole position with Brian McCready, also in the Masters alongside. We've got Alex Thomas and Darren Edwards on row 2 for the next one. Colin Campbell and Adrian Smith are on row 3, and then we've got Simon Whaler. Carl Bryant is sharing row 4 with them. Carl, we got a chat to yesterday, didn't we? You'll see that in the lunch break where Johnny and I did a little bit of a, not so much a paddock walk, but a paddock loiter, wasn't it, really? Where we bumped into a few.
You were sort of guiding me round the grid assembly area on a lead.
Well, we didn't have to walk very far this week. We just they came to us, it seemed.
And generally the message was, stand there, Johnny, and don't say anything.
Don't say anything, you'll only spoil it.
You'll know what we mean when you see the video a little bit later on.
Yeah. Stand there, Johnny, don't say anything, you'll only spoil it.
Exactly.
Row 5, Brendan Smith and Alan Cook. Jimmy Broderick and Stephen Horner are on row 6. Cole Edwards, Richard Edwards are on row 7. Zach Bolton, hello to the Zach Bolton fan club and everybody at, what's that karting place called, where he works in Stockton. Apparently they're all listening to us.
He did tell us, and I can't remember the name of it.
I will, I'll get that back up.
Well, you keep reading the grid.
I will. He did tell us though, didn't he? I'll let you get that, Johnny.
I'll type in Kart Club Stockton.
Kart Sport, isn't it?
Is it?
It's Kart Sport Stockton. That rings a bell. Anyway, hello to everybody there, the Zach Bolton fan club. He's on row 8 with David Medlock alongside him. Steve Gilly, another chap that we bumped into yesterday, is on row 9 with Jason Bear. Taylor Adams and Martin Heath are on row 10. Martin Heath, former stock car driver.
Yeah,
Nudge is his nickname.
Done some short oval legends racing. He did some national hot rod racing in the mid-2000s. Yeah. Team Sport
Karting, isn't it?
Team Sport Go-Karting, Stockton.
Hello, everybody at Team Sport Karting in Stockton. Row 11, Alex Joyner and current championship leader Philip Howarth. Thomas Childs and Ben Hitch are on row 12, with Alex Jones and Billy Clark, row 13. James Yap and second in the championship, Louis Large, starting on row 14. So we'll look for Louis catching onto the rear end and the tail of Philip Howarth. This is going to be the battle going all the way into fullback, I think, for the final round. Reece Llewellyn and Richard Evans are on row 15, and then row 16, rounding off the 32 kart field, is Charlie Jowers and Josh Mallett. I forgot to tell you, Johnny, we've got a jar. Mm-hmm. And you and I will put £1 in that jar every time we say car instead of cart.
I've already preempted that because often when I've commentated on trucks in the past, whether they be the big rig trucks or the tractor units or pickup trucks, I always call those cars as well. And you've got to recalibrate the brain. I haven't done it yet. I haven't called a cart a car.
It's
yet.
very early.
True.
I have called a car a cart.
Have you?
I've done so much of this NKC this season.
Yeah.
That when we've been doing some cars,
we do some car racing.
I've called it cart a car. It's still £1.
Oh, all right, okay. So it works both ways. It's like pound to euro, euro to pound.
Yeah, well, it depends what continent we're on, doesn't it?
Doesn't matter what direction you do it.
Ruples will do. Anything
Okay.
will do. Right, so there's a bit of a delay,
Yeah,
and I know why, don't you?
I would imagine it's to do with what happened out of diggers and
Yeah.
what damage it's done to the tyre wall, but also are we concerned about driver and cart?
I think the driver was quickly out of the cart. I think the tyres have done their job.
Yes.
They've just been spread about a bit, so they're being realigned. We're getting a thumbs up, actually, from the track officials. So that little bit of work on the track has been completed. So it's the first heat for the Rotax 177s. And we've got the carts out on the grid. We had a lap of Llandow with Philip Howarth, who, as I said, will start down in 20 seconds. So we're going to have to keep an eye on for those. The two chaps that are leading the championship. Ben Hitch is third in the championship as well. And I'm trying to see where Ben Hitch is.
24th.
Right, they're right together. He's right behind Philip Howarth, and then 2 rows behind Ben Hitch. In 22nd is Louis Large. So they're the 3 championship protagonists. Philip Howarth, Louis Large and Ben Hitch, first, second and third. Richard Evans is currently 4th in the championship with Joe Pfiffner and Tim Darlow 5th and 6th.
Howarth has got a bright gold helmet. I noticed that in practice yesterday, so that'll be easy to monitor because I don't think anybody else has.
Louis Large has as well.
Oh, he's got gold helmet as well?
So there's Philip Howarth in the gold helmet, and there's Louis Large in the gold helmet.
You're right.
He's on the more of a red and blue liveried cart.
Now they're being sent around again here. They don't get a race start quite yet. So more formation flying. Very difficult to hold the formation lap through the hook because there's only really one racing line through there. Yellow flags being displayed at Surtees as well to warn everyone.
That's quite a common thing. You get sometimes it's a little bit crafty because what some of the drivers will do, especially the poleman. The poleman regulates the pace of this pace lap. If he thinks he needs another lap on these tyres just to get them up to operating temperature, he'll push on and leave the people who've come out the collecting area a little bit behind. And I'm not saying that's what the poleman did here, but in my karting days, that was certainly a tactic. And back in my karting days,
so you make sure you're not in formation, basically. You're not ready for a 2x2 start.
And even somewhere down the field, you can do that because you can hang back. And that now we'll see in complete contrast, everybody in beautiful order. We'll see them come into our view any moment now. They're on the hanger straight now. Here they come out of the final turn in beautiful formation, led round by Steve Maidment, and we will get the go into the hook. Oh no, they've been given another one. So something amiss to the dissatisfaction of the starter.
Well, I wonder whether Steve Maidment was actually there because there was only one car really on the front row, which was Brian McCready. He didn't have anybody alongside him.
Steve Maidment did click across.
Yeah, but he should be, if not level with Brian on the timing screen, he shouldn't be ahead of him.
It's sometimes not as accurate as that.
But it's weird that, I mean, here at Llandow, your first corner, turn 1, is a right-hander, but the pole position is on driver's left.
Right, good point.
Yeah, so actually you're going to be at a disadvantage. Steve's there now as well. The white helmet just ahead of the red cart with the red race suit for Brian McCready.
To be honest, Johnny, the first part of this circuit, the hook, it's a left-hand sweep over the start-finish line.
They're having a conversation about it all
here. They
but
probably are. Now then, they're on the hanger straight again. They're just about to come into our view. And from what I can see, everything looks fine. Let's see if
it's better now.
It's the speed across the line that the starter's not liking. Massive gap on the second row, being left on the second row by, it was either Darren Edwards or Adrian Smith. They're already out of the hook and towards Surtees, down towards that curving entry into Surtees. From Surtees into McGuirter's now, the right-hander, and then out of McGuirter's onto the Lancaster curve, past our camera point there. Hello to Scotty out there who's manning that, getting sunburnt, no doubt, topping up his tan. And already, who's that in the front there, Johnny?
Maidment. It's Steve Maidment from Brian McCready in the red, and then tucked in behind, I reckon, Darren Edwards, although we could have already had a good opening lap for Adrian Smith. Closing in into Raymond's, around the outside of McCready is going to go. Actually, it's the 2 of Carl Bryant, who was 5th as they went across the line. He's already up to second position, in fact.
He went round the outside of the hairpin, and he was able to keep that momentum up. Now, that shouldn't work. The textbook says round the outside of a hairpin. What we had there was Brian McCready had to defend into the hairpin, and Brian just went round the outside. By the time they got towards the hook, he had the line. So he's going to hang on to that second place. If anything,
leading.
He's already in the lead. By the time we get back round to, I think that's just coming off Spitfires. Yeah, they're into the Dell.
Oh, and a spin for Maidment. Maidment from second position has spun it out just before Diggers and lost a whole load of ground, and all of a sudden McCready is given a moment's peace. He can't hope at all of catching Carl Bryant, who's in a different league.
He was by himself. He just got, you know what it was? He got his rear wheel, his left rear wheel, just hooked up on that inside curb, and that just pitched the cart round, and he'll be kicking himself there. As the field have already gone through to complete 2 laps. Carl Bryant with a lead of about 1.6 seconds. Not about, he's absolutely 1.6 seconds into the lead. And if anything, Johnny, that's gone out. Brian McCready now chasing. Alex Thomas in second. Colin Campbell is in, Alex Thomas third, sorry. Colin Campbell fourth. Darren Edwards fifth. Stephen Horner up 3 places to 6th there. Let's have a look. There's still no sign of, there he is. Philip Howarth now in 12th. Louis Large 15th. Where is Ben Hitch? There's Ben Hitch. He's down in 18th. So that's where the championship. Colin Campbell, Stephen Horner up to 5th. Taylor Adams now 6th. Darren Edwards drops 2 places to 7th. And then can't discount Brendan Smith, who's come through the field and up to 8th. Keep an eye on Philip Howarth, though. Yeah, he's already made 2 places and inside the top 10 now.
Proper elbows out racing from Howarth into the hook there. He muscled his way up the inside of the second bit of the second left-hander at the hook, and then got across the nose of the cart he was battling in time for the Bomber Straight. McCready just exiting Diggers then. Brian McCready in second. He's got Alex Thomas virtually attached to his rear bumper. Thomas looked for a way by, then nose to tail again. Still the order is the same, although it's spreading out a bit behind them. Side by side briefly, and that would have been Stephen Horner, Colin Chapman, Taylor Adams as well. 1 or 2 losing places, including Adrian Smith on that run, and Howarth came through in 8th with Brendan Smith the next to overtake.
Stephen Horner on the 66. He's the Warden Law 177 club champion, is Stephen, and he had a very, very good practice. He found a lot of time here for the first time as well, and he's absolutely on a charge. He's got the cart very well sorted. He's in the same awning as Louis Large. Zach Bolton, Louis Large, Keith Mason, and our stock car chap, what's he called?
Martin Heath.
Martin Heath, yeah, Nudge is what I meant. So, you know, a mass of data being accrued there in that awning. Little bit of people tripping up, coming out of the hairpin. That's obviously going to be a very common thing. Philip Howarth, Johnny, up into 6th. And still going forward.
And what about this scrap now heading into McWhirters with McCready massively on the defensive. He's got Alex Thomas and Stephen Horner snapping at his heels. This is allowing Carl Bryant an even bigger lead now, because these 3 will be slowing one another down. Looking out for Howarth as well, who's just out of shot on the left. There he is with a gold helmet, running in 6th place. He'll have to get through these 3, if not 4 carters all together. This might be benefiting Howarth because they're all bottling each other up.
Yeah, down towards the hairpin. And we had Stephen Horner making room. He used a tin opener to make his way through there. I think there was a bit of a nudge, and Stephen Horner's graciously let him back.
Let him back, yeah, I thought that too.
He probably thought he didn't want to incur the wrath of the clerk of the course. Bruce out there watching everything. He seems to be omnipresent, which is a bit of a task here at Llandow.
Howarth up to 5th now. Just got ahead of Taylor Adams, possibly. Which were the ones that are having that sort of disagreement across the line? Was that Horner and Adams that switched places back again?
Yeah, it was.
Howarth up the inside for 4th now. So he's got 2 carts ahead of him. Brian McCready in 2nd. Alex Thomas still 3rd. And Philip Howarth now running 4th.
Look who was right on Howarth's tail, though. Louis Large, looming large, right on Howarth's tail. And he'll want to follow Philip through the traffic. Here they come across the line, then Bryant leads. It's Brian McCready 2nd, Alex Thomas 3rd, Philip Howarth now 4th, Taylor Adams 5th, Stephen Horner 6th, his teammate Louis Large right behind him now, Cole Edwards 8th, 9th is Brendan Smith, and rounding off the top 10, Colin Campbell.
Heading through 30s again, McCready desperate not to open that inside line to Alex Thomas, but here comes Howarth getting a really good run through Lancaster Curve, almost up the inside at Chandler's, but had to think better of it. Ross again trying to prize the opening into the Dell, but Alex Thomas proving stout defence. Thomas, brilliant drive so far. He's having to attack and defend at the same time. Eyes absolutely everywhere as Howarth. There goes Thomas up the inside of McCready to finally get second, as long as he can get it stopped, which he does, and Howarth goes through as well.
Yeah, he took Howarth 3 wide across the line there. Louis Large ending up on the grass and losing out as they went across the curved start-finish area here. And that was all brought about by Philip Howarth squeezing down the inside and gaining that place. So Philip Howarth up into second place now. He's going to have a go chasing down the leader. Carl Bryant's checked out.
He really has.
7.5 seconds nearly there, the gap to Carl Bryant. He's on the number 2, of course, because he finished second in the championship in 2021.
So got to be good.
Yep.
8th place to the lead within 3 laps possibly. Now more yellows. And where is that coming out of the track? Out of Chandler's with the Dell in the background. As now Philip Howarth comes through up to second position with Alex Thomas being overtaken in the closing stages of that lap. So Howarth running second, Thomas third. For a long time he was third actually, behind Brian McCready, who now has slipped to fourth. Stephen Horner and Cole Edwards come next, and Louis Large not made quite as much progress as Philip Howarth. He was able to match his pace up until a certain point.
He did. He was up to 5th actually, but then he's dropped a set back to 7th. So it looked as though he hadn't made progress there, but he did. But then he had that. It was 3 wide across the line.
I know.
And it's a curve.
Yeah.
And it didn't work.
Somebody's going to lose out in those situations. 25 seconds left on the clock. An extra lap at the end of the 8 minutes, remember. Carl Bryant's lead is still, well, could be even more than 7 seconds. We're waiting for Philip Howarth to cross the line. 7.3, so he's closed it a little bit. Best lap of the race there from Howarth, in fact, at a 44.7.
Yeah, he's broke free from the pack, hasn't he, Philip? So now he's chasing him down. It was 7.5 seconds, now 7.3. It was, about 0.2 of a second he's took out the lead. Carl Bryant, though, he's not going to be caught now because it's going to be last lap of the race. The board is going to come out this time by Bryant already. Is that Bryant? Yeah, it is. Bryant already into the hairpin at Raymond's and crosses the line to take the last lap board. So they're into the final lap. Philip Howarth now breaking away from that pack behind. Louis Larger noticed up the order by 2 to 5th. Let's see as they cross the line. Howarth in second. Thomas, Edwards, Large, Stephen Horner now 6th, 7th. Brendan Smith, McCready 8th, 9th is Taylor Adams, and Zach Bolton, yay, into the top 10 for the Zach Bolton fan club there. They'll be cheering there at Stockton.
Yeah, I'm sure. Team Sport Karting going about their regular Sunday morning business, but also keeping a watchful eye on our stream live from South Wales at Llandow Circuit for round 5 of the NKC, and the first outing for the Rotax 177s is going to be a win for Carl Bryant, and a convincing one at that, because his major rivals didn't get as good a grid start as they can look forward to later on. With the benefit of mixed grids, you really have to make the best of a bad situation, work your way through as quickly as you can. Philip Howarth did exactly that. Cole Edwards snatches a podium in the closing stages. He jumped ahead of Alex Thomas, and Louis Large up and down the order finishes 5th in the end of it, ahead of Stephen Horner.
He had a bit of a tougher time. Philip Howarth will be delighted with that second place. He started 22nd. He made up 20 places, and he was dragging Louis through, and Ben Hitch was also coming. Ben Hitch didn't make quite as many places. Ben Hitch coming 14th. Let's have a look and a rundown of the 177 heat number 1 then. Carl Bryant takes the win on the number 2. Philip Howarth, current championship leader, 2nd. Cole Edwards takes that 3rd place on the final lap. Alex Thomas 4th. Louis Large 5th. A very strong 6th place for number 66, Stephen Horner. Brendan Smith was 7th. Brian McCready was 8th. 9th is Taylor Adams. Top 10 finish for Zach Bolton. Colin Campbell was 11th. Simon Whaler 12th. Rhys Llewellyn was 13th. Then we had Ben Hitch 3rd in the championship. Ben, he comes through in 14th. And then we've got Alan Cook, Alex Jones, Steve Gilly, James Yap, Jason Bear, Adrian Smith, Alex Joyner, Charlie Jowers finishes 22nd. Then we've got Billy Clark, Jamie Broderick, Darren Edwards, Steve Maidment, David Medlock, Martin Heath, Nudge, Nudge was 28th, Richard Evans 29th, Thomas Childs 30th. We lost Josh Mallett on lap 7. Well, JP, I did tell you it was a very dynamic sport, and it's all go, isn't it? If you haven't been to a track to see a karting event, then, well, my question would be why?
Yeah.
Why haven't you? And you're watching this live stream, so you must have an interest. Because it is a very dynamic sport, and even if you come to spectate, beautiful weather here in the Vale of Glamorgan, here in Llandow, to get it right. Llandow. I'm never going to get that right. I'm not Welsh. I'm English. So, I'll try. I don't want to marmalise the language, though. Highs of 23. I've seen highs of 25 on some apps today. It certainly feels hotter than 23, and we're in the shade in this little box. I know Scotty and Harry are out there in the sun, and I'm pretty sure they'll be disagreeing with my 23 degrees. So we'll say between 23 and 25 as the day progresses. It's a beautiful day. We've got literally barely a cloud in the sky. It's going to give us a massively hot track temperature. If the ambient's 23, 25, we're going to be seeing 36, 38 degrees on the track.
Easily, yeah.
The tarmac soaks it up. So considering the NKC is about tyre management, it is from the very outset, from rounds 1 all the way through to round 6. And the reason is that the NKC, the National Kart Cup, has a tyre regulation quite unique in the world of karting, and certainly national series. You're allowed 2 sets of tyres for the whole season.
Wow. That's 8 tyres for the whole year. For the 6 rounds. 4 fronts,
4 rears. Unless, of course, force majeure, you get a massive blowout, destruction, etc., etc. You're is that off Scotty? Yeah. A melting. Scotty's just sent me a gif of a melting ice lolly. We'll try and get you an ice lolly down there, Scotty. Hang in there, mate. You're living the dream. Don't forget. So the tyres, Johnny, things like the Motorsport UK British Championships, the Ultimate Karting Championship, that sort of series where these classes would be part of those championships. Mm-hmm. It's 1 set of tyres per weekend.
Wow. Okay. So you'd be going through 6 sets.
Well, you do more than that, because on the practice sessions you want to practice and get your set up on new tyres. So effectively 3, sometimes 4 sets of new tyres per weekend. This is why this series, in my view, is so successful, because it's a cost formula. It keeps your overall cost down. It's a national series. We've been all over the UK, as you've been up to Cumbria. We've been down to Dorset, to Clay Pigeon.
Nice.
North Wales, South Wales, sort of Midlands area, Daventry for Wilton Mill.
Yep.
And then we're going to go across to Lincolnshire in a month's time for the final round at Fulbeck, which is a kart circuit that I'm very familiar with. I used to race there back in the 80s and 90s, and it's apparently never changed. It's an old airfield circuit, similar to this, old airfield.
Quite flat then.
Very flat. It's going to be challenging for our cameramen to find elevation, but we're working on it. But yeah, so the attraction of the series is to keep the cost down. You're not having to throw money. A set of tyres, for instance, costs, I think, about 180 quid, 200 quid.
Yeah.
So if, you 3 sets a weekend, like I've just said, that's 600 quid.
Yeah, gone like that.
It's just gone. And then it goes in the recycling bin after the weekend. But also, the interesting bit about making those 2 sets of tyres last a season, when you're out there competing in the heat of battle, like we've just seen Philip Howarth, just seen Carl Bryant, Louis Large, Cole Edwards, those guys might think they want to just push a little bit harder just to gain another place. They're not going to be able to, because the forefront of their mind, that should be, is I need these tyres not just last today, but I've got to take these tyres to Fulbeck.
Yep.
Now then, a little bit slightly different karts out on track at the moment, 100 UKs. This is kind of a little bit close to my heart. I'd never raced 100 UKs, but this is from an era of karting, the 1990s. The 100 UKs are a 100cc air-cooled engine. They're a TKM, and we've got people who you will know. Ed Peed.
Yeah.
He's on the second row. Ben Klukas. They're at the... in fact, I'll get the championship up and we'll have a look at the championship while I run down the grid. So, grid is Matthew Lawrence and Sam Hill on the front row. We're going to get these waved around. These are 2 strokes. I'll explain what's going to happen in a minute. So, Matthew Lawrence, Sam Hill on the front row. Charlie Leonard, Ed Peed on row 2. Liam Hamling, Jamie Crease on row 3. James Cannon, Andrew Bradley on row 4. Marcus Dorey, Wes Graves, current championship leader. 100 UK, there it is. Row 6, Dominic Pine, Brendan Williams. Row 7, James Purchase and James Rees. And then we've got Ben Clucas and Marcus Gray in row 8. Row 9 is Tom Pattle and Dexter Bergman. Row 10 is Lee Hackett and Sergio Taggio. Callum Bergman and Leonardo Taggio are on row 11. 22 carts on the grid. Wes Graves leads the championship from Ed Peed and Ben Clucas. Ben Clucas races with us in the Creventic series. He's raced Porsches and the like.
Yeah.
Now these carts are single barrel, single cylinder, 2-stroke engines. You'll see the amount of 2-stroke smoke coming from them there on our screens. And remarkably, we get the 100 UK race away at the very off. Into the hook for the first time. Out of the hook they will go, onto the bomber straight, and down towards Scotty, who waits for them. And look at that. It's everybody second by the looks of that.
Pretty much. Yeah, you told me there was going to be another formation like
that.
You're going to explain that to me.
Absolutely shocked me by getting things going straight away.
So in second place, just trying to work, that is Ed Peed still second. So leading it's number, that's like 14. But I'm looking for 14 on our list. We'll identify by the end of the lap. Don't fear not. Oh, that is Matthew Lawrence. It's just not appearing on the graphic for whatever reason. So Lawrence from pole position still leads, but here comes Ed Peed up the inside. And we'll get the lead at the end of the first lap. And also squeezing into second position is Sam Hill. So it's Peed, Hill, and from the pole down to third, Matthew Lawrence.
Yeah, the number 14. I think we've got a transponder issue with the number 14 because he's not picking up at all. It's the number 47 of Ed Peed. An old head, lots of experience, Ed Peed. And there, a move down the inside at McGuirter's. And Peed now down to second. It's the number 40 of Sam Hill who's gone into that lead now. And out of Chandler's onto the Spitfire straight towards the Dell. It's a tricky section of track here. Got to get the cart slowed, and then you've got to get this bit right.
There was a touch on the back of Matthew Lawrence, which put him into a half spin, but he controlled it pretty well. Actually, no, that was actually Liam Hamling, who's up to third position. So they'll come across the line to see Sam Hill out front from Ed Peed. Then it's Liam Hamling and Charlie Leonard. I'm still trying to work out where Matthew Lawrence feeds in, because
Matthew
bear in
Lawrence
mind,
he's dropped down the order. Down. He's about 10th or something.
But he's not appearing on our graphics tower, so slightly more complex as a result of that. We'll tick him off as he goes through next time around, but the transponder's obviously not registering, as now the 40 cart of Sam Hill heads into Chandler's for the third time, just edging away a little bit from Ed Peed, who's well and truly got his arms full.
Yeah, I think Ed Peed's actually dropped to third now, JP.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah, so a little bit of movement. Keep an eye on the number 2 as well, Wes Graves. Part of the flex operation. He's moving down the order. Ahead of him is his teammate, number 9, Dominic Pine. These two in the top 10 in last year's championship. And there's Wes Graves moving ahead. Oh, and somebody going down the escape road. I think that's the number...
Dominic Pine.
Yeah, Dominic Pine, the number 9.
He'd got issues coming into the hairpin, I thought, because his arm was already up, warning everyone that he wouldn't have much power coming out. They did well to avoid him. Dominic Pine had been making good ground from 11th on the grid, but a kart problem there. It looks like he's out of this race.
There's the battle to watch, though. Ed Peed now coming under pressure, Johnny. Is that Jamie Crease that's behind him?
Yeah.
And that's the battle for third and fourth place at the moment. The two leaders, Sam Hill and Liam Hamling, seem to be breaking away, whereas we've got about to have a challenge, are we? Not quite. Into the hairpin. We have got a challenge further back, though. I knew that hairpin was going to be where the action was, the overtaking action. It's a bit of a textbook place to overtake, isn't it?
That was James Rees getting ahead of Charlie Leonard for 6th place. Wes Graves has got through as well to 5th at the end of that lap. Ed Peed still under massive pressure from Jamie Crease in the 61, and up the inside he goes. Yeah, to 3rd place. So Ed Peed couldn't get from one side of the track to the other quick enough to defend the 61, which does look a little quicker at this phase of the day. And I wonder whether Crease will now start to edge away and close in on Liam Hamling for 2nd.
Call the police. He was mugged, wasn't he, into that corner there. McGuirter's, he snuck up the inside and certainly caught Ed Peed napping. Now Ed Peed has got Wes Graves to keep back, and Wes seems to have a lot of pace here at Llandow. He's right onto the tail of that number 47 into the hook. Very tricky there through the left-hander, and then the very, very tight right-hander that leads onto the bomber straight, and then that curving entry into Surtees where the carts are now. That's Wes Graves in the blue and yellow. That's the Flex team livery on that number 2. Out onto Lancaster Curve and into that very fast Chandler's right-hander. Carrying the speed towards now the Dell, into the right and left. Get the cart slowed down because you want to maximise through this bit there. The diggers curbing used as much as you can, carrying that speed.
It's on for the race lead. No, not quite for Liam Hamling. You said to keep an eye out for Ben Klukas as well. He is certainly heading up the order, the right direction for Ben, gaining places hand over fist. Last lap around, he got ahead of Charlie Leonard, and Ben is now in 7th position, not too far away from James Rees. Here's the battle for the lead, heading into Surtees. Sam Hill ahead of Liam Hamling. Hamling trying to the inside, then to the outside. Didn't get the ideal run through McWhirters, so actually good drive away from that corner for Sam Hill as they head into Chandler's for the 7th time.
I tell you what, Johnny, it looks like a matter of time before Liam Hamling is in a position to challenge Sam Hill. He'll want to get right on his tail now through diggers, out onto the back straight. He's going to get into his slipstream. Yes, indeed. Here he comes. Is he close enough to outbrake? No, he's not. He sits behind. Into the hairpin. Out of Raymond's hairpin and across the line to complete what will be 7 laps now for Sam Hill. Liam Hamling second. That battle rages, though.
Wes Graves has got ahead of Ed Peed for 4th position, so now Crease in 3rd in the 61, Graves 4th and Ed Peed 5th. Here's the leaders into Surtees again, and just drawing a little bit closer from 3rd place is Jamie Crease. He can't be ruled out for finishing in the top 2 potentially. Wes Graves matching them for pace as well. Ed Peed just slipping further away from the leading quartet in 5th position. Ben Klukas has got a bit stuck in 7th with James Rees ahead.
Yeah, you know what? Liam Hamling seemed to have momentum onto the rear end of Sam Hill, and now that momentum has been stifled. As I say that, they're into the braking area. Yeah, he's having to sit behind Sam Hill. He can't get past him because Sam Hill is absolutely driving exquisitely. He's leaving no gaps. He's optimising everywhere. They're into the hook at the moment. They're on lap 9. We're getting down. We're underneath. We're underneath 90 seconds remaining. So time running out, if anything, for Liam Hamling to challenge.
And look in the back of shot as well, because Ben Klukas is right on the tail now of James Rees. They're going into McWhirters, but we're quite rightly focusing on the leading quartet. That's very wide indeed goes Ed Peed. He's lost ground coming out of McWhirters and through Lancaster Curve. It's more dust being kicked up on the exit of Chandler's as well from one of the 4 out front. I wonder whether Ed Peed lost at least 1 place, though, because of that mistake. He is still just ahead, by my reading, of James Rees. And Klukas has got ahead. Klukas now up to 6th place ahead of Rees.
It's a 4-kart battle for the lead as they cross the line and complete lap number 9. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by. Oh, and we've got a change of lead. And I think that was down to Sam Hill, who just went in so fast into the hook. He went so wide and left the door wide open. And Liam Hamling said, thank you very much, and stepped through it. Oh, he's come back at him. What a battle this is.
Really good. There's a change for 3rd as well whilst all this is unfolding, because Wes Graves has got ahead of Jamie Crease into the right-hander at Chandler's. Only a couple of seconds left on the original 8 minutes, and Sam Hill, as you say, losing the lead briefly, then back up to the head of the order, and now challenging for 2nd is Wes Graves. Not happy with 3rd that he's just bagged from Jamie Crease.
Down the inside, Wes Graves down the inside for 2nd on Liam Hamling. How are they going to come out the corner? Oh, and look at that, the number 3 of Liam Hamling right on the tail of Wes Graves. Jamie Crease has lost out massively there as they into and out of the hook already. We've got yellow flags at Surtees. We're on to the last lap, of course, last lap board there, and all the excitement was shown to the leaders. That battle there, Johnny, has allowed Sam Hill a bit of a breather.
Yeah, it has. So Sam is the one that's well ahead now of the dice for 2nd, 3rd and 4th as they go through Chandler's. Ben Klukas, as mentioned, is up to 5th position and ahead of Ed Peed and James Rees, but it's going to be all about this final run into Raymond's. As you say, Sam Hill has enough, but massively defensive now to the right-hand side of the circuit. It's Wesley Graves. The checkered flag will fly for Sam Hill. Graves will get 2nd ahead of Liam Hamling and Jamie Crease. All sorts of sorting out to be done for the lower order positions in the top 10 as well, with Ben Klukas hanging on to 5th ahead of Ed Peed with that slight mistake coming out of McWhirters when he ran onto the grass running into Lancaster Curve, but gathered it up. And actually, all things considered, I think Ed should be happy with a 6th place finish ahead of James Rees, Lee Hackett in the 0 cart, James Purchase and Brendan Williams were the top 10. They're still dicing for positions over the line at the tail end there. And that was the 64 cart over. Oh, there's a pound in the jar. Callum Berg.
I didn't.
If
notice.
I hadn't called
I
wouldn't have needed to spend a pound there. Callum Bergman coming across the line, something like 3 abreast.
Yeah.
With Sergio Taggio and Leonardo Taggio. That was good fun.
Our good friend Henry Baudet, who is the main commentator for the Motorsport UK British Championships, this is his home track. He called it the global centre of world motorsport.
Wow.
And he coined the phrase, and everyone else is 5th.
that was a perfect line for that race.
It was absolutely, and I've said to Henry, I'm going to use that. Because sometimes, like you've just said there, that's the only thing that'll describe it. There go the lead, and everyone else is 5th because it's just chaos.
Yeah,
it's chaos. Yeah. Sam Hill took the win. Wes Graves. He'd be over the moon with that. Wes Graves started. Where did Wes Graves start? I've lost the grid sheet. He started down the order. It's all right. I've moved on. Okay. Liam Hamling eventually finishing 3rd. Jamie Crease 4th. Ben Klukas 5th. He'll be over the moon. Ben Klukas and Ed Peed work together. They're in the.
Right.
They're here together, having fun. And Ben beating Ed Peed there to 5th. Ed Peed 6th. James Rees 7th. Lee Hackett 8th. 9th is James Purchase. 10th is Brendan Williams. And we're already into our first of our junior classes, the Junior Rotax class out on track. It's Curtis Latimer on pole, Mason Perrin 2nd, Daniel Whitfield and Josh Eaton-Brown are on row 2. We've then got Levi Goodyear, James Rigby, Samuel Wyatt, Alfie Bushell, Finn Smith, Ethan Wyatt are on row 5. And then on row 6, we've got Braden Hill, Aidan Pomeroy, Rafi Chalentano, Oscar Shrimpton, Ollie Morris, Ollie Naylor, Jaden Hewitt, Adam Catlinger on row 9, row 10, Gregory Akers, Nicholas Ellis. Then we've got Ronnie Shrimpton and Ashton French on row 11. Dylan Mitchell and Lewis Wellen are on row 12. Archie Butler and Jacob McDonald are on row 13. And rounding off 27 carts in this field is Daniel Davis. So Junior Rotax, Johnny. Samuel Wyatt leading the championship. Where are they, by the way, on the track?
Just coming out of Diggers.
Ah, here they come. So they're on the back straight. They're on the hanger straight. And they look quite ordered. So these are basically senior Rotax, exactly the same engine, but with a restrictor to give them less power than the senior kart.
Makes sense.
Yeah, same tyres, same everything. And if you think we've just had a lot of action, stand by, because these juniors certainly know how to race. And they've been given the get-go. We're above the lights. We can't see the lights, so it's a bit of a voyage of discovery as to whether or not we're racing, but indeed we are racing on this first heat for Junior Rotax.
Looks to be a good getaway for Curtis Latimer, who will run into McWhirters as the race leader. They're all sorting themselves out after that first run then through the hook, which we'd spotted earlier on in the weekend as the site of potential disaster on the opening lap. Oh, very sideways indeed, onto coolish tyres, I suppose, into the Dell. Very hard compound, as you've described to me, Joe, so it does take a bit of time to get them up to racing temperature. That's not Latimer, that's Mason Perrin, actually.
Move for second, Johnny.
Yeah.
Move for second from the number 16. And that is Levi Goodyear, who went through and into second place at the very final corner of lap 1.
So Mason Perrin in the red car leading the way from Goodyear now, after that well-timed manoeuvre into the hook. Black helmet for Goodyear. Third position, the pole sitter, Curtis Latimer. Latimer's all over the back, though, now of Goodyear. And Goodyear goes for the race lead at Chandler's and gets it, as long as he doesn't head out onto the grass on the exit. Didn't do. And cool enough, actually, for a hand to move down just to make slight adjustment in the kart. So he's taken the race lead and already thinking, right, what's the optimum mode for this kart to be in for the next few laps?
We've got movement into the braking area at the hairpin. Let's see how it comes across. That adjustment, Johnny, was just lifting the flap on the radiator to get the engine to operate a bit cooler. Yeah. They keep adjusting that. The engine heats up and then they cover it and then they take it off and it cools down.
Something else for them to think about, though.
Yeah, I know. Across the line, then Levi Goodyear leads. Mason Perrin second, Curtis Latimer third. Up into fourth when Sam Wyatt, he's currently leading the championship and moving up the order there. We're happy with that fourth. Daniel Whitfield fifth. Sixth is Ethan Wyatt. Braden Hill in seventh. They're already well into their third lap.
Curtis Latimer got a slightly better exit out of Chandler's towards the Dell than the cart ahead of him, Mason Perrin, but there was no way by. Still the 30, therefore, in second position. Here comes Latimer from a fairly long way back, and he's actually doing more defending than attacking, so still no change for second, but they'll be side by side over the line for third and fourth. And Wyatt did get ahead of Curtis Latimer. So Sam Wyatt, who we caught up with yesterday, now up to a potential podium position if he can stay in third.
Yeah, this is pretty standard junior Rotax racing with streams of carts going off. These carts that are squabbling over the third, fourth and fifth, they're allowing maybe Levi Goodyear and Mason Perrin just to break away slightly. I'm saying that Sam Wyatt is a man on the move and he's right on the bumper of Mason Perrin in second place. Let's see if he'll have a go down at the hairpin. He's lining him up for an outbreak and down the inside he goes. Sam Wyatt, championship leader, up into second place now, just crossing the line underneath us. So a movement there. Now, what was the gap to the lead? It's a second, Johnny.
Okay.
So whether Levi Goodyear can hold off Sam Wyatt's advances with just under 5 minutes, that's the question hanging over our heads at the moment.
Yeah, Mason couldn't do a great deal about Sam's move there. Better to, I suppose, just take that on the chin and concentrate on holding on to as many places as you can. But it looks like Perrin's lost another spot as well now, down to fourth position. Yes, he is. So that's probably Braden Hill who's got through, who is pressurising there out of Diggers by the looks of things. So breaking away still for the race lead is Levi Goodyear. Sam Wyatt under pressure. Has he lost second place?
No.
Not quite. But he is, as I say, got a lot to deal with.
Yeah, Braden Hill right there. And Sam Wyatt had to defend going towards the Raymond's hairpin to finalise the lap. He moved to the right, but then he got back online. Car just returning to the track after a dusty off. I think that was on the outside of Chandler's. You really don't want to go off there.
Celentano it was. Rafi Celentano with the slight error.
Here come the leaders, though. And there's that battle for fourth. It changes. That's the number 56, is it, of Curtis Latimer. Up into fourth ahead of Mason Perrin. But then just ahead of them, battle for third. Beginning to concertina back up, if anything. Leader's gone. Then we've got a very settled Sam Wyatt in third now. He's left Braden Hill behind a little bit. I say a little bit, maybe 2 or 3 carts lengths. I got that wrong. It was Braden Hill who settled for second and Sam Wyatt who's dropped back. So Braden Hill, he was the man on the charge, wasn't he? So Goodyear leads, Braden Hill second, Sam Wyatt third, Curtis Latimer up to fourth now ahead of Mason Perrin, who's now in fifth.
And Braden gained 0.2 of a second on the race leader Levi Goodyear, so that's not necessarily done yet with 3 minutes and a lap left on the clock. Out of Chandler's they go for the 7th time. Goodyear leads by just over a second from Braden Hill with the white front to his cart. And then it's Sam Wyatt and Curtis Latimer absolutely together. Again, an adjustment for this time Sam Wyatt. Just before the braking area, still hanging on to third.
So the gap at the line was 1.1 seconds last time by. It's down to 7/10. So that's a good 3.5 tenths of a second taken out of the lead by Braden Hill. Braden Hill is catching Levi Goodyear. 2.5 minutes remaining.
One cart very wayward through the hook, but didn't run off the road and into the tyres, thankfully. So stays green in that area. There is a cart parked up, though, at the Dell itself, but in a safe position. So no need for yellows into here either. Goodyear leading, but being caught now by Braden Hill, as mentioned. So Braden looks the quicker of these two, as the race leader Levi Goodyear leaning forward in the seat just for the more beneficial aero. And that gap is coming down. First to second, very close. Third to fourth, just about the same, Joe.
He's took half a second out of him, Johnny. It's 0.2 of a second in it now. In fact, throw away the stopwatch. We don't need it. They are nose to tail into Surtees for the 9th time. Time ticking by. We're inside of 2 minutes. And there's the move for the lead. There is the move for the lead. Braden Hill down the inside of McGuirters. You know what? Walking the track as I did, Johnny, I would have thought that was not. And has he come back at him?
Yes,
side
he has.
by side, out of Chandler's. What a battle this is turning out to be. They've swapped twice now.
Yep, in the space of 2 corners, and Braden Hill still with defending to do, coming out of Diggers and it's also looking very tasty behind, with Curtis Latimer maybe shaping up Sam Wyatt for an overtake. It's 4 for the lead now, with 1 minute and a quarter left on the clock. They're all heading towards the hook together, and marginally ahead is Braden Hill.
And this is what you'll see all day long. When you see 2 carts come together and start squabbling, the carts behind them will catch up. And now you very quickly have what was a 2-card battle for the lead. We have very quickly got a 4-card battle for the lead. 4 carts in a train through Chandler's and out onto the Spitfire Straight towards the Dell. It's a right-left, followed by Diggers, which is the right-hander, onto the back straight, which is the hanger straight, and then towards the hairpin. Let's see if who's lining who up for a move. Oh, and down the inside, and contact there. Down the inside, he really left it. He's braking massively late there.
Levi Goodyear went up in the air briefly.
Levi Goodyear down to 7th there across the line. And he came from nowhere to have a go. Let's have another look at that. And there we can see he just left his braking right to the very end. And as they come back into our view, he was already over the back of the cart ahead of him.
Braden Hill. Yeah, so I'm surprised that didn't take Braden Hill briefly out of the race as well. Somehow Braden weathered that storm. He kind of rode it, if you like, but he had a cart right over the back wheels there in the form of Levi Goodyear, slipping to 7th place. Last lap being indicated now to Braden Hill, who amazingly throughout all that has stayed as the race leader, and a bigger chunk out front, nearly a second over Sam Wyatt, now up to 2nd, and Curtis Latimer 3rd.
He was very, very lucky to get away with that, as you said, Johnny. Braden Hill leading on to this final lap then. Heat 1 for Junior Rotax. He'll be happy with a maximum point score as we get towards the final stages of the lap. They're into the Dell and through Diggers onto the hanger straight then for the final time. For the first time today, the checkered flag is flying in readiness for them. And as they come out of the Raymond's hairpin for the final time, across the line then, Braden Hill takes the win. Curtis Latimer 2nd, ahead of Sam Wyatt there right at the very end. Mason Perrin back up to 4th, Ethan Wyatt 5th. Daniel Whitfield takes 6th, Ollie Naylor 7th, Gregory Akers is 8th, Alfie Bushell 9th. Rounding off the top 10 was Archie Buttle. It was Adam Catling, James Rigby, Ashton French, Jaden Hewitt. Nicholas Ellis finishes 15th, and then we've got Jacob McDonald in 16th, Ollie Morris 17th, 18th was Aidan Pomeroy, Dylan Mitchell finishes 19th. It's the Shrimptons finishing 20th and 21st, that's Ronnie and Oscar. Ronnie 20th, Oscar in 21st. Daniel Davies 22nd, Rafi Celentano finishes in 23rd. Levi Goodyear actually retired there, Johnny, after that coming together, so he must have damaged his kart. So Levi Goodyear finishing 24th out on lap 10. Josh Eaton-Brown we lost on lap 4. And Lewis Llewellyn we lost at the start.
There was a slight grey area there on our graphics in the closing stages because Latimer hadn't been credited a 12th lap. So he was 3rd initially, but that's been switched around though now. So Latimer got ahead of Sam Wyatt.
Yeah,
on
right on the
final lap, did he?
Final lap, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's how I saw it
so we've
pan out.
We've now got that confirmed on both screens, which I always like a bit of synchronicity between, because we've got many, many data feeds coming in to us here, and the gap was half a second between Latimer and Wyatt, despite Sam being ahead of Curtis for most of that one. Mason Perrin, who from the pole led in the early stages, hangs on to 4th position.
We stay with juniors this time, and it's a bit of a you'll be happy with this, Johnny. It's multi-class racing.
Excellent
for you this time.
I'm at home with that.
You are indeed. We've got mini maxes and we've got junior UK 100 UK juniors out. It's Alex Fraser who's kind of bossing the championship at the moment. He had a good round 2 with a row of second places behind Reece Green in the final. But then at round 4 at Wilton Mill, he took 2 heat wins and a final win. And that's given him the championship lead. Reece Green is 2nd, Louis Reece is 3rd. We've got perhaps one of the biggest grids we've seen for Minimax this season. Now, Mini-Max, exactly what you've seen in junior Rotax, but with even more restriction to bring the power down even more. And this is for the kids who've kind of outgrown cadets. They're a bit big. They're a bit too heavy because they're growing, because kids grow.
Do they?
Yeah, if we could keep them little, they'd be competitive in karting. But the kids who outgrow karting and become uncompetitive because they're growing, this is where they gravitate to. Mini-Max is one of the areas where they go. So on the pole position is championship leader Alex Fraser. Reese Green, second in the championship, is alongside. We've got a championship battle right there.
Tremendous.
In front of us. Louis Reese is third on the grid and is third in the championship. Seb Corking, I know Seb from the northeast of England. He lives in Darlington, and he's down and he's looking. He's on a bit of a research mission. He joined us at Wilton Mill. He's here at Llandow. He's going to be doing the whole of this NKC season in Mini-Max next season. So he's really loving the racing in this series. Row 3 is Daniel Parson and Harris Roberts. Then we've got Sonny Morgan, Emily Cotty, Daniel Haynes and Eric Smith are row 5. The 100 UKs will start behind the Mini-Max. A little bit different engines, single cylinder, air-cooled TKM motors on these karts. Alex Henderson is on the pole, Jamie Dart second, with Ewan Scott and Yelena Osbar Scott on row 2 of the UKs. Row 3 is Adam Nicolai and Sophie Hadley, with Thomas Hadley and Jamie Scott on row 4, with row 5, Hayden Taylor, rounding off the 100 UK field. So 2 classes, which we'll try and keep a tab on what's happening in both of those classes. We can't look at 2 things at once on the TV screen, but we'll do our best to keep everybody informed. So the Mini-Maxes lead everybody round, and they will take the start first. And everything looking, I was going to say orderly until I looked at the 100 UKs who were like 4 abreast going into the hairpin. So they're going to get the wave round. And I was going to mention why I was surprised to see the 100 UKs getting the get-go.
Yeah.
It's because you have a very mixture-sensitive engine, those air-cooled 2-strokes. They're very sensitive to the oil-fuel mixture. So on the rolling lap, when you're going slowly, what can happen is the spark plug can oil up. It's what's called oiling up, and it stops the engine. So you've got to be very careful. You can't go too slowly, and certainly at the start, you don't want them to go too quickly. So that's why we've got a lot of blue smoke in the air. It's because we're not going fast enough for the engines to rev properly.
I see.
And, we need the oil in the fuel mixture to lubricate. That's how we lubricate the engine in a 2-stroke. So a little bit different to the Mini-Max, which is the water-cooled Rotax engine, which isn't as sensitive to the fuel mixture as you're going around the track. It can still oil up and it can still stop if you go too slowly, but they're not as sensitive as the TKM engine or the air-cooled 2-stroke engines. What do you think? I think that looks like 2 fine-looking grids on the Hangar Straight.
It's looking better now than it did a lap ago.
They're going to come into our view any second. Here they come. I'm looking at the starter. Is he going to give them the go? And we've got the number 45 rolling to a halt in, just as I described, what might happen. Harris Roberts there, who has ground to a halt, engine not running cleanly at all. We've got the race underway though, and I think that's Alex Fraser on the Llandow. No, it's not.
Reese Green.
That is Reese Green in the lead. And 52, Seb Corking, right on his tail there. Seb, with his Teesside Autodrome livery on that number 52. He's running the HRS engine. Nigel Horner, HRS Racing Services, supplying Seb's engine. And he's registered for points, is Seb. So, as they come out of the hairpin, Mini-Max looks like this. Reese Green leads, Seb Corking second, Alex Fraser third. It's then Louis Reese, Daniel Parsons, Daniel Haynes and Eric Smith up into 6th and 7th. Sonny Morgan down to 8th. Emily Cotty is 9th. The 100 UKs, Alex Henderson came through, leading that one from Ewan Scott, Adam Nicolai, Jamie Dart, Jamie Scott and Sophie Hadley.
with the leading duo in Minimax heading into Chandler's and now down at Spitfire straight into the Dell. At the moment, it looks like Reece Green has got the measure of Seb Corking. I thought a lap ago, Reece Green had caught way too much curb at Diggers, which would have slowed him down on the hanger straight, but he carried it well, actually, and is going to lead at the end of the second lap as well. So Green across the line, Corking second, then Alex Fraser still in third position in kart 55 ahead of Louis Reece, keeping an eye out as well for the 100 UK scrap at the head of their order. They're just exiting the hook now for the second time.
Yeah, we've got a kart off at the hairpin, one of our 100 UK runners. I think it might be Hayden Taylor on the number 40. He does. He gets back underway, gets pushed. A push start for these karts, of course. Battle for the Minimax lead beginning to heat up, though. And again, Seb Corking choosing to stay off those curbs through Diggers. Not exactly disadvantaging him. He's right on the bumper into the hairpin. This is not over by any chalk. And there's Alex Fraser in third. He's on the Lando Norris liveried kart and overall. And the question is, can Seb Corking with his Sebastian Vettel tribute helmet, that's who he's named after, his dad Graham, big Sebastian Vettel fan, he'll be crying, he's retiring.
He will.
Yeah.
Yeah, big news.
I forgot to mention that to him when I saw him. And again, different lines there, isn't it? Seb's first time here.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yep, first time here for Seb Corking, so he's still getting to grips a little bit with the track. As the leader into the hairpin, Corking dropping back off him a little bit. We'll check the gaps as they cross the line, and then we maybe have a look at the 100 UKs, Paul, who are just coming into the hairpin now. There they go. It's the number 1 who leads. Adam Nicolai just going into the hook for the first time, taking the lead in 100 UK Junior. Alex Henderson second, Ewan Scott in third. Fourth is Jamie Dart, Jamie Scott in fifth, then Sophie Hadley and Thomas Hadley.
And a couple of karts ahead of the dice for 100 UK, although speaking of which, from that class, from about third position, running wide out of McWhirters was Jamie Dart in the number 6. So he's lost ground, was running fourth, must have lost probably 2, maybe 3 places in amongst that. But my eyes are drawn to fourth position in the Minimax, who's streaming across the line now. Louis Reece, Daniel Haynes and Thomas Hadley are all together. Still no change in the order, but that's likely to switch around at any moment, heading down the Bomber Straight.
As we stay with 100 UK, we'll try and pick up that battle for third in the Minimax class. The lead, I've got to say, Reece Green, Seb Corking and Alex Fraser, they're off into the lead. It's the action is behind them. We're just going to get a grip. Here they come towards the hairpin now. So Minimax leader into the hairpin now. There goes Reece Green across the line. It's 6 laps completed. This is the battle that Johnny was talking about behind these 3. Just coming into the hook now. Stay where we are. This is the battle there, right there, Johnny. Fourth, fifth and sixth.
And sixth in Minimax, yeah, with Louis Reece, Daniel Haynes, who's the meat in the sandwich in the red overalls, and Thomas Hadley tucked in behind. So Daniel running with the black helmet. They're rounding McWhirters now, and Reece just ahead. But I don't think he's necessarily got the lap speed compared to Daniel Haynes tucked in behind, but Haynes has got to find a way by, and he's just been sitting there for the last few laps, unable to prize the opening.
Remember Daniel we spoke to, you'll hear our little interview. Daniel had a big off in practice on Saturday morning and winded himself quite severely. And I was happy to see him back out in practice in the afternoon and was able to chat to us.
Great move from Thomas Hadley, but I'm not sure he's been able to stay there because Haynes has got back in front. So Hadley slotted down the inside at Raymond's hairpin. And again, he's having a nibble coming out of the hook as well. Now there's a kart off from the 100 UKs, and that's the 28 of Thomas Hadley. So Hadley's already had dramas earlier on in the race, and is now out of it. Fourth, fifth and sixth still together and still in the same order as I say. Thomas Hadley had got ahead of Daniel Haynes briefly.
So no change in the top 3 in Minimax, Reece Green, Seb Corking, Alex Fraser, and no change in the 100 UK Juniors either. Adam Nicolai, Alex Henderson, Jamie Scott still running first, second and third, but it's still that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. The karts concertinaing up there as they come into and now out of the hairpin. There they are towards the hook. Is that a move?
Yeah, Haynes up the inside for fourth. He caught a huge amount of curb into the hook. I'm surprised he kept it on the black stuff, but Haynes now up to fourth place.
Great move by Daniel there. Quite a small, diminutive stature, isn't he? He slipped wide. He slipped wide at McGuirter's.
And lost both places.
Yes, unbelievable. We're just singing his praises there, and he just went into McGuirter's a little bit too quick. Ended up sliding very wide indeed and losing out again.
Yeah, so it's like snakes and ladders sometimes, kart racing. You move one spot, you lose two. Here he comes again, though. Level pegging with Thomas Hadley, and he has the crucial inside line for Raymonds. He's toughing it out, in fairness, and Haynes back up to fifth. Can he hold it there? Can he go for fourth? He likes this corner. Into the hook. Brilliant squabbling. Now to the outside. They're both off. They both got tangled up at the hook, and the man to capitalise on that, I think, was Thomas Hadley.
They both got hooked up, didn't they?
At the hook,
At the hook, yes, indeed. Let's have another look at it. And it was Daniel Haynes who went down the inside. It's the left-hand bit here where the kart's still squabbling. They just kind of come together and get entangled. One of those racing incidents, in my opinion, where those two youngsters were absolutely battling, literally wheel to wheel. And with 20 seconds remaining, I'll just get a grip. It might be another lap for our leader in Minimax.
Very unfortunate situation, though, and that means that Louis Rees and Daniel Haynes, although still both in the race, they go across the line now. They slip down to 7th place for Rees and 8th place for Daniel Haynes.
Yeah, and after being in massive contention. So we're getting towards the 1 lap to go board, which will be shown to Rees Green next time by. So we'll just keep an eye on that number 71 and find his location on the track. There he is. He's into the hairpin now. He comes out of the hairpin now. He's got a 100 UK Junior to get by. It's the last lap to go board for Rees Green. Seb Corking, 1 lap to go board for him. He's got back markers to get around, Johnny.
Yeah.
This is multi-class racing.
Exactly. So he's got at least one 100 UK kart to get through and deals with that very neatly indeed into Surtees. Just trying to identify who that was having to make way. But nevertheless, the alternative class, the 100 UK, is still led by Adam Nicolai and Alex Henderson. But Rees Green, again, got a decent lead in the early stages, 1.6 that he's been sort of nursing ever since then from Seb Corking. And Rees Green nearing the end of the first race of the day for the Minimax and 100 UKs combined. There's the checker for Rees Green, finishing ahead of Sebastian Corking. Alex Fraser will make the podium, and Thomas Hadley had to react so quickly to the carnage in front of him between Daniel Haynes and Louis Rees. Managed to drive around that problem on the exit of the hook, and Thomas Hadley gets a 4th place as his reward.
So great racing as ever from these junior drivers. 100 UK Junior, Adam Nicolai takes the win for Heat 1. Alex Henderson 2nd, Jamie Scott 3rd, 4th was Sophie Hadley, 5th was Ewan Scott. It will be 6th for Yelena Osbar-Scott with Hayden Taylor, Thomas Hadley, and we lost Jamie Dart, I'm afraid, on lap 5.
I think Hadley's still good for 4th. He's not been triggered twice there, but on our graphics, Hadley's sitting there in 4th position. He didn't lose enough ground for me, but we'll get that confirmed for you. Just for whatever reason, I mean, those 2 extra laps might have to be manually added by Will, our timekeeper, and others downstairs. Eric Smith, if that is the case, will finish 5th, therefore, ahead of Emily Cotty. But you have to have eyes everywhere there, Joe.
Yes,
I mean, typically
really
with multi-class racing, two different lead battles, but the more striking one for me was for 4th, 5th and 6th in Minimax. I just had a feeling that was going to explode at some point.
You have to have the neck of an owl, especially here at Llandow,
Indeed,
where it's kind of a U-shape, isn't it, the whole track? Well, if you think that was something to go by, the senior TKMs. Now, this is a class of karting that also has representation in the Motorsport UK British Championships here in the NKC. Same rule applies, though, different tyre regs and the like. And they're a slightly smaller track and a slightly smaller wheelbase to the Rotax karts. And what that does is it kind of gives them freedom to pass pretty much wherever they want.
Okay.
It's in comparison to the Rotax classes, So we will get a lot of movement in the senior TKMs, especially, again, with mixed grids. Oliver Fathers is on the pole position for our next heat, the TKMs, senior TKMs. Caelan Lamont, say it as you want. Caelan, Lamont. His family can't agree with how you say it, Johnny, so we're just going to have a go at Caelan Lamont. Say it as you will.
I'll say Caelan Lamont, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
Just choose one.
Just choose one
You
and
can
stick
change
with
it during the day as well.
Oh, can you?
He's become quite a celebrity.
I understand
because of
that.
his name.
Yeah.
Charlie Savage and Jason Lovett are on row 2. Matthew Horton and Joseph Jacks are on row 3. Gordon Smith and Ricky Wright are row 4. Row 5 is Matt Slate and James Hull, with Mitchell Ball and Owen Potter on row 6. Adam Crofts Davies and Curtis Granger on row 7. Leanna Page and Cameron Ross are on row 8. Ollie Milner and James King are on row 9. And then we've got Alexander Lehman and Louis Bevan, current championship holder on the number 1 on row 10. Joseph Phillips and Lucas Sullivan round off the 22-cart field. It's Mitchell Ball, Callan Lamont and Louis Bevan who are first, second and third in the championship. So it's very, very much all to go for. And Callan will want to maximise his points haul in this first heat for senior TKMs. Again, Johnny, I'll be amazed if they are not waved round. And indeed, look at that.
Yeah,
the starter, he will wave them round. Again, these air-cooled two-strokes, very, very sensitive to their fuel and oil mixture. Two-strokes, of course, get their lubrication from the fueling. You basically mix the oil in the fuel. You'll see people shaking cans in the paddock, and you've got to get that right. Because if you get that too weak, if there's not enough oil in the fuel, your engine seizes.
Okay.
It's got lack of lubrication. And you'll see also, when you see the hands going down, would you believe they are adjusting the mixture minutely on the carburetor?
Wow.
When they go onto the straight, you lean it off so it gets you more power, but you've got to remember to put it back and then fan the air intake to give that bit of a burst of lubrication.
Okay.
Because if you continue running it lean, it will seize.
How much fuel I might imagine a very small tank that each of these carts carry?
Maybe 2 or 3 litres.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Right. And they always have to factor in a little bit extra if more formation laps have to be done, because now we've had the requisite 2, but if, again, the starter's not happy and they're not in a tidy start position. But this looks very good, actually. We wouldn't go for a race start, but I think we have this time around. Yes, indeed. So it's a good getaway from the outside of the front row for Callan Lamont, that man in question. I reckon Lamont runs in the lead into the hook for the first time. This is what I mean, you see, about taking pole position. I don't think that's the favoured line into the hook.
Yeah, it hasn't been,
You're better
has
off
it?
on the right-hand side.
Yeah. And you know what? It's because the start line is on a curve.
Yeah.
You're kind of not having a straightforward roll towards the first braking area. That's definitely Callan Lamont breaking free from the rest of this 100 TKM field as they come through diggers for the first time. As I say that, Oliver Fathers, I think it is in second on the number 54. Or is it the 24, sorry.
Yeah.
He's closed up on the sort of second half of this lap into the hook for the second time then. It's Lamont leading, Fathers second, Jack's third, Charlie Savage, Matthew Horton, Jason Lovett, Mitchell Ball seventh, eighth is James Hull, Matt Slight and Ricky Wright rounds off the top 10.
Jack's made 3 places on that opening lap, started from the outside of the third row, now up to third position and challenging Oliver Fathers into Chandler's this occasion, down the Spitfire straight, very short straight, where you stay well over to the left and then get the cart lined up for the Dell. But there's no point, as you were making the point to me yesterday, and challenging really hard into the first bit of the Dell and then messing up the next 2 corners. So easy to do. Better off biding your time and getting the better exit out of diggers, because that's so crucial onto the long back straight, the hanger straight. They're already into the hook for the 3rd time. Callan Lamont ahead of Oliver Fathers and Joseph Jacks still there in 3rd.
So out towards Surtees then, it's Callan Lamont leading out of Surtees into McGuirk. He's pulling out a bit of a gap. The gap at the line was a half a second, let's say. But things a little bit too calm for my liking, Johnny.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to have settled for where they are.
Here comes Colin Lamont into the first corners at the Dell then, and now out of diggers. And Lamont just edging away a little bit. Have we got one of those grids which rather coincidentally has just given us generally the quicker guys at the front, and they've just started to settle into a rhythm this early on. We've only had 2.5 minutes, so there's still plenty of movement to be made from the middle order and possibly from the back as well.
The only movement on that lap was Matt Slate going up to 7th ahead of Jason Lovett, now down to 8th. 9th is James. So Louis Bevan moving up the order. The 3rd in the championship, current champion 2021 NKC champion in the senior TKMs. He's moving up the order. He's now into the top 10, just getting ahead of Ollie Milner there on that last lap.
So into the Dell goes Lamont again with, or rather out of the hairpin now. Yes, much further around the track. Oliver Fathers in 2nd position. Joseph Jacks 3rd place. Looking for a way maybe up the inside, but Mitchell Ball confirmed in 5th, and Bevan also making ground on Jason Lovett as well on that lap. So slowly but surely, 1 or 2 in that middle order gaining a place maybe every single lap, including Owen Porter, who's got ahead of Cameron Ross. But the breakaway leader, Callan Lamont.
There is only 6 points in the championship at the moment, so Callan Lamont being ahead of Mitchell Ball. Mitchell Ball currently 5th, just moving ahead of Matthew Horton actually on that last lap. Mitchell Ball down in 5th place. Callan will claw those points back and close the gap. It's going to be very, very exciting across the rest of the day. And then, of course, after the day, we move to Fullbeck next month. We've still got a lot of racing to go this afternoon. We've got 2 more of our heats coming before the lunch break. So plenty of racing ahead of us here at Llandow.
There's a cart sitting right in the middle of the hook on the grassy area. In fact, 2 stranded there, one being pushed away from the scene. I'm not sure whether they got tangled up with one another. Concentrating on this dice now, which is for 4th place maybe. Charlie Savage under pressure from Mitchell Ball. So that's spicing up nicely. Race leader is now onto the hanger straight again, leaning forward in the seat as we see so often. And from a long way back, Matthew Horton looking to gain a place. He's muscled his way up the inside. No, in fact, he is overtaken by Louis Bevan.
Great move there. Louis just went down the inside, kind of feinted to the left, and then went down the right on his teammate. They're both in the, I think they're both running with flex. So Matthew Horton caught napping by his teammate Louis Bevan. And of course, Matthew Horton saw that livery of Bevan's cart and thought, well, I can't really fight you for this. I've got to be fairly clean.
Don't hit your teammate.
Bevan's still moving up the order. Where is he, in fact? Where is Louis Bevan? He's up to 6th, just behind Mitchell Ball in 4th.
Horton was about to make a move, I think, at Raymond's on the cart in front, Charlie Savage, and then actually got done himself. From a long way back again, here comes Louis Bevan, this time on Charlie Savage, and the number 1 at the inside of cart 82. So that's actually Mitchell Ball, I beg your pardon. Where does that put Bevan now? 4th position.
Yeah.
He's got ahead of Ball and Charlie Savage on that lap.
And that's important for Louis Bevan's championship. He's got ahead of Mitchell Ball. Mitchell Ball ahead in the championship. He's on 703 points. Then we've got Callan Lamont on 697. And then we've got 696. Only a point in it for Louis Bevan and Callan Lamont. So massive, massive championship connotations at the forefront of this first heat.
Yeah.
We've still got another 2 heats and we haven't even started discussing the finals.
Phenomenal racing for not the race lead, sadly, but for 2nd position. And now having lost a place, Ollie Fathers, because Joseph Jacks, by my reckoning, is up to 2nd position now in 55. Jacks from Fathers, from Bevan, and then Mitchell Ball. So Fathers losing, well, he actually came through in 5th. Yeah. If that timing is to be believed.
He lost all of that at the hairpin, Johnny, when he was overtaken there.
Wow.
And he just got hung out to dry a little. This battle's not over, though, is it? We've got Joseph Jacks, Louis Bevan down the inside and into 2nd place. And he's took his teammate with him, has he? That's the number 82 of Mitchell Ball. So these 2 championship protagonists, they're fighting it out, not just at the forefront of this first heat for 100 TKM, or senior TKM, I should say. It's all about the championship as well. So we've got Callan Lamont, Louis Bevan and Mitchell Ball, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. And these are the 3 drivers that are at the front of the championship coming into this penultimate round here at Llandow.
The cream firmly rising to the top. Callan Lamont was already at the sharp end anyway. He started on the front row. and in second position, but with the inside line into the hook for the opener. So he was certainly not going to waste that opportunity, and has built himself a lead of just over 2 seconds now from the best of the rest, Louis Bevan. But Bevan's had to side his way up the order. Bevan started in 20th position and has already got up to second place. So that's almost like Philip Howarth's rise up the order earlier on in the day. Bevan now maybe left himself a bit too much work to do with 24 seconds left on the clock. Bevan out of the hairpin, still in second, but with a decent margin over Mitchell Ball. Joseph Jacks, he's still fairly busy though, trying to stay ahead of Matthew Horton.
Well, it'll be 1 lap to go the next time these guys join us on the start-finish line. Callan Lamont, he's driven a very, very fine race. The gap at the line was 1.6 seconds to Louis Bevan, and he'll be aware that Louis will be coming at him through Chandler's. Oh no, that wasn't Chandler's at all, was it? They're into...
I think it was.
Yeah, it was Chandler's, yeah. They're into the Dell. There's Diggers. Onto the hanger straight now, down towards the hairpin. And it's a long straight here at Llandow. Into the braking area. It's a stop it and pointed at the hairpin. Oh, and the back marker there, almost tripping Callan Lamont up. And he loses a lot of time there, down to 0.8 of a second there. Almost half the gap. So the question is, Johnny, can Louis Bevan get onto the tail and the rear bumper of that leading Callan Lamont cart and even challenge going into the final turn?
That was Ricky Wright, who for whatever reason was slow coming out of the hairpin. There are more yellow flags now being waved on the approach to Chandler's, but couldn't see a cart evident off the track. We'll be well back into greens now with overtaking permitted. So it's all about this final run to Raymond's and then the dash to the line between Callan Lamont and, from a long way back, Louis Bevan. Bevan,
no.
How much is he willing to risk? Not a great deal at this stage of the day. Lamont will win it just by what?
A tenth
of a second. Wow. From Louis Bevan in second, Mitchell Ball third, Joseph Jacks fourth, and Ollie Milner losing places in the closing stages because Farthers got back ahead of him for sixth position. So Mitchell Ball makes the podium. Joseph Jacks, who got up as high as second, slipping back to fourth by the flag ahead of Matthew Horton. Oliver Farthers and Ollie Milner complete the top 7 ahead of Matt Slate, whichever one, choose your favourite, Charlie Savage and Alexander Lehman.
So the question there, Johnny, is how much of that lead was being managed by Callan Lamont, allowing Louis Bevan to take 0.6 of a second out of him for the last 2 laps. Took 0.6 on the penultimate, 0.6 at the final lap there, and was able to finish right on his bumper, literally a tenth in it. It looked smaller than a tenth across the line. They were literally bumper to bumper.
True.
So we have got it's senior road tax out now. I've gotten rid of that, Johnny. Hang on, there it is. Senior road tax heat 2. So we're back out 162 category, and we are so subscribed that we have to put these drivers into groups. There are 4 heats per road tax class, but each competitor will get 3 heats, which will qualify for the final and formulate the grid for the final. It's Lewis Jones who leads the championship in senior road tax. Scott Smith is second. Paul Ozan is third. The points standing is 896 to Lewis Jones, 871 to Scott Smith, and 867 to Paul Ozan. Not that far away as Luke Evans in 4th place on 151. So, like I say, I will be talking about this the championship going into these final 2 rounds because it is all to play for. Senior road tax, we've got 34 carts on the next grid, so I better get on with the grid rundown. Miles Barthorpe is on the pole position with Luke Evans alongside. And then we've got Nathan Chattel and Tyler Fossey on row 2. Row 3 is Alice Humphreys and Jake Davis. Row 4, Dan Andrews and Henry Stratton, with row 5, Scott Smith and Andy Powell. Jody Fox and James Costin are on row 6. Row 7 is Dylan Tatum and George Sanders, with Thomas Storer, the current champion in this class, alongside Ari Barker on row 8. Row 9 is Jodie Newman and Jack Jones. Adam Rogers and Jamie Hardy are on row 10. Pedro Oliveira and Nathan Ballard are on row 11. Row 12 is Reece March and Andrew O'Keefe. And then we've got James Wood and Martin Jackson, row 13. Gino Cook and Lewis Jones are on row 14. Matty Hildred and Tommy Lee Davis are on row 15. Max Martin and Martin Coe are on row 16. And then the 34 cart field, 17 rows of carts. George Hunt and John Hobbs are rounding off this 34 cart field. So I think we've got some carts to retrieve out on the circuit at the moment.
Yeah, one of them that needed to be taken away from the inside of the hook was Lucas Sullivan, stranded on the grassy area on the inside of that left-hander. But I'm just trying to remember back now, trying to work out how good my short-term memory is as to who took the opening win when we first saw this category of karts out on track at the start of the day. I know Harry Barker had worked his way through. But left a bit too much.
Well, remember, you've got people in this heat now
that
who
we
weren't
see
in the first heat.
Precisely.
And people who will be into their second heat of the day. Carts being released. You'll find this, Johnny. All of the timings available to everybody listening on Alpha Time.
It was Simon Keeble, wasn't it? Simon Keeble who won the first one.
It was.
From Harry Barker, who had done a lot more overtaking along the way. But Luke Evans starting from pole position, rather from second position, alongside the pole man Miles Barthorpe in the second outing for Senior Rotax this morning. So where you were going to tell me where to find the timing?
Yeah, so
alphatiming.co.uk.
Go into National Kart Club, that National Kart Cup. And there you will see the championship tables, and then you go down to this one here.
Event
round 5.
NKC round
and
5.
There you've got all of your results as they are being accrued over the course of the afternoon.
Looks like we're going to go for a race start here. Yes, we're underway for the second time today for the Senior Rotax. And that's a good start then for the inside poleman, I think, Luke Evans. What are you making a... Are we racing?
Well, we've got...
I don't think we are, actually.
No, we've got a false start flag.
Fine.
So, delayed start flag there. So, they do that a lot to us. They look like they're racing.
They were definitely racing into the hook, and then all of a sudden
I think you've
they
got
backed
to.
out of it.
I think you've got to until you see that flag. You've got to treat every time you cross the line, every time you come to the line, you've got to treat like you are going to start racing. Nice view. Yeah. Great view. Great day here at Llandow for round 5 of the NKC.
It's a bit like the Daytona 24 Hours, that, isn't it?
With all the campers.
Yeah, camper vans stand on top of it, and you get a really good view of the banking there in Florida. You get a great view of this Llandow track, I would imagine, because there's very little natural elevation here. That's why they built an RAF base on this level ground. So you've got to find anything, really, to elevate yourself and get a slightly better view.
Well, they look in good order there, our Senior Rotax grid, being led around by our pole position man, Miles Barthorpe, is that? That doesn't look like Miles Barthorpe at the front of that. Anyway, they're into the hairpin now. They're into Raymond's, being brought nice and steadily up to the start line. And away they go. They have been released this time. And it's the number 68 of Luke Evans, I think, slotting in behind Barthorpe. As Barthorpe already pulling a little bit of a cart's length lead through Surtees and towards McGuirters. The number 124 leads out onto the Lancaster curve for the first time.
Nathan Chattel in third position then as they head through Chandler's for the first time of asking. And the top three just edging away on the opening lap then. Barthorpe, Evans, Chattel in the order that they were on the grid. I can only assume it's Tyler Fossey still in fourth, although Fossey in the 115 is about to be overtaken by one and possibly two carts because he's again caught on that nasty outside line into Raymond's where you just are not given the chance to cut back in. And yes, 2 places lost there for Fossey. Comes across the line in 6th to allow Ellis Humphreys and Jake Davis through. Lots of 2 and 3 wide in the midfield into the hairpin, as is the standard in any form of kart racing. And also is the standard is this wheel-to-wheel battling that's going on between Barthorpe, Evans and Chattel. Out onto the straight, the Spitfire straight into the Dell. And then getting towards that hanger straight through Diggers. And that first, 3 is now for the first 5.
as they have broken away ever so slightly out of the hairpin then to complete lap number 2. We've got a 5-car train developing, Johnny. It's Barthorpe, Evans, Chattel, Ellis Humphreys, Jake Davies, Scott Smith up into 6th ahead of Tyler Fossey there, with Dan Andrews, Henry Stratton, Harry Barker now rounding off the top 10 by moving up 2 places from 12th there on that lap.
The leading quintet still with Miles Barthorpe at the head of the order, but he has to take a very, very tight line, but can't fend off Luke Evans, who got the draft really coming out of McWhirter's through Lancaster Curve and prized the opening. So new race leader in the form of Luke Evans. Confirm that out of our window now. Yeah, 68 ahead. It's almost 3 abreast further back into the chicane. So again, more places being lost, this time by the 88 of Nathan Chattel, who falls back to 5th.
Into the hook then. They're on lap 4 already. And it's all about keeping momentum in that right, left, right change of direction. It really does slow them down. They're already into McWhirter's, that sweeping 180-degree curve. It's almost an open hairpin out of there. Is that a back marker they've got in front of them?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, they're into the Dell. And now the first 4, that's not the leader, that's broken away.
It is.
It
No,
is
it is.
indeed. Look at the gap he's got.
Yeah,
That's
huge.
That's a massive gap. They were nose to tail a few seconds ago, and that really did throw a bit of a confusion, certainly for me. Luke Evans has pulled out such a gap. He's almost got a second now at the lead of this field. He's gotten ahead of Miles Barthorpe, and once he's done that, Johnny, he's just pulled away.
Tremendous effort from Luke Evans then. Barthorpe, I thought, looked like the quicker of the 4 that we initially had. We have now got 4 again together on track, but this is for second place as Luke Evans has checked out. Keeping a watchful eye on Thomas Storer as well. Storer gained another position up to 11th place, so a little further back than these guys. Now heading through Diggers. It's always a bit of a toss-up between how much you use of the curb there. It's all concrete on the inside, as again, potential place changing into the hairpin. And was that Jake Davis on Ellis Humphreys? Yeah, yes, Davis into 3rd position.
And that was a textbook move down the inside at the hairpin. Whether Jake can stay ahead of Ellis Humphreys, we'll wait and see. They're already into Surtees, into the paddock area there. People been camping overnight there in tents all the way around there, Johnny. And there's a move out of the Lancaster Curve towards Chandler's. Not really a passing place there. That's the speed is just too quick. Into the Dell, bumper to bumper karting. That's pretty standard fare as they out onto the hanger straight. This is where they're going to make a move, and down the inside at the hairpin with a very, very fine overtaking move. We've got a change for second place. Luke Evans leads. Jake Davies now in Davis, I should say, now in second. Miles Barthorpe demoted to 3rd. So they've got Humphrey Chattel in 5th. Harry Barker still moving up the order. He's now 6th. Scott Smith 7th. Dan Andrews 8th. 9th is Henry Stratton. And Thomas Storer now into the top 10 on the number 1.
Having a little look up the inside was Ellis Humphreys on Miles Barthorpe. He needs to strike whilst the iron's hot here because he knows that Barthorpe's been thrown off his rhythm a little bit by that overtake by Jake Davis at the end of the previous lap. Breakaway leader heading into the braking area for the Raymond's hairpin. And out the other side, second position and a firm second place now is Jake Davis with Barthorpe. Did he lose the spot on Ellis Humphreys? No, not quite. But Harry Barker's gained another position on that lap. Remember, he finished second earlier in the day. Barker's now up to 5th in this one.
Yeah, it was. It's a simple case, Johnny. The 2 at the front are putting in fastest laps after fastest laps, and the fastest lap of the race is going to Jake Davis at the moment. 43.9 is his lap time. The gap 1.3 seconds to the leader. There's only 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes remaining. So I think we may not see Jake Davis perhaps challenging Luke Evans for the overall win in this second heat for Senior Road Tax, but we're certainly going to see him bring that gap down. Across the line goes the leader. The gap was 1.3. The gap's 1.1.
Yeah.
He's taken 2 tenths at a time out of him.
And last time through Chandler's, Harry Barker proved you a liar because he pulled off a sublime overtake to bag 4th
did
position.
Did he really at Chandler's?
Ellis Humphreys, yeah.
Of course he did.
I mean, the run through Lancaster Curve was just so much better than Ellis Humphreys, and Humphreys knew the game was up and through went the number 6. So on course for here we go again.
Yeah, it is.
That's his favourite overtake into Chandler's, and now on for a podium, Harry Barker.
It's all about momentum out of that 180-degree sweeping hairpin of McGuirter's, and he's getting more momentum. It's how he's coming out of McGuirter's. It allows him to go alongside before they get to Chandler's. Leader across the line, 9 laps completed. Luke Evans leads. It's down to just on 0.8 of a second now, the gap between Luke Evans and Jake Davis in second. Harry Barker, as you said, now in third. Barthorpe fourth. No change all the way down the order. Pedro Oliveira up to 12th ahead of Jody Fox, but everybody is behaving themselves and staying where they were the previous lap.
So what's the gap that Barker's got to close up on to Jake Davis?
0.8.
It's more like 2 seconds,
2.5,
yeah. So that is after all that hard work and overtaking, he's now got to get his head down and try and reel in the top 2, but he's only got 3/4 of a minute to do that, plus the extra lap we get at the end of these 8-minute heats.
Well, they're going to cross the line for another 2 laps.
Good point. Yep.
So another 2 laps of racing. The gap was 0.8 of a second. We'll tell you what that gap is when our timing screen catches up. But I tell you what, Johnny, it visually looked narrower. The gap was narrower. It is indeed 0.5 of a second, half a second in it now. Ellis Humphreys ahead of Barthorpe, dropping down the order. He's now dropped down to 5th. And that's I'm surprised to see that. Miles, currently 5th in the championship. He's had a good season this season. So I'm surprised to see him dropping down the order. Ellis Humphreys, he was the driver that overtook him for 4th.
Thomas Storer has gained another spot now to 10th position in the number 1 kart. It's the last lap this time around. They're all getting that signal from the starter. So Luke Evans and Jake Davis separated by only now 0.2 of a second. They're absolutely together, leaving the hook. And this is on now for Jake Davis. I thought he might have to deal with the pressure from behind in Harry Barker, but no.
Now, this is the bit of the track that he loves. He gets momentum out of McGuirter's. Look at the momentum he's got on him there. That's brought him right onto the rear bumper. Not quite close enough at Chandler's. If he continues to narrow that gap, they're out towards the Dell now. Into the Dell. Time ticking by. They're onto Chandler's for the last time and onto the Hanger Straight. He's now got one opportunity, and look at that defensive driving by Luke Evans. He knew exactly where Jake Davis was, so he has to sit behind him across the line. But Luke Evans had to defend, and that's how quick Jake Davis was going into that final lap. He closed that gap right up. He gave himself an opportunity at the final turn. But all credit to Luke Evans, who saw it coming.
Yeah, really good drive out of the final corner at Raymond's for Jake Davis. I thought the tighter exit line might do him good, actually, and they would be level across the line. They weren't very far away. 0.121 of a second between Luke Evans and Jake Davis at the flag. Another 12-lap affair then after 8 minutes plus a lap. And Harry Barker has finished now 2nd and 3rd, which is huge for points when you consider where he started in each of the opening senior Rotax races that we've had so far. Miles Barthorpe, a good dice with Ellis Humphreys, but wasn't able to get back in front. So Barthorpe finishes 5th ahead of Nathan Chattel, the top 6.
Great stuff. We've got one more heat to go before we go for a 30-minute lunch break. And it's the Rotax 177s out, the 177 kilogram class for Rotax Max karts. Pole position is Tim Darlow with Keith Mason alongside him. We've then got Tom Elridge and Jason Bear, on row 2. Jamie Broderick and Steve Gilly are on row 3. We've then got Taylor Adams and Alex Jones on row 4. James Yap and Richard Edwards will start on row 5 with current championship leader Philip Howarth and Alan Cook on row 6. Billy Clark and Steve Jackson are on row 7 with Richard Evans and Harry Rowett on row 8. Alex Thomas and Jai Oliver are on row 9. Row 10 is Darren Edwards and Colin Campbell with Alex Joyner and Carl Bryant, winner of the first heat earlier on this morning, on row 11. Then we've got Dan Millwood and Harrison Crook. Brendan Smith and Rowan Mackley are on row 13 with Adrian Smith and Martin Heath. There's Nudge. They're on row 14. Michael Mallett and David Medlock are on row 15 with Cole Edwards and Josh Mallett rounding off the 32 kart field. Very healthy grids here in the NKC in pretty much all of our classes. Minimax is growing. There's a lot of talk about a lot of competitors coming across to the NKC. Minimax is being eased out of Motorsport UK's British Championships.
Oh, right.
For whatever reason. I'm not really sure of the politics, but I'm sure the NKC will welcome any Minimax competitors with open arms, and are more than welcome to come here and race with us. Calendar already been worked on for 2023, of course, as we tend to talk about that before the end of the season, don't we? Calendar being talked about and calendar being formed. Obviously, that's way off for now, but for now, though, Johnny, we've got these final 2 rounds of the 2022 season to get through. With the next round being in Lincolnshire, Fullbeck in Lincolnshire, for the final round of NKC, first weekend of September. And if the weather is half as good as it is now, we should be okay, shouldn't we?
It should be glorious if it's 25 degrees, yeah. Is it deepest, darkest Lincolnshire? Where, how far into that county do you have to go? Where's it nearby? I've never been to Fullbeck. You don't know, do you?
I've been there many times.
Right.
I'm trying to think of where it's beside.
I mean,
Lincoln
Lincoln itself?
What's the next biggest town in Lincolnshire?
Boston?
No.
Grimsby?
No, Skegness is on the coast. No, further inland. Yes. Not far from Newark.
Okay.
That's the one. Is that Newark? Nottinghamshire? Newark? Johnny's going to have a look on Google Maps, aren't he?
I'm going to try and answer the question because this is painful, frankly. I thought you'd know straight away.
I just know. You go down the A1 and turn left from where I live.
Oh, that's simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's generally directions from your house to anywhere.
That is
down the
true.
A1 and turn left.
Not necessarily turn left, though.
Okay.
A lot of the times you've got to turn right. Very rarely do you turn left. Snetterton, you turn left.
Yeah, good point, if you're heading for Norfolk.
Cadwell Park, turn left for that, which is near Fullbeck.
Oh, right, okay.
Is it near Louth?
Louth is very close to Cadwell Park.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's not that far from. Anyway, more of the Johnny and Joe travel. I'm just gonna. I'm going to get
Do you want to give up now? It's a good job there's a 30-minute lunch break in a second.
Yeah, I know.
You're right, it is very close to Newark, so it must be right on the county border there.
Yeah, see, I was right.
Sleaford, between Sleaford and Nottingham.
Right. Well, we've got the 177 senior Rotax class out.
Thank
and they're
goodness for
all
that.
looking in very, very good orderly fashion into the hairpin. Nice pace being progressed by Tim Darlow and Keith Mason. And we get them underway straight away into the hook for the first time. Tim Darlow leads into and indeed out of the hook. Somebody taking a bit of a shortcut there. Not sure who that was.
I think 2 tripped over one another because there's someone else as well joining from the grass. And was facing briefly the wrong way. Darlow under pressure though for this opening run through McWhirter's and Lancaster Curve.
Out onto the Spitfire straight. Then Keith Mason it is. Optimising that front row start and hanging on to Tim Darlow at the lead. It's Keith's first time here as well. He's on the HRS engine of Nigel Horner. Not quite defensive, but certainly defensive-ish for Keith Mason. Fully aware that he heard the third place cart of Jason Bear right with him. Taylor Adams is 4th, Tom Eldridge 5th, 6th is Jamie Broderick, James Yapp 7th, 8th is Philip Howarth, Steve Gilly is 9th and 10th is Alex Jones. Philip Howarth again on a climb, Johnny, 2 places for the championship leader there that time.
Yeah, not surprised to see that. As Tim Darlow's breaking away a little bit. I'm trying to work out what's happened for second position though. Because
we lost Keith Mason, he's down in 4th. Keith Mason down in 4th there, not quite sure how that happened there, but Keith being caught out on the number 12 into the hairpin then for the second time, and we've got a movement for 5th place there. It's that man on the move, Philip Howarth. Let's see where he comes out. Tim Darlow first, Jason Bear second, Taylor Adams third, Keith Mason 4th, Philip Howarth up 3 places from 8th to 5th. Next on his list, let's stay with Philip there. That's the driver in the gold helmet. He's already gotten past Keith Mason. I was about to say next on his list is the number 12 of Keith Mason. He's ticked that one off and he's chasing after Taylor Adams now. Philip Howarth up into 4th place. And with Tim Darlow only a couple, maybe 2-3 seconds ahead, I think it's more than viable for Philip Howarth to catch Tim Darlow and even take a heat win. Here we go then, across the line, 3 laps completed.
Yeah, Howarth diving from the racing line up the inside of the hook in Baggs' 3rd position. So he's working his way slowly but surely up the order.
There's another one. Another one at Surtees.
Doing them everywhere here, it would seem. So Tim Darlow will have company very shortly. 2 Masters drivers starting from the front row. But Howarth up to that 3rd then, or 2nd already? No, it'd be 3rd, wouldn't it?
3rd, yes. He's now behind Jason Bear. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there, inadvertent, of course. Out onto the back straight, the hanger straight, that is. Down towards the hairpin now. Philip just looking over his right shoulder there. See what he could see. Into and out of the hairpin already. And Jason Bear, there's no question that Jason Bear is slightly holding up Philip. And that's his right to do. They're beginning to bottleneck up behind them, aren't they? Out towards Surtees. Howarth down the inside at Surtees. That's a really tricky move to pull off. And he's pulled it off indeed. He's already pulling away by the time they get to McGuirter's and out onto the Lancaster curve towards Chandler's, and already pulling out 2, maybe 3 carts lengths. So Philip Howarth, right, who's on his list now, Johnny? It's Tim Darlow. Guess where he is? He's in the lead.
In the lead of the... I think he's there already, though. That's Howarth surely leading it now.
Surely not.
Having got ahead of Darlow.
Was that Darlow there that he overtook?
In the 18th.
I thought that was Jason Bear.
He'd already got past him.
Philip Howarth has made so much... His progress has been so quick. Yeah. It's caught us out.
Phenomenal. And also, there's a slight discrepancy again with the timing, but the one we've been going by generally gives us Howarth in the lead. So on the scoring tower on your screen on the right still says Darlow out front, but Darlow's 2nd and trying to hold back Jason Bear and Taylor Edwards, Adams rather,
Keith Mason.
And Mason in the 12.
Yeah.
So Mason in the red cart that started from the front row.
Yeah, so Philip Howarth's gone. He's checked out. That battle I was describing was actually for the lead. Incredible pace from Philip Howarth, who's pulled out, 1.2 seconds? He pulls out 1.2 seconds in just a lap. Tim Darlow 2nd now, Taylor Adams 3rd, Keith Mason hanging on to 4th, Jason Bear 5th and challenging, Tom Eldridge 6th. Then we've got Carl Bryant, the number 2. Moving up the order is Carl. Alex Jones going with him, 7th and 8th, and Jimmy Broderick now 9th. Steve Gilly rounding off the top 10.
So many carts on track trying to occupy the same bit of racing line between Surtees and McWhirter's. Amazingly, they all made room for one another. Howarth is just at a different level right now, it would seem, and maybe we shouldn't be too surprised about that. From 11th position to now lead this race, and he'd done that, I think, barely beyond the 4-minute marker, so halfway through, and we had Howarth out front. So remember, Tim Darlow on the scoring tower on the right of shot, not correct. Darlow actually 2nd behind Philip Howarth, and Taylor Adams, Keith Mason scrapping it out still for 3rd and 4th.
Keith Mason under a lot of pressure now from Jason Bear. We'll stick with these for a little while. 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and Philip Howarth's lead at the front of this field. 2 seconds now, 1.934 to be exact. Let's call that 2 seconds. That's going to be even more by the time he gets round to us. As the leader goes into the hairpin, there's Keith Mason. He's hanging on to that position really well, is Keith. That 4th place stays in his possession as Jason Bear follows him through into the hook, through the left hand, and now the ever tighter right hand section to fire out of there towards Surtees. Into McWhirter's, the right hander. And I'm not sure Jason Bear has anything in the toolbox to have a go at Keith Mason.
Maybe not. The key thing for him is that he's got to keep Carl Bryant behind, if at all possible, because Bryant has been working his way up the order as well. Remember Bryant's domination in his earlier race today in car number 2.
He started in 22nd.
Yeah.
Carl Bryant, winner of the first heat.
Exactly.
He's maximising that rear of the grid start for this second heat, and he's already up to 6th. Jason Bear, the next on Carl Bryant's list.
Yeah, and Bryant, he's got visuals actually all the way up to Tim Darlow, which will be a huge shot in the arm now. He's got 4 carts all within touching distance if he can keep it clean, neat and tidy as he picks them off one by one. But there are 5 carts within shot. The 5th of them is Carl Bryant from 22nd on the grid.
Let's just keep an eye on these. They're into the Dell now. They'll soon be heading back down towards us onto the back straight there, the hanger straight, and that's a move, is it?
Yeah, Bryant level, didn't quite get underneath.
Slots in behind.
Jason Bair, the cart he's battling with. They will stay nose to tail as they complete another lap. That's 10 now in the book, and therefore 2 more to go, I would have thought. Philip Howard's pace has been very good.
This lap and 1 more, Johnny. Yeah. They'll get the 1 lap to go board next time by. And Carl Bryant, he's been stifled somewhat as Keith Mason loses out to Bair. Bair's gone through and he's took Bryant with him.
He has.
Keith Mason caught napping there. It's Keith's first visit here, and it's a really technical track. Certainly how you drive it, and even more technical in how you race it. And he got caught out there because of a lack of knowledge of leaving that door open at McGuirter's. He didn't really have a choice. Into the hairpin. The leader's already taken the 1 lap to go board. And I know our leaderboard showing Tim Darlow in the lead for some reason, not catching up with the timing and scoring. I'm not quite sure why that is happening, but it's Philip Howarth in the lead of this race and on to the final lap. Here's that battle though, Johnny.
Yeah, so in reality, this is the scrap that's actually 4 seconds behind Philip Howarth, but it is led currently by Tim Darlow for second, Taylor Adams in third, Jason Bair fourth, Carl Bryant trying to work his way up the order. But Philip Howarth, with a lot of work to do at the start of this, started 11th position, but will comfortably take victory. In fact, he was already punching the air and easing off the throttle as he crossed the line.
Yeah, he was well off the throttle crossing the line. What was the gap of the line? 3.6.
Yeah. Well, it could have been 4.6, I think.
He's not just going to be a hard man to beat here this weekend at Llandow. He knows the place. He won the Stars of Tomorrow Championship here a few years ago.
Right. Yeah.
So he knows the place. He's going to be hard to beat today, and I think he's going to be hard to beat in the championship if he continues in this vein. So Philip Howarth takes the win. Tim Darlow second. We then had Taylor Adams third. Jason Bair fourth. Fifth was Carl Bryan. Great drive from Carl, getting up the order there to fifth from 22nd on the grid. Keith Mason sixth. He'd be happy with that, will Keith? That's a good position to finish, considering who's ahead of him. Cole Edwards, Tom Eldridge, Richard Evans, Alex Jones in 10th. Alex Joyner, Billy Clark, Jai Oliver, Alex Thomas, Michael Mallet in 15th. Then we had Harry Rowett. And then we've got Steve Gilly, Jamie Broderick, Adrian Smith, Brendan Smith, David Medlock 21st, James Yap 22nd, Martin Heath finished 23rd, Josh Mallet, Darren Edwards, Dan Millwood, the last of our finishers in 26th. Steve Jackson we lost on lap 9, Alan Cook we lost on lap 4. We had breakfast with Alan Cook at our guest house, didn't we?
That's true, we did, yeah.
Colin Campbell we lost on lap 4 also. So those were the two that had the coming together.
Yeah, right at the start of the race.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for those guys.
Right, everybody, we're going to go for a 30-minute break. We're going to have Johnny and I in our little paddock walk that you can see now. And then we'll be resuming in about 30 minutes. So for now, Johnny and I and Paul and our camera crew of Harry and Scotty are going to have a little bit of a break. And we'll see you back here in about half an hour. NKC round 5. If you can hear me, that is. NKC round... I'll say it all again.
Nothing like it.
No, it is fast and furious. We've just had the senior Rotax go out for their practice, and we're going to... In the 7-7 class, look at this. He's even got teamwear. Stay where you are, Steve. Steve Gilly Racing. How are you, mate?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
So we're all good. Johnny Palmer here is here this weekend for us. I've been explaining the different classes, Steve. You're not
takes to be a carter around here. I've been spectating for probably the last sort of couple of hours.
Tom Storer. Hang on, Johnny.
No, it's all right.
Tom, get you in here, Tom. You're another senior road tax driver. We've just been talking to Steve Gilly about the physicality of karting.
Yeah.
What's Llandow on the physicality? Is it a tough one?
It's not as bad as some of the others like Wilton and Glannygore that we've been to so far this year. Never easy though, you know, it's always difficult out there, but in terms of physicality, it's more concentration for me around here than anywhere else. But yeah, on the physicality side, it's not too bad.
Right. So Steve's a bit soft, is that what you said?
Everyone's different, you know. I'm in the gym quite a lot, so and that sometimes the others aren't, but you know, everyone's different. So I can understand it being pretty difficult anywhere, really. But we're all right here, so it's not too bad.
So we're in the penultimate round of the championship. You've been with us for the whole series.
Yep.
You're 8th in the championship, but it's still wide open, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's only about 70, 80 points between first and around about 10th, and as you say, we're 8th. We've had a few bad rounds here and there, a few bad heats. Of course, this season with the mixed grids, every heat counts because there's points for every single race. So even one bad heat, it could have offset the whole weekend. But yeah, still wide open. You know, you still got to, until it's mathematically impossible, you still got to treat it like you can still win it. So you know, we're still pressing on and trying to score as many points as possible.
Now we've got mixed heats, which means you start one in the middle, one at the front, one at the back. Do you find you are thinking championship in that circumstance?
I think it depends.
Be truthful now, come on.
I think it depends on where you are in the championship and how far along you've gone. So the first round, you don't really want to mess it up in the first round. So you go a bit easier, and as you sort of get through the season, I think you try and get a bit more aggressive. but maybe in our case we weren't too aggressive at the start, and we should have been. So, you know, in 8th and other people taking advantage of the mixed grids. But, you know, in juniors I was doing mixed grids, so I'm quite used to it. But it just goes to show you can be cautious or you can be aggressive, and sometimes it works and sometimes it don't. So you just need to see how you are on the weekend and how you are in the championship, and go from there, really.
Thanks, Tom. I'll let you get on, mate. Thank you for talking to us. Yes, Johnny, just to explain to the viewers who are new to the NKC, we've got mixed grids, which means that everybody starts their heat. Now, it's a chap I want to speak to, Daniel Holmes. Come in here, Daniel. I'm just explaining to Johnny about mixed grids, but I want to talk to you because you had a bit of an off today. You start a heat in the middle, at the front and at the back, and what that means is, from our point of view, we're in the entertainment business, and for us it's very entertaining because you get some fast guys at the back.
Actually, it's been a good question for Daniel in a second, because I've tried to work out where it's good to overtake. Best places to overtake around here, hairpin obviously. There's other areas as well that you get a good run on someone and get through, but if you are a quick guy, starting final row, let's say, you can't afford to hang around. You've only got 8 minutes to get to the front.
I'll ask Daniel that question. Daniel, where is it easy, or where's the most hardest bit to part of the track here at Llandow?
I would say the hairpin's the easiest bit to overtake, but probably the most challenging bit to overtake is probably the first corner, or the first corner, because like it's so tight to get around that one line, so everyone's trying to get the one line, so you need to full on send it so you get through.
Right. And I would imagine as well that it's very hard not to go too fast into there, because you want to be coming out as quickly as possible. Does that sometimes a problem? Is that sometimes a mistake that people make?
Yeah, because obviously in practice they're trying to make themselves faster, so they're trying to like break a little bit later, and if they break a bit too late and they go a bit too wide, that's just messed up the whole lap.
Yeah. Now you talk about turn one. It's a right-hander followed by a tight left-hander followed by another right-hander. But you had a bit of an off there this morning, didn't you? What happened?
So me and my rival in the championship, Louis Rees, we was both side by side going into the first corner. He was going down the inside, and then we both just tangled. So then I was on 2 wheels, and then I just got hit.
I forgot to mention, everybody, that Daniel here is number 22, Daniel Haynes in Minimax. Look out for him in the races today, in fact, or tomorrow, depending on when you're watching this. Daniel, I saw you were a bit winded in that shunt. Were you all right? Are you all right? You fit now?
Yeah, and the best thing to do is just look past it and then just keep focusing to make yourself faster, and then it will get you through the race.
Total professional here, Daniel Haynes, looking past it, just bearing with the pain. Have you got a bruise or something?
Probably, but we can't.
Is that your mum over there?
No.
No?
No.
No, right. She seemed to be videoing us, that's all. I'm sure you'll be fine tomorrow, mate. Thanks for talking to us, Daniel. Daniel Haynes there, Johnny, a young man who was clearly winded. And what I take from that is we kind of take for granted that these karts are going to go out there and go round and round. And when we do see a shunt, it can be quite serious.
Never let it be said, Joe, that I never do research coming into these meetings, because I did pay close attention on Friday, the week just gone, of Wilton Mill, and quite early on in the coverage there, you had a big one coming out of the final corner, and red flag. Unfortunately, the guy had to go to hospital, I think, and you realise, they're not strapped in, these drivers. They can be flung out, and often that's the idea, to avoid any further injury, but the landing can be pretty nasty. Yeah,
they say motorsport is dangerous, and, God forbid, it is. It's an exciting sport. Now then, as a young man here, just let's wait until we see these karts off the grid. I've come across a current championship leader here, everybody. Sam Wyatt, leading the championship, Sam. So, all the pressure's on you, mate.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming into this round roughly about 20 points ahead in the leads, which, I mean, is a decent margin, but it can all go wrong in one race, really.
What are you doing to stop things going wrong? What I mean by that is, are you being extra meticulous with your preparation?
Oh, it's double, triple check everything. Make sure everything's done up, no mechanical faults, and we haven't had any yet this season, touch wood. And yeah.
In fact, say no more about preparation, Sam. Let's talk about racing. Right, so what's the approach tomorrow? 20 points in the lead of the championship. How are you going to go about tomorrow? Are you just going to send it, or are you going to be a little bit more sort of sit back and watch things happen?
Well, our grid starts, we've had a look at them, and we're mainly middle pack, which normally means carnage, but I think as long as they're sensible moves, then we'll be all right.
Yeah. And is that something at the forefront? Right, so we're going to be heading off from here tomorrow. Here we are in the collecting area. Is that at the forefront of your mind going into the final 2 rounds? I must stay out of trouble.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're gonna have a crash in the heats, then your day's almost ruined with a bent cart, and you're never going to do well. So as long as you're a bit cautious, and with this lead, we can stay back a bit and just be sensible, really.
Now the thing is, everybody, this young man has only been karting for 18 months, and here he is in what is effectively your first full season, leading a championship. And from what you've told me, you've got it it's all a bit sort of sorted, and you're ready. Well, I'm not going to say easy, Sam. Is it easy?
No,
it's not easy.
It's not easy.
No. But I mean, for a young man who's only been in this sport for 18 months, have you done any other sort of racing before?
I mean, for a birthday, we would do the odd corporate event, but other than that, no. Yeah. I mean, I've always liked mechanics, always been out doing cars with Dad and that, but we were never...
And is it you and your dad who were prepping the kart? Is that what you mean when you say we're double and triple checking? Is that you and your dad?
Yeah, I mean, we've got my brother Ethan as well, so we've got 2 karts to do, only Dad, so it's sometimes a lot of stress, but we're doing well.
Yeah, you are doing very well. I tell you what, Sam, let's not hex it anymore, eh? Let's just wish you well and hope to see you doing well tomorrow. And, best of luck, mate. Have fun. That's the biggest thing, isn't it? Have fun. And you clearly are.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sam. For a kid who's been doing it 18 months, Johnny, and leading the champ, and you and I interview professional drivers, and sometimes you don't get a kind of concise answer from an adult professional championship leader, do you?
I can almost visualise the cogs going round in that guy's mind, because he's a young kid clearly, but he's got a very wise head on the shoulders. I'm interested as well in that he's already looked at his grids, and he's not right at the front at any point. He's not going to be right at the back at any point. They're all sort of midfield, so it's a question of how hard you push early on in those heats, and what sort of risk do you take? There's going to be a marginally better start, obviously, of the 3, but that's delicate, considering he's got a 20-point lead.
Such a... Paul, have we got time to talk to Carl Bryant? We have. Carl, if I can bring you in here. Now, Carl Bryant, you're number 2. Yeah. That means you came second in this championship last year, does it?
Yeah, it does, yeah. It was not the best year, but, second wasn't too bad for a first year doing a national championship. It was quite nice.
Yeah, pretty good. Where are you currently in the championship?
I think P nowhere. Absolutely nowhere.
Why is that?
I had 3 bad rounds and I missed Wilton due to work. So I'm back here for Llandow and set a brand new tyres on there and try and give it a go,
Yeah, I look forward to seeing how you do. You've just literally come in off the track.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day.
It's hot, isn't it?
It's hot, yeah. It's hot where I am. It's hotter out there, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to have a bit of nice weather here. Like last year, it was wet, like pretty much all 3 days, except for a bit of smattering of dry stuff. But yeah, it's nice to go around Llandow with a bit of dry weather.
It's not your first time here, then?
No, here last year for NKC. It was really good in the wet, but there's a little bit more to learn in the dry here.
Are you eligible for pointing? You are a registered competitor,
Yeah, so I'll be going for points. I mean, I'll be trying to upset a few of the top guys tomorrow.
Well, you've got the championships coming down between Louis Large, former British champion, Philip Howarth. I would imagine you're going to get in there and mix it up with those boys.
Yeah, I hope so. It'll be all right, wouldn't it? see if we can cause some trouble and just have a good laugh, really. Yeah,
good stuff. Thanks for chatting to us, Carl. So, Johnny, here we are. We're about to embark on your first weekend of NKC karting. What have you been? I know you do your research, but what aspect of this sport of motors, this aspect of this area of motorsport, what are you looking forward to the most?
I think just like crazily close racing, because unlike full-scale cars, if you like, you're not going to be able to have 3 abreast, 2 abreast racing all the time. But I think this track will generate that sort of action. And it's a racecraft kind of bred only in karting. That's why often those that reach the top echelons of motorsport have done karting in their early years, because they're not fazed by traffic in front, behind, left, right. They can still departmentalise a lot of that stuff and just zone it out, if you like. We chatted to a few people in the paddock who say, I need big grids to get excited about the competition. We've got plenty of big grids. We've got a tight but technical track here. Some have visited before, as we've just learned. Some it's their brand new time, their first time here ever. We're not going to have the intervention of weather, because I think it's going to be even warmer for Sunday's racing. So I can't wait. It's going to be brilliant from start to finish.
Me too. I can't wait as well, and we're going to be well into the NKC by the time you see this tomorrow. So from us, it's goodbye, and we'll see you back at Llandow tomorrow. Welcome back to Llandow in the Vale of Glamorgan in South Wales, where the NKC round 5 continues. And out onto the track has gone the 100 UK grid for their second heat. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me is Johnny Palmer. Are you ready for this, Johnny? Do you want to have a look at that grid?
Yeah, I was just polishing off a baguette, from the from the cafeteria here, which is very pleasant indeed.
Is it disappeared out of your mouth?
I didn't spit it out. I've swallowed it. Yeah, but I couldn't possibly waste that food. Do you want me to read this grid?
You can do if you want, mate.
This is Heat 2 of the 100 UK karts, with a pole position for Dexter Bergman. Remember, it's mixed grids, so Dexter will have had a start earlier on today, which will have put him close to the back of the field. He'll start on the driver's left, then on the front row, alongside Marcus Gray, number 27, James Purchase and Tom Pattle on row 2, that's 7 and 16. James Rees and Andrew Bradley come next. Then it's Lee Hackett and Ed Peed. Charlie Leonard and Ben Clucas on the 5th row. 6th row is Liam Hamling and Sam Hill, who had a really good dice for the lead earlier on today. Matthew Lawrence and Brendan Williams come next. Ahead of James Cannon and Marcus Dorey. Jamie Crease and Dominic Penn. Wes Graves, Leonardo Taggio, Sergio Taggio and Callum Bergman at the back of the order. Are we going to go for a race start? First race after the lunch break. Yes, they get the go-ahead, and to the outside line, to the inside in fact, goes Marcus Gray. So he gets the better run into the hook. Again, second place on the grid, benefiting you because it delivers you right into the apex at that first corner.
And we've got one cart off just coming out of the hook. That's one of the flex carts. I can't quite see the number. It's a single-digit number, so that could well be Louis Bevan.
Yeah, there's a few others single digits as well, but Louis Bevan would fit almost certainly.
No, sorry, Louis Bevans are in this race.
Is he not even in this race?
Number one's in the
I wasn't going to admit
TKM.
that.
Yeah. But who is it then? It's not Wes Graves, is it?
I would hope
it could
not.
be. Number 2, yes, he was at the back. We'll keep a check on who that was. The rest of the field, though, for the first time, into Raymond's hairpin. And out they come. Who's going to be across the line to lead lap 1? It's Marcus Gray, James Purchase second, Tom Pattle third. Fourth is Lee Hackett, Ben Clucas ahead of his team mate and good mate Ed Peed for 5th and 6th. 7th is James Rees, 8th is Sam Hill, 9th Liam Hamling, and Andrew Bradley rounds off the top 10. I'll have a look. I think it was, I think it was Wes Graves.
I think it was Dominic Pine, actually, in the number 9. He's just crossed the line now. And what happened to Dexter Bergman?
You're right.
Did Dexter even start the race? He was supposed to be from pole position, but hasn't actually registered at the end of that first lap. Now, whether that's a glitch in the timing, he runs as number 98, and 98, no, isn't in the first batch of cars, so it might have been a non-start, in fact, for Dexter Bergman. Race leader Marcus Gray, number 27 in the all-black cart with his black helmet. James Purchase was second, slips to third, as Tom Pattle has got ahead now as well. So Pattle making good progress, up from 4th position to 2nd.
So a big sigh of relief for all you Wes Graves fans. I got that number 2 mixed up with the number 9. So good news for the championship leader of the 100 UK class. Grid battles all the way down the order in these mixed grids. I'm a big fan of mixed grids, Johnny. I'm not a big fan of time qualifying because the races tend to be processional.
Yeah, but that automatically puts the quicker cars at the front. Carts at the front of each
That's
race.
£2?
Yeah, £2 for the day. And my background in commentary, if you go back far enough, 20 odd years, used to cover a lot of short oval stock car racing, and it's a similar thing. In the stock rods for hatchbacks, in lightning rods for Sierras, you used to have 3 heats. Often you only took part in 2 of those 3 heats, but it gave you a start at the front and a start at the back. It's a pretty fair way of running things.
It is. Lee Hackett up into 2nd place, ahead of both Tom Pattle and James Purchase there. Another mover, Ed Peed, moving up into 6th. He did lose out to James Rees there, lost contact with Ben Clucas. Ben still in 5th. And then the biggest mover there, Jamie Crease, up into the top 10 from 13th.
Very slight error from Ben coming out of McWhirters, which lost him a little bit of time. He's still there in 5th, though, and needing to be wary of Ed Peed, not very far away. James Rees will be the next cart through as well. Over the line they go. Now with Lee Hackett at the top of the pile, ahead of Marcus Gray and Tom Pattle. James Purchase is 4th. Ben Clucas, that was a slightly slower lap for him, a 49 flat, whereas he is capable of going about half a second quicker than that.
So the D plate holder out at the front of the field Lee Hackett it is who leads this field round. They're already on the Lancaster curve, and there's a move down the inside at the right-hander at Chandler's. That's the number 84 of Ben Clucas, getting ahead of James Purchase there. And he will hold on to that lead out of Chandler's now and heading down the hanger straight. Let's see if Ed Peed has indeed held on to that position. Man on the move, Wes Graves, looking like he was challenging there. And Ben Clucas, what has he done again? He's gotten ahead of Tom Pattle there potentially into the hook for what will be the 6th time. So we'll get a handle on that.
You're right. You're right. Orange helmet for Ben Clucas. Up to 3rd. There's been a coming together though, coming out of Surtees. Much gesticulation, and 2 of the key players in the top 6 are off. Is one of them Ed Peed in the yellow helmet? I wonder, having a conversation now to make sure that his fellow competitor is okay. We'll pick up the pieces from that.
I just didn't quite catch the number there, Scotty.
Lee Hackett still leading the way. Good dice for 2nd. Ben Clucas might go for a move. Is it 7? So that's James Purchase, and 47 was right next to. I can't see Ed Peed in the running anymore.
Yeah.
So Ed Peed was the 2nd car off the track as well.
I'll tell you what. Look at that. That is Ed Peed helping to push start the number 7.
Yeah, amazing.
There's the camaraderie there. That to me is a behavioural of guilt.
It was his fault. He's got to get him back into the race, James Purchase. Maybe
there's a sign of guilt from Ed Peed. The D plate, by the way, is the Dragon plate. He's the Welsh champion.
Oh, nice.
So that's why he's in the lead. He knows this place like the back of his hand.
Yeah, a former champion.
This is his track.
Current champion at Llandow. Slower carts heading up towards the Raymond's hairpin is Callum Bergman, who's had a bit of a nightmare. So Dexter Bergman didn't even start. Callum Bergman now crawling towards the final corner on the track, and those in the top 6 need to be very wary, therefore, of a slow cart. Sam Hill trying to make progress in the number 40. Who is he immediately behind? Wes Graves. So Sam Hill, who won earlier on today, is now dicing directly with Wesley Graves. They're running 4th and 5th.
Well, Wes Graves up into 4th ahead of Sam Hill, and that's even better news for championship leader. Just ahead of him, 2 places in fact. Ben Clucas now into 2nd place. Just under a second the gap between Clucas and the D plate holder who leads. Lee Hackett there just going through the right-hander on to Raymond's, and the gap just on a second, Johnny. Let's see if Ben Clucas has closed that gap as they come across the line. You know what? It looks like he has. He has indeed. I'll call that 7/10, 0.69 to be exact.
Marcus Gray loses 2 spots to not only Wes Graves but Sam Hill as well. So an opening created by Graves, and I bet Sam Hill capitalised on that, made sure that Marcus Gray couldn't pull across the line. And 2 places lost, unfortunately, for the 27. Here's the D-plate runner, Lee Hackett. Ben Clucas, though, looking more close than he has done all race long. We've had nearly 7 minutes of the 8 minutes in question, plus the extra lap. Ben Clucas has more than enough time here to fashion, one overtake. Can he make it stick, though, in the next couple of laps?
And I thought for a moment, Johnny, that number 7 of James Purchase was going to be just coming into contention of the leaders beginning to get on terms with him as a back marker. However, I think he's disappeared. Yeah. I think he's pulled off. I may be wrong on that one. In fact, I think I am wrong on that one. James Purchase has just gone away. They're not catching him. He's disappeared out of the shot. I tell you who hasn't disappeared off the rear bumper of that D-plate, though. That's Ben Clucas. That gap is now much closer than 0.3 of a second. You don't need a stopwatch, do you? It's right there, bumper to bumper.
Well, Clucas zigzagging his way through the Dell. They'll hit the curb at Diggers. And who gets the better of the exits? It's even Stevens, really. Although the draft helping out Ben Clucas. Does he look to the inside? Not on this occasion. They'll cross the line now with the clock at 0. So the last lap board will be displayed. Although actually I don't think Lee Hackett saw it, because it came out slightly delayed fashion. So he'll just keep racing till he sees the checker, which will be next time around. Clucas all over the back of Lee Hackett to the outside on the run into Surtees.
He's got the line. He took a wider line through Surtees. Defensive driving into McGuirt's. Now that's track knowledge right there from Lee Hackett. He defended into McGuirt's. Look at him defending through Chandler's. Will he defend into the Dell? Little bit of position. See how he positioned the car in the middle of the track? And here he is. This is the important one. The Digger's right-hander out onto the hanger straight. Defends into the hairpin, all the way into the braking area on the inside. He's going to do the switchback, Lewis Ben Klukas.
He's gone wide.
Done exactly what I thought he might, and he takes the win in very fine style. And because Lee Hackett had to defend on the inside, Ben saw that and thought, right, I'll just stay out here. Did the switchback, had the acceleration out the corner. Experienced head on Ben Klukas there. Takes the heat win in what was very, very fine style. Lee Hackett second then. Wes Graves, the number 2, leading the championship at a good points haul from where he started on the grid. Evil finished third. Sam Hill fourth, James Rees fifth, Marcus Grace sixth, Jamie Crease seventh, Brendan Williams eighth. Ninth was Marcus Dorey. Charlie Leonard was 10th. Tom Pattle was 11th. Dominic Pine 12th. Matthew Lawrence 13th. 14th was Andrew Bradley. Leonardo Taggio was 15th. Sergio Taggio was 16th. Liam Hamling, he'll be disappointed with that 17th place. James Purchase, recovering at 18th. Callum Bergman 19th. And Ed Peed went out with that coming together on lap 5. We lost James Cannon on lap 3. And Dexter Bergman, we lost at the start, didn't we? We lost Dexter at the very start.
I don't think he was actually on the dummy grid at all. So sadly, whether that was damage from the earlier heat for Dexter, that remains a bit of a mystery, but he was due to be there. And the 100 UKs do 3 heats, don't they, through the course of the day?
Yeah.
The finals later on. So unfortunately for Dexter, unless he can have a kind word with the clerk to say, well, come on, let me into heat 3 because I wasn't able to do heat 2. But very rarely will that happen, I would imagine. You get a chance to run, and if you're not there, that's it.
Well, you can't run outside of your group, you see.
No.
If you've had a bad heat, that's one of your 3.
Yeah.
Just because there's another heat for your class, you haven't been, what's the word? Selected.
Yeah,
designated
for that particular heat. But I mean, the argument is, well, I couldn't get the kart sorted, the engine wouldn't start, blah blah blah. I mean, there's no question. If you were on the grid and then you didn't get a very good result, you can't exactly go to the clerk and go, "Can we scrap that one?" And I'm in the later one, please.
Yeah. Well, Control Alt Delete, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah.
You're playing a computer game.
But I just wonder whether were there mitigating circumstances which prevented him from getting to the grid in time? Maybe there was a queue at the burger van. I don't know. It's worth a go.
It is. It's worth a try. It is worth a try, mate. We've got the junior Rotax out for their second heat. Jacob McDonald and Roddy Shrimpton are on row 1. We've got a spinner. The number 60 has come out and done a 180. I done exactly that at the Hull Street race in 1991.
Yeah.
The whole field went by me. I was gutted. I was on the second row or something.
Now, what's the rule there? Because on full-size circuit racing, if you fall to the very back of the field, you wouldn't be permitted to find your way to
He can find his way back to his
now.
position, yeah.
So that's the reason why. And the karting question is, Dylan Mitchell, he actually didn't even go around the hook on the formation.
Yeah, he just
went
went
straight through the cones in an effort to try and find
If he hasn't got
place.
into his position by the time they're on the back straight, I would suggest, then you're not going to get there, mate. You might have to just settle for where you've got. Right, Jip McDonald, Ronnie Shrimpton on row 1, Aidan Pomeroy, Oscar Shrimpton on row 2. Ollie Naylor, Lewis Llewellyn are on row 3. Row 4 is Adam Catling and Gregory Akers. Then we've got Nicholas Ellis, Alfie Bushell, Ashton French, James Rigby, Archie Buttle and Samuel Wyatt. Curtis Latimer, Dylan Mitchell, Mason Perrin, Josh Eaton-Brown, Ollie Morris, Rafi Chalentano, Jaden Hewitt and Finn Smith. We've been giving them the start though, Johnny, so we better get on with it. And it looked like Jacob McDonald, or was that Ronnie Shrimpton?
I think Shrimpton.
Into the lead. I think it was. It was indeed Ronnie Shrimpton into the hook and out of the hook in first place.
Yeah, we were having a chat with Ronnie's dad, I think, yesterday, and it's those colours, the orange and blue racewear, that are out front that match very smartly his kart. Second position, then Jacob McDonald. Aidan Pomeroy's not very far away, but it's all about this leading duo in the early stages, the short run between Chandler's and the Dell along Spitfire Straight, and Shrimpton able to measure the gap in this early stage then. Reasonably happy, I think they were, with the progress being made yesterday, utilising their tyres delicately as well, because they had an old set on for a lot of the sessions yesterday, but that key set will have been applied for this latest heat.
So Shrimpton leads across the line to complete lap 1. Jacob McDonald in second. It was Ollie Naylor moving up to third. Adam Catling moving up 4 spots to fourth. Aidan Pomeroy losing out the most there, drops to fifth. Up into sixth has gone Gregory Akers. Nicholas Ellis has gone to seventh, then dropping down to eighth is Lewis Llewellyn. Oscar Shrimpton drops to ninth, and running off the top 10 was Ashton French.
Alfie Bushell's had a drama though on the opening lap, and that kart is out of the race because Alfie's kart, the yellow machine, is parked up on the exit of McWhirter's. It looks like Alfie though has got out of that safely. Leaders into Raymond's hairpin for the second time. Ronnie Shrimpton leading from Jacob McDonald and Ollie Naylor still there in third. Progress being made by Gregory Akers though. He's got ahead of Aidan Pomeroy now for fifth position.
Yeah, Ronnie just getting to grips with and settling in. His tyres have come on now. They're on to their third lap. And you see there he's just pulled about 2 kart lengths as they come out of McWhirter's and head down the Lancaster curve into Chandler's. He's got a little bit of a cushion to Jacob McDonald, Ollie Naylor. There's all sorts of karts moving around behind them for about 5th down to about 15th. So lots of movement in the midfield. But I think it's not going to be long before Jacob McDonald will move onto that rear bumper of Shrimpton. They're very close coming out of the hairpin, look. And it's not going to be long, Johnny, before that 3-card battle is going to turn into a 5-card battle.
Yeah, Adam Catling's not very far away now, is he? And Gregory Akers wanting to get involved as well. Oscar Shrimpton dropping a long way down the order on that lap. 17th from something like 12th. And Daniel Whitfield, some ground lost as well as they crossed the line. So there have been dramas.
Red flag,
in fact. So I wondered whether there was quite a bit of shuffling in the order there in the middle part of it. It's not to do with Alfie Bushell's kart, which retired very early on the opening lap pretty much, and I would have said that Alfie's out of the kart and his machine is in a safe location, but there's clearly been some strife elsewhere. And
so are you saying that earlier incident is probably what's brought out this red flag?
I think the Bushell incident isn't. No, there are 2 off on the exit of Diggers, and unfortunately it's compromising the exit line because there's one in the tyres and one on driver's right.
That's what's brought out the red flag. We've got just coming out of Diggers, the right-hander onto the back straight. We've got Daniel Whitfield and Mason Perrin. They've sat in the cart, which is standard practice. You keep the youngsters in the cart. You don't move them. They can be winded. It's quite, they've hit the barrier hard. They've hit each other hard, and they can get winded. And rather than, your natural sort of reaction is to get them out of the cart and get them walking about. Well, you've got to steer clear from that unless the competitor tells you he's feeling all right. The medical team will be with them any moment now, and we will be hopefully getting to some sort of assistance to the drivers involved. Just looking as to what we've got left. Junior Rotax out at the moment. We'll get that restarted as soon as we can. We've got the final 2 heats in the second round of heats, I should say, for Minimax 100 UK Juniors coming next after this one. Then we've got Senior TKM. That rounds off the second round of heats. We then go into the third heats. For the majority of classes, we've got 4 heats for Senior Rotax and Rotax 177. But like I've said, all of the competitors having competed in 3 heats. We're going to see where we are with regards to how long the final's going to be. The timekeepers are going to make a decision. This is the sort of delay which brings out the decision whether the finals will be the designated 12 minutes or whether they'll be reduced to 10 minutes.
Yep.
That's a decision that will come later in the afternoon.
The race clock's still running at the moment. Actually, that will be reset, and we'll have presumably a restart to this race, but a shortened one, so it won't be the 8 minutes now. And I seem to remember at Wilton Mill, you had an incident where there was a red flag before the 2-lap marker, which enforces a full restart, whereas here we've had 3 laps completed, so they might have to draw up a new grid now
I'm not
as well.
Sure.
Okay.
Do you want to pop downstairs and ask?
I can. I'll go and ask Will.
Ask William. Yeah, and ask him also. Ask him whether
has he got any cake?
We've got our
we've
own
got
cake
in the corner. Yeah, good point.
I don't know when we're going to eat that.
Our window was that 30 minutes, wasn't it? Really, but we were getting sandwiches. We were getting something more substantial.
I'll tell you what we could do. We could I could talk a lot while you have a nibble of your cake, and then you could do a bit of talking, and I could nibble at the cake. But the way our morning's gone with coughing and spluttering, we perhaps should err on caution.
Yeah, stay
I'll
away
let you
from
pop
the
downstairs to see Will. I'll have a little bit of a look at the championship rundown for Junior Rotax, which is the race that we've got going on at the moment. All the competitors out of their carts. It's a very hot day out there. I know my weather app says 23 degrees, but when I walked to the refreshment tent, let's say, it certainly felt a lot hotter. I would suggest it's more towards 25, 26. That's going to bring the track temperature right up there, and it's also going to be a factor of what tyre pressures to run. If you run the wrong tyre pressure, and by the wrong tyre pressure, I mean if you get a pound or two out on your tyre pressures, that can have a massive effect on not just the performance of the tyre, but the durability of the tyre. And when you're running in a series like this, which is a tyre-restricted formula across 6 rounds of the championship, where you're allowed 2 sets of tyres per season, then that's going to affect your tyre wear going into not just the rest of today, but going into the final round at Fulbeck on the first weekend of September. So a lot of considerations have to be sorted out. It's not just a case of turning up and pulling the cart off the trailer or out of the van and rolling it onto the track. There are a lot of things that can be adjusted on a cart, which I'll not bore you with and not go into at the moment. We'll talk about the championship. We are off to Fulbeck for the 6th and final round of the 2022 National Kart Cup. And we have got the Junior Rotax Championship being led by Sam Wyatt. Sam Wyatt on the number 20. He's leading by not many points, actually. 16 points is the championship lead. He's got that 16-point lead to Braden Hill.
Can I ask a question, Joe?
Yes, you can.
You know,
I didn't know you could talk to me on air.
I can't. This is Johnny's headset.
That really was a bit startling.
You know, they've only got 2 sets of tyres.
Yeah.
If they have a major crash and those tyres have been
destroyed like a cut or something,
can they have new ones?
Yes. That's called force majeure, and that is the only situation. You then have to go to the organisers, present your case, show your evidence, like it was damaged in a shunt or something, and you are allowed to replace the one tyre.
Yeah. I'm not Paul anymore, by the way. I've taken a headset back from Paul now.
Look, it's confusing for me, and I'm sat next to you. So what it is to the viewers and listeners, I do not
frankly,
know.
I'm shocked at how quickly Paul jumped in my seat. I only went downstairs to... I think this is a scam. To push me out of the coverage.
Yeah.
And, you know,
you had one job to
Paul's
do.
clearly not got enough to do already in editing the whole thing and keeping us online.
You know
he
what?
wants to do a bit of
Paul's loving
commentary
this
as well.
karting thing.
Oh, yeah. I think
Paul's
he's
loving
sold.
this karting thing. He is.
You know, when at the top of the day, I said, you know, this is my first proper karting event, professional, or not professional, but, you know, top level karting event, and I thought the bug will bite, and it's going to be very tricky for me to stay away in future. It is properly clamped on with Paul. Every single meeting now next year he's going to be at.
Just so everybody at home knows this. So Johnny turns up yesterday for his first karting event. And the first thing I say to him is, put this high vis on. We're going out on the circuit.
Yes.
A live circuit, which is you're not familiar with walking across live circuits in car racing, are you?
Not really.
I've
done maybe a day of marshalling, but generally you want to stay off the track when the cars are live.
So off we went, and we did this as safe as possible. We know where to stand, we know where to be, I know where to position myself off the trajectory of the oncoming cart. You always face the carts coming, but we was putting equipment in for today's broadcast. And I just thought there, when you said that, it's your first... Right, Johnny, here you are, mate. Put that high vis on. Come on.
Yeah.
You really saw karting up close yesterday, didn't you?
100%. Yeah. You said, right, Johnny, judge the gaps. That'll be all right. I said, there's one coming right for us. No, he's got that hairpin to do first. It'll be another 30 seconds. All right, then. I wasn't judging the gaps. I was just hanging on to your coattails, really.
And don't trip over.
And don't trip over, yeah, precisely. Yeah. It's very easy.
So I would imagine. So what was your impression? I mean, I've been around karting since the mid-'80s.
Yeah.
And so, I fell in love with the moment I saw walking into Rowra. There they were going through that first chicane, and it was like, I need to do this. So I sold me Formula Ford and went karting for the rest of my life. What was your initial impression on walking into Llandow and seeing karts at speed? Because I know we've done lots of corporate karting wherever we go. We look at where's the nearest corporate track that we can do some hire karts, but a little bit different to full-blown race karts.
Yeah, I mean, just purely from a spectating point of view, I know we were far closer than you can actually spectate here at Llandow, but it's not that far away from the side of the track. And to see, I mean, it's almost like scale speeds. You're millimetres from the ground, and if you were to kind of upload that then to full-sized cars, these karts are going at a ridiculous pace compared to race cars on a full-size circuit, and they're then 3-4 abreast sometimes. So the speed is one thing. The ability to change direction is another thing. How flat they are because of the low centre of gravity. But also everyone that's driving them just kind of looks so cool and so kind of it's like a measured attack, if you like.
There's very little movement in the kart.
Because because you are at one with the cars, I suppose.
And you know what? If we could see Formula One drivers at work as well, in the same way, you would find there's a massive similarity.
It's economy of movement, isn't it? You don't want any radical... Well, some drivers might want a kart that's moving beneath them.
But even
generally,
then,
the smoother you
small
go.
inputs on the steering will change direction in the kart.
Yeah.
And
they don't seem to be fazed by it because they've been doing it quite possibly for decades now. And if you can get into it at a very young age, which of course you can in karting, and then stick with it, it just becomes second nature.
Well, if you think about it, these youngsters in junior Rotax... 11 to 15 years old, 0 to 60. Well, it's hard to measure 0 to 60.
20.
But it's 10 miles an hour to 60 in just over 3 seconds.
Yeah.
With a top speed here at Llandow of doing 75 miles an hour into the hairpin. I mean, they are not slow speeds.
No.
That's not a small consideration with regards to performance level.
But that's what I mean about them being, now, are we back to running, by the way?
What did you find out of Will?
It's going to be a 5-minute race now, and there is a new grid, which I have in my hands.
Right. Are they going to, what are we going to do? Are we sending them off? Is that what they've been doing? They've been gridding them up while we've been chuntering on.
Yeah. And the 5 minutes is ticking down now.
And the 5 minutes has started. So they're on like a pace lap, a safety car lap, if you like.
It's a single file restart.
Yeah,
as well.
single file restart. Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be Ronnie Shrimpton who leads them round, as he was the leader at the red flag. And they're onto the back straight.
So they've started to overlap now, and very definitely racing once more. That was Ollie Naylor up the inside. Oh, but he's gone straight on. There's certainly a kart that's gone off into the wall to driver's right, and absolutely fuming at that. That might have been Naylor. We'll check them through at the end of the lap. But I think that's in a safe location-ish, and the driver involved will now run for cover back to the nearest marshal post, which is the run into the hook. But that just shows, doesn't it? You've had all the time for the temperature to pour away from the tyres, for instance, and you think you're going to go hard at it again, and it just needs to take a bit more time to get everything back again.
Yeah, massive consideration, that tyre temperature and pressure dropping off slightly in that delay for the red flag. Across the line, then it'll be 5 laps completed for Ronnie Shrimpton.
It was Naylor. It was Ollie Naylor at the hook.
It was Ronnie. It was Ollie Naylor, was it? Yeah, he's dropping down the order like a stone. Gregory Akers has gone up into second place ahead of both Jacob McDonald and Adam Catling. They're in third and fourth. Nicholas Ellis fifth. Sixth is Ashton French. Aidan Pomeroy seventh. Up 2 places, James Rigby to eighth. Lewis Llewellyn ninth, and Archie Buttle up 3 places into the top 10. Oh, he's took Braden Hill with him. He's in 11th.
Braden Hill, star man from earlier on today, so we know he's got a quick kart at Llandow this weekend. Ronnie Shrimpton still out front, in the 72 as he turns into the hairpin. Second position, Gregory Akers. Then Jacob McDonald still third. No, slipping down to 5th position. And that benefits Nicholas Ellis and Ashton French as well. Adam Catling, there's more off though this time, and that is the back end of the previous lap. So here are the leaders. So it was one of the tail enders that's had a bit of a difficult spot there. 16 is off the road.
Levi Goodyear.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the battle for first, though. Ronnie Shrimpton now has Gregory Akers right on his rear bumper for company. Out of Diggers, down the back straight at Hanger and into the hairpin. They keep station, nobody trying to outbreak anybody there. And Gregory Akers quite content to stay on the bumper. And as I say that, he moves to the inside and takes the position at the hook. Into the right-hander. It was a lovely little outbreak. He didn't cause himself any kind of delay out of the hairpin, and that was the momentum out of the hairpin and into the braking area for the hook. Change of lead.
Very impressive indeed. And now, will that mean that the cork's been taken out of the bottle regarding Greg Akers able to get ahead of Ronnie Shrimpton and scamper away a little bit more? Shrimpton, well, he'll try and stay with the race leader, but now the priority is not losing any more positions. At least there's this buffer zone immediately behind Ronnie. Back to the next two, Ellis and French, third and fourth. Then a smaller gap back to, in fifth place, Jacob McDonald. Confirmation on our scoring tower, though, to the right of your picture, that Akers is now in front and to the tune of half a second already.
Yeah, the way Akers came through the field, there was no doubt that he was going to be able to catch Ronnie Shrimpton. No discredit to Ronnie Shrimpton there. Gregory Akers running very, very quickly indeed and pulling out that gap of, what was that, half a second. That's gone out to even further now. We've got Ashton French also into third ahead of Nicholas Ellis. And the question is now, with about a second in between Shrimpton and Ashton French, can Ashton French actually chase down Ronnie Shrimpton? Time's running out though, Johnny, 45 seconds on the clock, so whether or not he's got the time to do that remains to be seen. He's only took a tenth out of him that time.
Yeah, it was planned to be an 8-minute race. We had sort of 2.5 of those, which really only decided the grid then for a 5-minute restart. Half a minute still to go, and Ronnie Shrimpton now under pressure from Ashton French. Their nose to tail into Chandler's. French edging away from Nicholas Ellis in fourth position in the number 11, almost touching there at the Dell for this second place fight, and Ronnie Shrimpton desperately trying to hold on to the ideal racing line. Last lap board, no, not quite this time around, because we've still got 15 seconds left on the clock, and more time for Ronnie Shrimpton to cling on to this second place. Yeah,
Ronnie's going to have to hold on to this for 2 more laps of racing. Out of the hook he goes, and down towards Surtees. And there's the move at Surtees as Ashton French, that curving entry into Surtees, he just put the cart on the inside and made it stick. Ronnie Shrimpton hangs on, but who's that behind Shrimpton now? Nicholas Ellis, Ashton French and Ronnie Shrimpton battling for, what was that, second place, has now allowed Nicholas Ellis to come onto terms. And with getting towards 1 lap to go, the leader into the hairpin will cross the line now and take the 1 lap to go board. There he goes. Battle now though, Johnny, is whether or not Nicholas Ellis can catch Ronnie Shrimpton and take that third place from him.
Yeah, and there's certainly just about enough time to be able to do that. A mention again for Braden Hill, who's come from 15th position at the restart. That was his restart place, up to 5th now. And Braden Hill, I'm sure, will be closing the gap to Nicholas Ellis as well. Might just run out of laps as through towards the right-hander at Chandler's goes Ashton French. Ronnie Shrimpton in his wake. Shrimpton still ahead of Nicholas Ellis, and you look in the background, just a brief glimpse there of Braden Hill. Checkered flag being ready though for Gregory Akers. Into the braking area for Raymonds he will go, and Akers takes the win.
Great win for Gregory Akers. Ashton French takes second. An equally fine drive from Ronnie Shrimpton to hang on to that third place. He knew he had to. He started on the front row and he knew he had to lose as little places as possible, and he did that indeed. Only lost 1 from starting second. Ronnie, very good drive to third. Nicholas Ellis 4th. 5th is Braden Hill. Curtis Latimer 6th. 7th is Adam Catling. Championship leader Sam Wyatt is 8th. 9th is James Rigby. Lewis Llewellyn 10th. Jaden Hewitt 11th. Ethan Wyatt 12th. Ollie Morris 13th. It's Archie Butler who finishes 14th. Then we've got Jacob McDonald.
Who had a mare on that final lap. 56 seconds. He lost loads of places.
Yeah,
tumbled
Jacob
all the way
McDonald was
down.
way up there, wasn't he? I wonder if he's had a spin or something.
Well, that's like 12 seconds he's lost on that final lap. And he took the restart in second. So dramas out of our view.
It went all the way to the flag, didn't it? The drama continued. Oscar Shrimpton finished 16th. Rafi Celentano finished 17th. Daniel Davies finished in 18th. And we had retirements in the form of Aidan Pomeroy, Dylan Mitchell, Levi Goodyear, Ollie Naylor, Daniel Whitfield, Mason Perrin and Alfie Bushell. Moving swiftly on, we've now got the Minimax class and the 100 UK Juniors out next, and we'd like to say hello to the grandparents of Daniel Haynes. He's on the pole position for this one, is Daniel. We spoke to him in the lunch break, or in our pre-record from yesterday, so I hope his grandparents did enjoy that. It's David and Anita. Hello, David and Anita, from South America.
Really?
Whereabouts
No way.
in South America, I wonder. We'll task Gazbury to find out where in South America David and Anita are.
Maybe Daniel's got Brazilian or Argentinian heritage somewhere along the line.
Probably Irish, mate. Have you seen his red hair?
Good point, yeah.
Celtic heritage, I would say, with that red hair.
So are they on a holiday in South America?
I don't know. It just says they're watching.
They're
hello,
watching.
David and Anita, watching.
They're watching from South America.
Hello to them from Daniel. Hello to David and Anita from Daniel. But their grandparents are watching from South America.
What time of day is it in South America? I want to know now.
6 hours in Brazil, isn't it?
Okay, so that's not as horrendous as I thought it might be.
No,
it's not 2 in the morning.
If they're in Chile,
yeah.
it's going to be
Cold.
8 hours, isn't it?
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Could be in Peru. Darkest Peru.
They could. I'm doing a bit of Googling to find out what time
I'm sure
it is.
Gazbury will find out where exactly David and Anita are. On the continent, on the South American continent. What are they doing
Fabulous.
there? They might be in Mexico.
That's
Somewhere
hardly South America.
There's
but I see
us
what you're
thinking
saying.
David and Anita are macheting their way through a Brazilian rainforest on the Amazon, and they're lying on a sunbed poolside in Cancun.
Yeah. I'm sure it's all very civilised.
We need to clarify this. I need this clarified.
In Sao Paulo, it's just after 9 in the morning, so that's very respectable, isn't
yeah,
it,
it
to
is.
be tuning
Yes.
in?
Morning coffee, watching their grandson, Daniel.
Excellent.
Who is on the pole position, I've got to tell you. So young Daniel, who is, I've got to say, I'm delighted to see he recovered from his little off in practice. Grandma and Grandad. He was a little winded, but he's fine. Alongside is Seb Corking, newcomer to the series. First round out was Wilton Mill. Here he is again, and he's in for not just the rest of this season, but he's already signed on for next season as well. Row 2 is Eric Smith and Emily Cotty. Louis Rees and Alex Fraser, championship leader Alex. He's on the third row, with Sonny Morgan and Harris Roberts on row 4. Reese Green and Daniel Parsons are on row 5. And then we've got a second group. These are the 100 UK Juniors, with Sophie Hadley on their pole position, Jamie Scott alongside. Behind them, Thomas Hadley and Ewan Scott, with Jamie Dart, Hayden Taylor, Yelena Osbar Scott, Adam Nicolai and Alex Henderson rounding off their 9-cart field.
Already one cart looking unlikely to take the start, though. It has stopped in the hook, and I'm wondering now where the gap is on the grid. They might all close that up, of course. But at least one not going to take the start, and this will mean that we won't be able to start the race yet either, because it's still being cleared. So one more formation lap at the very least. It might actually be allowed to take the start, because whoever's involved is getting back into said cart, due to be in the mini-maxes. I can't read the number from here, Joe. It might be 3 digits, but no, getting out again now, second time. Maybe it just won't restart.
It won't restart. Remember, push button start on those carts. What's Paul's eyes like? Can you see that number, Paul? 71. There you go. It's Reese Green.
Okay.
Which is Reese started from the back, but it's his turn to start from the back. It's not because of any kind of qualifying time or anything. It's Alex Fraser who leads the championship from Reese Green. This is not going to do Reese's championship any good whatsoever. He's only 3 points behind Alex going into this penultimate round. We're across the start finish now, and we're getting them round again. Yeah, wait for the signal from the starter, Johnny.
Reese Green rejoined from where the cart had stopped and came in onto the main track via the little chicane that we're not using. But now Reese has gone straight into the paddock. I think he'd hoped it might fire into life, and then there was another moment of just desperation as he flung his arms up into the air and pulled off to the left. So definitely Reese not going to be part of this. Everybody else, though, I reckon is there and heading into the Dell. The formation of this grid, though, has sort of gone for a Burton a little bit. It's going to take a while to get them all back into shape again. And Daniel Haynes, his responsibility to slow down enough to allow everyone to catch him.
Yeah, mini maxes are always the hardest to get into water. It's like herding cats. I'm still not sure whether we're racing, Johnny.
I think we are. Haynes loses the lead to the cart alongside him on that front row.
No, we're not. It's full start.
Okay.
Delayed start, flag being waved there. So we're still not underway. The timing screen has started ticking down.
Yeah, I think it was planned to be a race
Red
start.
flag. I'm not surprised.
Right. Yeah.
I reckon
Let's
Bruce,
take a breather, everyone.
I reckon Bruce will want a word with them.
Yeah. It's been a little untidy. Not helped, of course, by Reese Green's problems. Would he take the start? Would he not? In number 71. All the arms are up, though, now, acknowledging that they need to not necessarily come to a complete halt, but
they're nowhere near grid order. I mean, Seb Corking should be starting on the front row. He's about fourth. So that grid bears no resemblance to the sheet I have in front of me. So we'll get things underway. They're just off the camera's left there, so we can't quite pick them up, can we, Paul, from the back straight? We'll wait to see what we're going to do about this. There's Bruce, our clerk of the course, making his way to them with purpose as well, Johnny. Look at the stride on Bruce there. He's striding with purpose. He'll no doubt want to have a word. I don't know how Seb Corking has gotten out of grid order there, but he's been forced out of grid order, quite frankly. So we've got a little bit of a delay. So what was Will telling you about this possibility of dropping to 10 minutes for the finals?
Oh, I didn't ask him about adjustment to timings of finals. What, because we're already behind, you mean, in the day?
Yeah.
But that was our first red flag, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not too long ago.
This was our second now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll need to ask him the question again. Do you want me to do that?
Nah,
right now?
Okay. No,
well, we'll give it a few more minutes.
There's plenty of heats left. I mean, we've got. In fact, just talk amongst yourselves while I count how many heats we've got left before the finals.
I'll talk amongst myself. Daniel Haynes.
10.
10 more heats?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Yeah. Impressive counting skills there, Joe.
10. Yeah. I needed all fingers.
The speed that you did it. So there's quite a lot of reshuffling, but they are all being given a stern talking to by Bruce and his team about how to behave on this restart. This is the time that a lot of these karters need to get kind of crucial messages, isn't it, in their careers, because that's where they will stick then moving forward.
I'm not really sure. They're not in grid order at all. So I'm not really sure why, I mean, there's the number 21 of Eric Smith, who's gone away into the lead, and Eric should be starting on the second row.
Seb Corking was allowed, I think, to get by one or two that time.
Reese Green, I've got to say, glad to see
he's come back on again.
To start. Yes, he's just gone through.
Excellent.
All of our 100 UKs have gotten started, and that's not a simple task.
No.
On these things when they're stopped and then restarted. So, as we get this Minimax field into some semblance of order, whether that semblance of order bears any resemblance to this grid sheet, I will be able to tell you when they come back into my view. Yes, it is. We've got Daniel Haynes on the pole, Seb Corking in second alongside. Then we've got Eric Smith and Emily Cotley on the second row. They're on the hanger straight now. Daniel Haynes, the pole position driver in the red overall. Seb Corking in the kind of orange with the silver helmet. You'll see them just coming into our view any moment now. And they're in good grid order, and we should get this underway. Yes, we do. And it's Seb Corking who drops to third behind Eric Smith and Daniel Haynes into the loop. The hook, sorry, the loop. Where'd I get the loop from?
That's another Silverstone reference, isn't it? Like Hanger Straight.
I suppose it is. That's maybe where it was, buried in the back of my head. Into McGuirtness for the first time. Daniel Haynes. Then we've got Eric Smith. Then we've got Seb Corking. He'll be kicking himself, will young Seb, that he will be having lost that place. And he's coming back at them already. Down to 5 minutes, I think, Johnny. Is that right, the duration?
Yeah, the clock had actually started ticking down from 8 minutes before the race started, but that time's been adjusted now because of the time that was lost during the red flag. So I reckon a 5-minute race plus an extra lap now for Daniel Haynes to stay ahead of Eric Smith in second. Seb Corking down to third. Emily Cotty fourth. Tail kicks out a little bit there for Daniel Haynes, but he controlled it nicely on the second bit of the hook. And into Surtees, still the driver with the red race suit and the black helmet is ahead, and we'll be loving the fact that behind him, Eric Smith and Sebastian Corking are going hammer and tongs for second position.
Yeah, Daniel likes that. He likes the sign of that, because by battling, you kind of slow yourself down. And it's Eric Smith who's going to have to defend a little bit from Seb Corking. As I say that, as they pull onto the Hanger Straight, he's actually pulled away from Corking and now getting onto the rear bumper of Daniel Haynes. Here they come across the line then. It's actually 2 laps completed. Haynes leads, Smith second, Corking third. Up into fourth has gone Roberts. Reese Green up to fifth. What a great drive from him. Emily Cotty sixth, seventh is Alex Fraser, then Sonny Morgan. Daniel Parsons ninth, 10th is Louis Rees. And the 100 UK leader, Jamie Scott from Thomas Hadley, Adam Nicolai up into third there. Jamie Dott fourth, Aidan Taylor fifth.
Yeah, the absentee on our scoring tower is Thomas Hadley, who should be slotted into 12th position there, but for some reason 12th place absent, but definitely there in the race. Meanwhile, you mentioned Reese Green, really good overtake in the end of the previous lap on Emily Cotty. Can Reese do a similar manoeuvre? No, he's not quite close enough to the cart in front, which is number 45, Harris Roberts. Over the line, Daniel Haynes still leading from Eric Smith and Corking. Roberts and Green next.
4 carts now, Johnny. 4 carts in the lead battle because they've all come together. Daniel Haynes at the front of the field, 2.5 minutes remaining. Eric Smith. And there's a move on Seb Corking, side by side. Corking forced onto the grass and a spin from the 52. Carts go left and right of him. And Seb Corking there, he had Harris Roberts move down his inside at McGuirtness, and he was kind of erred onto the grass with a spin. Here we go again. There's Harris, and whether there was contact there or not, there was definitely contact there, and that put Corking sideways onto the grass and at the back of this field now, Johnny.
Not a nice sight to see Seb buffeted around like a rag doll almost over those curbs and then pirouetting as well. Often the rule in car racing is if you put yourself on the outside of a bend on the exit, then the guy on your inside is within their rights to shove you out on the curb. But it's kind of brutal racing, isn't it?
It's kind of an unwritten rule here as well. And Harris Roberts pulls the same move on Daniel Haynes next time round at McGuirtness. Same move on the inside, gets the lead. And Harris Roberts now on the number 45, finding a huge amount of pace down the Hanger Straight, and by the time they get round to us, Johnny, he's going to pull about 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, Roberts really scything his way through the order. Haynes is a bit wide. That might mean he's a sitting duck now to Eric Smith, who dives to the inside. No, he controlled it well, actually. And Smith now susceptible to losing his spot. I think he did. So that's Reese Green in 71, slotting up the inside of the 21, yes, and into third. What on earth was wrong with Reese Green, which meant he almost didn't take the start of this race? That cart's going so well now.
It's going really well. Whatever it was, maybe it oiled up. He's now got that oiling issue cleared, and the cart is on fire. Daniel Haynes now come under the attention of Reese Green. Reese Green now into third place behind Daniel Haynes onto the Hanger Straight. Not quite close enough to challenge, it looks like. And as they come out of the hairpin to complete lap number 6, it'll be 1 lap to go aboard next time round.
So much vibration on the front of Harris Roberts' cart. The fairing is all over the place as Haynes loses a spot there to Rhys Green again. So Rhys Green, so pleased to have him finally in this race because he's making a massive impact on it. Now he's got 7 seconds, so the end of this lap, one more after that to reel in the race leader, which is a big ask. He's also got to try and edge away from Daniel Haynes, who is threatening to retake that position for second. They're heading down the Spitfire straight now.
And Daniel Haynes there just slipping wide at the hook, didn't he? And that cost him dearly. So things beginning to settle down now at the front of this field with the leader about to come through and take the last lap board. There he goes, Harris Roberts, 1 lap to go board. Rhys Green now second, Daniel Haynes third, Eric Smith fourth, Alex Fraser fifth, Thomas Hadley is in, Sonny Morgan sixth, I should say. 7th is Daniel Parsons, Louis Rees 8th, 9th is Emily Cotty, and the recovering Seb Corking at the rear of the Minimax field. 100 UKs, I know we've neglected them a little bit with all that action at the front of these Minimaxes, but Jamie Scott, he's leading 100 UK. Adam Nicolai is second, Thomas Hadley third, Jamie Dart fourth, fifth is Aidan Taylor. Then we've got Ewan Scott, Yelena Osbar Scott, and Sophie Hadley.
Checkered flag is waving, and that is to welcome Harris Roberts out of the hairpin and over the line to win by a decent chunk of time. 1.3 seconds over Rhys Green with his charge up the order when he didn't think he'd even be in that race, but benefited from the delay and the red flag. Daniel Haynes hangs on to third position with watching on grandparents from South America, wherever they are in that large continent, but they'll be chuffed, I think, with a podium from pole position. Eric Smith fourth ahead of Alex Fraser and Thomas Hadley in fifth position, or rather sixth place, ahead of Daniel Parsons, Louis Rees, Emily Cotty and Sebastian Corking 10th. And the winner in the secondary class, the 100 UKs, was Jamie Scott, hanging on to finish ahead of Adam Nicolai by 0.3 of a second. So it was pretty tight there in the second class of the race. Thomas Hadley in third ahead of Jamie Dart and Hayden Taylor. Breathe again.
For such two small grids, that had a lot of action in it, didn't it?
Sometimes too much.
Certainly, you mean that from the sense of we can't see everything that's going on.
Yeah, but I mean, I felt for Seb Corking as well because he clearly had a fast kart, but just got in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I don't like to see a kart spinning on quite a high-speed section of the track at Lancaster Curve. And in the middle of the track as well, but thankfully
it was coming out of McGuirter's here.
Yeah,
wasn't
and then
it?
the spin carried on
Yeah.
into Lancaster, didn't it? And those behind just needed to be a bit wary that there was a kart stopped in the middle of the track. But thankfully, disaster averted there.
Well, we've got more action coming, and coming next is senior TKM Louis Bevan, who I mistook for a 100 UK driver, of course. He's the current champion. He's the reigning champion in NKC. Took the championship in 2021. That's why he's carrying the number one. He's on the pole position here, so we might have to wave goodbye to Louis as he goes off into the distance. He's done that before, hasn't he, over the course of this season. Joseph Phillips is alongside on the front row, and then on row 2 we've got Lucas Sullivan, Leanna Page. Row 3 is Cameron Ross and Adam Crofts Davies. Row 4, James Hull and Gordon Smith. Row 5 is Charlie Savage and Joseph Jacks. Row 6 is Ollie Milner and Callan Lamont. Row 7, Oliver Fathers, Alexander Lehman. James King and Owen Potter are on row 8. Row 9 is Curtis Granger and Ricky Wright. Mitchell Ball and Matt Slate are row 10. And then Jason Lovett and Matthew Horton round off the 22 kart field. I've just had confirmation that the finals will be 10 minutes. So we know what we're dealing with, Johnny, is the simple one there. We know what we're leading into. All the competitors will have been informed also.
Our earlier heat for the senior TKMs, I'm just remembering how Louis Bevan got on second place.
He
and
pushed his way through, didn't he? Yeah. He came through the order. Remember, Callan Lamont went off and took the lead, and we had Louis catching him, and then finishing the race right on his rear bumper. So that's why I'm expecting for him to have that pace to come through the field and then catch Callan Lamont at the front of the field. If he's got that same pace, there's no reason why he shouldn't in this second heat. we should see Louis Bevan, if he can get through the hook without any issues, and that's a big ask, isn't it? That's it's kind of it certainly sorts out the field before the rest of the lap. To have that kind of sequence of corners, that very tight right, that hairpin left,
pretty much,
and then that tight, even tighter right onto the Bomber Straight. It's certainly, by the time they get towards Surtees, the majority of the field has sorted themselves out. Oh, you've made a mistake and you're going to pay dearly. Are they
they're
getting the wave round? Yeah.
So, by my reckoning, Louis Bevan has already had his worst start of the day, as in 20th position on the grid.
Yeah, this is his best one.
Gained 18 positions. This is clearly his best because he's starting from pole, so he'll have a middle order start to do later on.
Yeah.
Callan, on the other hand, started second in Heat 1, gained a place to win. This one, he's starting 12th, so this will be his middle order start.
Yeah.
And then his final heat of the three will be from the back. So I think Bevan, to finish second from the back of the grid is already more points than he possibly has hoped for. On course for a very good weekend, I would say.
He's clawed back 48 points there.
Yeah.
I mean, Callan scored 50, yes, only 2 points difference. I'm not sure if I've touched that twice there. I have. What am I talking about here? Senior TKM, isn't it? So the difference in points going into this weekend's championship was 6 points between Lamont and Mitchell Ball. Louis Bevan was only 1 point behind Callan.
Yeah.
He's now 3 points behind him.
Indeed. So that 2 points the gap at the end of the race.
Well, it might be all different after this one.
One kart very slow away there, which was the 33, but I think Leanna Page just couldn't get up to speed along with everybody else. Teammate to Louis Bevan, but Bevan's got an electric start, and the number one kart will lead, as we expected, into Surtees. Going with him, Lucas Sullivan, who had a drama in his earlier heat. Lucas actually ended up on the island in the middle of the hook and couldn't finish. So let's hope that they've managed to fix that 16 kart up again. Looking fine for the moment.
Yep, and Louis Bevan did what he knew he had to do, and that was lead into the hook for the first time. He did that. He's gotten round the rest of the lap, and already he's pulled at least 6 or 7 kart lengths into Raymond's hairpin, out of Raymond's hairpin and across the line. Let's have a run down the top 10 then. Louis Bevan leads. It's Lucas Sullivan up to second. Joseph Phillips third. Charlie Savage fourth. Ollie Milner fifth. Sixth is Leanna Page. Seventh, down from fourth, is James Hull. Joseph Jacks up 3 to 8th. Ninth is Oliver Fathers. And it's Curtis Granger up 4 places and rounding off the top 10.
There's Louis Bevan, second position. Lucas Sullivan, Joseph Phillips at a safe distance for the time being in kart number 10, just exiting Chandler's now and down Spitfire Straight into the Dell. Bevan is stretching his legs even at this early stage. Lucas Sullivan looking like he won't be able to match the pace, but if Sullivan can hang on to second place, that will be huge for his point scoring when he had a DNF earlier on today. The dice at the moment is the one to watch for third position between Phillips. Milner now up to fourth. Page back up to fifth after her tardy getaway.
Well, the gap was 6 tenths. It's now 7 tenths, almost 8. So Louis Bevan, fastest lap of the race for him, 45.872, 46.016 for Lucas Sullivan. So very little in it. That battle for third and fourth now. Joseph Phillips, Ollie Milner, Leanna Page involved, third, fourth and fifth. Charlie Savage down to sixth. Here they come again, down towards the hairpin. Leanna Page on the number 33, looking like she was about to challenge Johnny. Not sure if she's made it stick. I think she has, She has indeed.
Yeah.
Up into fourth.
Tidy little move that. I think I just caught a glimpse of a slippery surface fry coming out of Chandler's, so whether a car has dropped some fluid. Let's check that again next time around as Page goes up the inside. I think gains another position this time on Ollie Milner. So 33 back up to third position, which is one better than where she started. Into and out of Chandler's, and Page to third. Lucas Sullivan will be next on the list.
So really is a girl on a charge. Leanna Page showing great pace in that Flex Team kart. Into the hairpin. She holds off the drivers behind her. Out of the hairpin. Great driving. Lucas Sullivan is the next on her list. Whether she can catch him. The gap to Lucas is a chunk of time, though, 2.7 seconds. And Ollie Milner, Joseph Phillips, Charlie Savage, Joseph Jacks, Oliver Fathers now beginning to stack up behind her, Johnny. And it's she's got her hands full to keep these. She's aware, though. She looked over her shoulder there. She's fully aware of where Ollie Milner's positioned.
Yeah. But the queue is growing, isn't it? It is 4. There's about to be another 4 attaching itself onto the back. I'm keeping an eye as well for Callan Lamont, who started 12th. He hasn't made as much progress as he would have wanted. Only up to 10th place, tucked in behind Curtis Granger. Race leader goes across the line, still Louis Bevan from Lucas Sullivan. The gap first to second is 2 seconds. Then a further 3 back to Leanna Page and everybody else in third.
I think she's got the pace, though, Johnny. It doesn't look like Ollie Milner. If he had the pace to try and get past Leanna, he would have done so. Leanna's got a massive amount of pace, and it's not like she's having to defend yet. She's not driving defensively, so she's got the pace to keep Ollie Milner behind. And as these drivers begin to catch up to that train of karts behind Leanna Page, the question is, because last time round, look, nobody changed position.
No.
All the way down to 14th. Whether that remains the same, that's the question that's about to be asked.
It's just dull, this karting racing, isn't it? No positional changes whatsoever.
Yeah, for at least a lap.
Apart from the 7,000 we had earlier on today. Yeah, for at least a lap. It's a rare thing, that, as Page, Milner, Phillips, Savage work their way through the hook and on towards Surtees corner. That train of karts is definitely growing behind Leanna Page. So I think there are some in this batch of traffic that could be faster than Leanna, but they need to get closer to her, first of all, in order to overtake her. She's making a break now from Ollie Milner.
Yeah, she has. You could see she had the pace, and now she's just broke free a little bit. If everybody behind her stops squabbling and fighting over places, which they are doing, again, no change of position other than Mitchell Ball moving up to 12th. And Mitchell Ball, remember, he's the championship leader. So we'll keep an eye on the number 82 down the field. Meanwhile, Leanna Page is looking very, very comfortable in that 3rd place.
Mitchell Ball is 12th in this order. Callan Lamont did make a place on that lap, so from 10th to 9th. Ollie Fathers behind him. It looks like Curtis Granger's gained a spot as well now, up to 8th position. Joseph Jacks, who featured on the podium earlier on today, is 7th. Louis Bevan, will remind you, still leading. Did the fastest lap of the race a short time ago and has nearly a 3-second gap now on Lucas Sullivan.
So as Leanna Page continues, we had a cart off to the driver's right there, I think, as we went out onto the hanger straight. Not quite sure who's involved there. Great view of the start-finish, curving start-finish straight, and then straight into the hook. There's the battle for 4th. That's the battle between Ollie Milner and Joseph Phillips, and there's no doubt about it, Johnny. Ollie Milner is having to gauge keeping ahead of Joseph Phillips, and that's costing him time. Look at the Team Lotus livery on Lucas Sullivan's kart, the number 16, and that's so refreshing to see. You see team liveries and kart manufacturer liveries, but there's a pure homage to Team Lotus there in the old style British Racing green and gold livery of the late 1960s. Jim Clark, Graham Hill comes to mind.
And I think he's got the race wear to match that as well. He's got certainly that kind of British Racing green adorning his race overalls. So Lucas Sullivan showing the speed that he had hoped to run with earlier in the day. Still keeping this gap back to Leanna Page reasonably healthy at 2.6 seconds. There's the race leader in splendid isolation. He's got 4 seconds now as a buffer zone back to Lucas Sullivan. Look in the background, there's Lucas just coming through Chandler. So basically the whole of the Spitfire straight is Louis Bevan's lead.
Yeah, he's got a commanding lead. We thought he would, Johnny. He started from pole. He's currently 3rd in the championship. There's every chance he'd be going into the final round at fullback at the front of the championship field. He had a bit of an odd start to the season. He had some dire luck in the first couple of rounds, I think, and that sort of he's then been quite formidable in the past couple of rounds. And he's looking over his shoulder to see where everybody is, and there's nobody there.
No.
Yes, Louis. You've kind of left everybody in your dust. Final lap.
You can probably see one or two of them creeping through Surtees, which is the left-hander before McWhirters, but he's 2 corners, or was 2 corners on from that. Now down the long hanger straight into the hairpin. Fair bit of curb on the exit of that corner, but he's getting the last lap board now. Lucas Sullivan crosses the line, still in second position. Then it's Leanna Page, who's a long way in front of Ollie Milner, Joseph Phillips, and Charlie Savage as well. Callan Lamont up to 7th place, so he's slowly creeping 1 place virtually every lap. Although Fathers has had a drama there. Granger and Fathers, I think they may have caught one another.
Yeah, down 3 places there. Curtis Granger dropped 6 that time by, as Louis Bevan out onto the hanger straight then for the final time in Heat 2 for the senior TKM class. He'll be heading into the braking area for the hairpin and will come out of the hairpin and crosses the line to take the checkered flag. In second place, a little bit further back, 5 seconds further back to be exact, is Lucas Sullivan. And a great finish for one of Louis Bevan's teammates, Leanna Page. She finishes 3rd on the number 33. Ollie Milner 4th. 5th is Joseph Phillips. Charlie Savage is 6th. Callan Lamont finishes in 7th. Joseph Jackson 8th. 9th is Gordon Smith. Matt Slate was 10th. Matthew Horton 11th. Mitchell Ball 12th. Jason Lovett 13th. Oliver Fathers 14th. 15th was Alexander Lehman. Owen Potter finishes 16th across the line there. James King in 17th. And then we had Curtis Granger, who went out on lap 10. We lost Ricky Wright and James Hull on lap 7. And we lost Adam Crofts-Davies on lap number 2. So we are now, that's the second section of heats all completed. We are now into our 3rd series of heats for our classes, and the first of the classes to see their 3rd heat will be the senior Rotax class. Again, a massively subscribed class that sees them having to have 4 heats. Each competitor will only get 3 heats, however, but we will see them out racing for 4 times across the afternoon. So senior Rotax out next, and we'll give you a quick rundown of that grid before it leaves the collecting area. Lewis Jones is on the pole position from Tommy Lee Davis. Gez Owen is alongside James Wood on row 2. Max Martin and Jack Jones are on row 3. Adam Rogers and Elliot Thomas are on row 4. And then we've got row 5, George Boxall and Patrick Williams-Raj. George Sanders and Matthew Hildred are on row 6. Martin Jackson and Gino Cook are on row 7. Grace Lee Davis is on row 8 with Ben Harper. Jake Davis is on row 9 with Simon Keeble. And then we've got Scott Smith and Alex Wannabe on row 10. Row 11 is Dan Andrews and Nathan Ballard. Tyler Fossey, Ellis Humphreys are on row 12. Jamie Hardy, Nathan Hope, 13. Row 14 is Jordine Newman and Daniel Gibbs. Miles Barthorpe, keep an eye on Miles Barthorpe on the number 124 moving forward, is alongside Nathan Chattel on row 15. With Dylan Tatum and Luke Evans on row 16, and then rounding off the 33 cart field is Tom Radburn.
The Lewis Jones, the championship leader, coming into Llandow, starting from pole position. So again, is it going to be a story of Lewis getting a good getaway and just edging out in front, very similar to Louis Bevan's just done? How far away is Scott Smith on the grid that you just read out? 37. He's down in 19th. And Paul Ozan.
He's not here.
Here.
Paul Ozan's not here.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, Paul Ozan's a former Super 1 champion.
Yeah.
He's in the Masters. He's only slightly younger than me. And yet he's won heats. He's
so he's been ever present to this point, hasn't he? Just not for whatever reason.
He hasn't actually
restricted.
won a heat according to the records there. He's had a third in a third heat. He had 2 seconds.
But comfortably the highest placed master. And to be master, you have to be higher than what age? 30?
Well, you have to be over 35, I think.
Over 35 makes you a master.
Okay.
Jeez.
Jeez.
That wouldn't be the age I would have guessed.
I must be a grandmaster if you...
Grandmaster Flash.
Yes. Grandmaster not so flash. So the grid's formed up and it looks relatively in good shape. A little bit too quick down the back straight. They'll slow that up into the hairpin. A huge field of karts, as we've come to expect in the NKC. It really has took off this year, and it's no reason why it should even grow further. They've been given the wave around, so another pace lap. I'm not quite sure. There's various reasons why the starter won't let them go. The grid not being in grid order, in orderly fashion, there's gaps in the grid, or basically the pace across the line gauged by the front row is too quick.
Yes.
They want them to be, stabilised and not accelerate until they get almost to the line.
Yeah, the dictator of the pace, really, without a pace cart as such, is Lewis Jones, along with Tommy Lee Davies, I suppose. But what you don't want is someone in the midfield going far quicker than those guys in front. It's got to be an even getaway.
That's what the starter's looking at, I think. And each starter, it's open to subjectivity, isn't it? It's, in my opinion, that was fine. In your opinion, nah, I didn't like that.
Yeah.
So every track you go to, you kind of get used to what the starter is expecting. Now they're back with us into the hairpin, Raymond's hairpin, that great looking 180-degree hairpin. It really is a textbook hairpin. Now this is a bit better. And I'd like to think we've given them the go-ahead into the hook. And we are racing, lots of concertinaing up in the midfield, and incredibly, everybody is into and out of the hook.
Amazing. I mean, 33 carts should be the total amount. They just about fit our scoring tower, and it's Tommy Lee Davies, I reckon, out front now, getting the jump on.
Is that not Lewis Jones?
Oh, no, it is Lewis. You're right.
It's Lewis Jones, yeah.
So I think Lewis didn't lead into the hook initially, but he must have got that back again. Again, being caught on what's technically the inside line because it's pole, but it is the outside line for that first right-hander. And you have to give and take a little bit. But you're right, it is the 21. 2 abreast further back. On the move, that was Jack Jones alongside James Wood, making an incredible amount of progress on the first lap. Simon Keeble, race winner earlier on today. Keeble up from 18th to 10th on the first lap. That's 8 places gained.
So great first lap from Lewis Jones. He knew that's what he had to do. He's on the cosmic cart and he leads across the line by about 0.3 of a second. Tommy Lee Davies second, Gezzo in third. James Wood down from the north, down from Cumbria. James Wood at his home track earlier on in the season at Rowrah. He's in fourth. Jack Jones fifth. Max Martin sixth. Elliot Thomas seventh. Eighth is Adam Rogers. Patrick Williams Raj ninth. And then up into the top 10 has gone Simon Keeble, moving up the order by 6 places. Change of order there as well, Johnny, as Jack Jones goes into fourth ahead of James Wood.
Did that at the hairpin, got a really good run out of Diggers and was then able to find the inside line. So Jack Jones will be one to watch into Raymond's for the rest of the race. Clearly that's a favourite overtaking spot for him. But as expected, Lewis Jones, championship leader, is edging away now to, a decent leading margin. There's always the chance that he might catch a back marker here and there and stumble, but looking very promising at the moment to extend his championship lead over Scott Smith, who, bear in mind, had to deal with his middle order starting position, and Scott is kind of bogged down a little bit.
Adam Rogers, a great move at the hairpin. It was his second move to go up the order. He's gone up the order 2 places to 5th from 7th. That time there at the hairpin was Max Martin. The previous lap had been James Wood. Gez Owen loses out to Jack Jones, who continues his progress. And now we've got Lewis Jones leading, Tommy Lee Davies in second, and Jack Jones third, and fourth, Gez Owen. 4 very fine Welsh names there.
Yeah.
I know Gez is Welsh. I'm suspecting Lewis Jones and Jack Jones may be. And Tommy Lee Davies, bound to be.
And Tommy Lee Davies goes down to second position because that, with the yellow helmet up the inside, was Jack Jones at his favourite overtaking position, nabbing second place across the line. That's confirmed now. And I'm not necessarily sure Lewis Jones is going to have this all his own way, because now Jack Jones has wriggled free from everybody else. Let's see what the outright pace is like. Over half of the race distance still to go. So there's plenty of opportunity for the two Joneses to find each other. It's keeping up with the Joneses in this race.
Oh, you've took it from me. I was about to say that.
Sorry.
You robbed that. That was my turn for the line. Keeping up with the Joneses is exactly what we've got here.
You've got to be quick in this game.
You've got to be quick. to get the puns in and the stupid lines. But yeah, Lewis Jones round the hairpin and completes 5 laps across the line. The gap is 2 seconds to Jack Jones. Tommy Lee Davis third, fourth is Gez Owen. Adam Rogers up into fifth. Max Martin now down to 6th. James Wood stays in 7th. It's Keeble, Davis, Jake Davis this time in 9th, and Elliot Thomas rounding off the top 10.
So Tommy Lee Davis keeping an eye out for Gez Owen. How far away is the 27? I think it's a reasonable distance. It's about a second yet, so that is sort of manageable, but he'll have to monitor it back to 4th place. Adam Rogers is there in 5th ahead of Max Martin, as the race leader is still a decent way up the road. Jack Jones starting to bridge that gap a little bit. Certainly Tommy Lee Davis is no longer a distraction. 4 absolutely together across the line, and that is for 4th position.
I'm trying to work out how many thousandths of a second it is. It's about just under a tenth that he took off in there.
Okay.
So it's not much of a difference there. So as Lewis Jones continues to circulate on the number 21, the kart chasing him down is that one there, the man with the yellow helmet. Dropping back from there, Tommy Lee Davis is 3rd. Adam Rogers, Max Martin ahead of Gez Owen. So that's where perhaps the battle is. That battle there, going into the hairpin, the number 74 of Jake Davis, Simon Keeble, Elliot Thomas. That's where we're bound to get another move. As I say that looked very, very racy indeed from Adam Rogers.
Yeah, so they were the 4 I spotted last time around. Not quite for 4th place, as I'd said, but Keeble's involved. It must be for about 6th, I think. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Gez Owen involved 2. Lewis Jones. Now, what were the lap times like last time around? It was a further 10th that Jack Jones took out from him. So that's taken a chunk off the fastest lap again. 44.0. Certainly not hanging around for Jack Jones. They thread their way into and out of the Dell part of the lap and through Diggers as well. Waiting for the race leader to cross the line, which he's just done. And the gap is 1.7 seconds.
It is coming down, isn't it? The Joneses are catching each other, with Lewis Jones now 1.7 seconds in it. We're at 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock. Well, there's going to be no way, in my opinion, that Jack Jones is going to get on terms with our leader. So quite a solid lead for Lewis Jones. No change down the order, all the way down to 19th, would you believe? So everybody behaving themselves. Clock beginning to tick down underneath 90 seconds now remaining. As we continue down into the Dell.
One that does go into retirement is Dylan Tatum, though, who just scooted off into the paddock at Raymond's. He was down in 30th position anyway, so not troubling the scorers really. Lewis Jones, Jack Jones, Tommy Lee Davis could be certainly an all Welsh sounding podium. Whether they're all from this part of the world, we'll have to do some digging at the end of the race. But Lewis Jones came here as championship leader with 3 wins to his name and a total of 7 podium finishes. So this will be an 8th podium finish.
He's going to have time for at least 2 more laps, by my estimation, as he crosses the line now and goes into the hook. There is a little bit of consternation behind as Adam Rogers gets ahead of Tommy Lee Davis. Davis having to drop behind Adam Rogers. I could see that he'd been challenging for a good few laps. He looks over his shoulders, does Lewis Jones, as he goes into the right-hander of Chandler's. Very fast right-hander there. And into the Dell. The clock is almost got 0 on it, which means he will get the 1 lap to go board this time by. He's already on the hanger straight. He's heading towards Raymond's hairpin. With the blue flag flying, he will get the 1 lap to go board. He misses the 1 lap to go board.
Well, you get the message anyway. Nathan Ballard was the back marker that he needed to get in front of there. Number 10, Simon Keeble up ahead of Max Martin now. Keeble, Martin, Davis, Thomas. Lots of movement of position in the lower order of the top 10. Gino Cook's coming through as well in number 43. But the race leader through Lancaster Curve. Very fast approach to Chandler's, but it's all in control of Lewis Jones, who I'm sure is driving within him his absolute margins now that we saw earlier on in the race to extend the gap. And despite Jack Jones's best efforts, still only closed it to 1.7 seconds. It's going to be a dominant win then for Lewis Jones, who crosses the line after 12 laps and with a personal best lap time on that final circuit, ahead of Jack Jones, who did likewise a 44.0. So the track was getting quicker and quicker all the way through that. Third position going to Adam Rogers. Tommy Lee Davis having to make do with fourth, ahead of Simon Keeble and Max Martin, who had a race-long scrap. Jake Davis seventh, eighth position Elliot Thomas, ninth Gino Cook, and 10th Gez Owen, who started, well, looking like he would be on course for a top three, and for whatever reason faded through the course of the race. It'll be a 10th place point score for Gez Owen.
Lewis Jones, though, consolidates that championship lead, I'd say, Johnny, with a very good, strong heat finish.
What do you get for a heat win?
Points,
50 points, yeah.
50 points for that, I think.
And the lead, at least coming into the start of the day, was 25?
Yeah.
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 Back to Scott Smith. Where did Scott finish? In cart number 37. Not in the top 10. He sort of just got wedged in the middle order there.
Yeah, he's down there, 22nd. So, I mean, that's the third heat win of the season for Lewis Jones. He took the final at round one at Glanigors, and he won a heat also at Glanigors, and he took a heat win at Rowra. Was it Rowra?
First round of the season. I thought you'd said it was Rowra.
No, I'm gonna tell you it was it was Rowra. Yeah, round two was Clear Pigeon, of course. So he took a heat win at round three at Rowra. He took a heat win at round one and also won the final at Glanigors. So Lewis Jones at home on the Welsh circuits. So I'm going to hazard a guess that Lewis is from this part of the world. I haven't got a weather forecast for you, everybody, because the weather's fabulous.
Don't need it.
Usually, when you are at a race meeting in England, there's always a chance of rain. Doesn't matter what it looks like. Doesn't matter what the forecast is. But the British summer.
That's England. We're not in England, though. We're in Wales, where it shines all day long.
Sorry, I've meant the UK, actually, because anywhere we're in the valleys, aren't we? And anywhere in the UK is prone to rain. Not this weekend.
Not South Wales. Which
Welsh
is
summer
actually
continues.
A surprise to me.
Yeah,
but
the Welsh summer continues. And this race meeting continues with next out the Rotax 177s. This is the heavier senior Rotax class with a minimum weight of 177 kilograms with cart and driver. It's Nudge on the pole position, Martin Heath. He will see how many people he can nudge on his way to seeing what he can do in this third heat. Teammate Louis Large is alongside him. Charlie Jowers and third in championship Ben Hitch, row 2. Alex Joyner and Jai Oliver are on row 3. And then we've got Rhys Llewellyn, Harry Rowett, Billy Clark is on row 5 with Zach Bolton. Hello again to the Zach Bolton fan club. Row 6 is James Yapp and Rowan Mackley. Row 7, Michael Mallet and Philip Howarth. Row 8 is Tom Heldridge and Alex Jones. Row 9 is Brian McCready and Thomas Childs. And then we've got Dan Millward, Harrison Crook, Steve Maidment, Colin Campbell, Richard Edwards, Darren Edwards, Stephen Horner, Alan Cook, Steve Jackson, Tim Darlow led his first heat, quite commanding form. Simon Wheeler, Keith Mason starts on row 15, and the final row of the grid, row 16, 32 cart field, Jamie Broderick and Josh Mallet. So this is where Louis Large needs to absolutely obliterate everybody and disappear, because he needs to claw those points back from Philip Howarth, who's in the midfield. We've seen how Philip Howarth can drive through the field like a hot knife through butter. So Louis really does need to get into the lead and disappear. Can he do it into turn 1, which is the hook? He does indeed. Into the right-hander, now into the left. There's Louis Large leading. Out of the right-hander, tighter still. And down that bomber straight towards Surtees. It's very much the gold-helmeted Louis Large who leads this 177 class.
Large through McWhirters for the first time of asking, with Martin Heath trying to hang on as much as possible, but Heath's got his hands full with so many carts now stacking up behind. Heath, remember, starting from pole position with Louis Large alongside, but he utilised that second place spot on the grid to dive up into the inside. And now again, we've had two races really with dominant front row starters turning those good starting positions into useful points. Are we going to have a third race in the row with Louis Large?
Incredible 1.7 second lead after one lap.
Yeah.
What a start. He knew what he had to do. He knew what was on his job list. And on his job list, just one thing: disappear into the distance. He knows Philip Howarth is coming. Let's see how many. Yeah, 5 places for Philip Howarth there. Up to 9th from 14th place. Jai Oliver up 3 places to 10th. Zach Bolton currently 6th. Michael Mallet 7th. But it's Ben Hitch up into 3rd. He'll want to get past Nudge for 2nd place. Let's drop back to Nudge on the number. In fact, where's Nudge gone? The number 16's disappeared, I think. Louis Large leads. It's Ben Hitch in 2nd. Charlie Jowers through in 3rd. Nudge is dropping all the way down. There he is in 8th. So Harry Rowett 4th. 5th is Zach Bolton. 6th is Michael Mallet. Philip Howarth up another 2 places to 7th. Martin Heath, a.k.a. Nudge, down to 8th. Jai Oliver 9th, rounding off the top 10. Tom Eldridge.
Yeah, couldn't hold them all back. As I say, it's a question of sticking your elbows out as much as possible, but eventually you're going to get a bit swamped, and that's exactly what's happened for Martin Heath. Hopefully he can readdress that balance and keep the pace up in the lower part of the top 10, but Jai Oliver looking for a way by at every moment, as is Tom Eldridge as well.
So Philip Howarth, who is the gold helmeted cart there, number 101, into 7th. He's settled down, Johnny. He hasn't made any progress that lap at all. 5.5 minutes remaining. He's come up against Michael Mallet, and that progress he was making is now being stifled somewhat. And
to the inside,
he moves inside.
Yeah, Mallet side by side. He has the crucial inside line though into Chandler's, and that was great kart placement on the road, preventing Mallet from turning in at the point that he would want to have done. Otherwise, he would have ended up in the weeds on the exit of that corner, and has to allow the gold helmeted Howarth through, and Howarth diving to the inside into the hairpin as well. Will bring Mallet with him, actually. They're dicing with 69, which is Zach Bolton, and I reckon Mallet's got ahead of, well, no, at the line, Bolton was marginally ahead, and Howarth, though, definitely got the place. I reckon by the time they come around again, Mallet will be shown as ahead of Zach Bolton, as will Howarth as well.
Yeah, Zach Bolton, teammate with Louis Large, remember, out of the same horning here in the paddock. And, of course, there's nothing, there's going to be no shenanigans from teammates holding people up. And Zach Bolton there, totally outbraked by Philip Howarth. But all credit to Michael Mallet, who took advantage. So the Zach Bolton fan club not having too much to cheer about. Zach now down to 7th. And Louis Large continues to put in personal best fastest laps as he comes through to complete 5 laps. We just wait for the timing screen to update itself. The gap 1.1 seconds, so it is coming down to Ben Hitch. Ben Hitch, remember, 3rd in the championship. Charlie Jowers 3rd, Harry Rowett 4th. But where's Philip Howarth? Has Philip Howarth already gotten past Harry Rowett? I'm not sure, Johnny.
Rowett might be that cart there with he wears the black helmet. Let's just have a look. Remember that last race that Howarth was in, we completely missed an overtake for the lead because he got there so quickly. He's ahead of 82, Harry Rowett. Yes, so in fact, Howarth is already up to fourth position and ahead of Harry Rowett, who falls to 5th. Then Michael Mallet and Zach Bolton 6th and 7th, with Thomas Childs, Jai Oliver and Billy Clark down to the top 10.
Yeah, so Howarth's got a little bit of a gap now to catch Charlie Jowers, and then on to Ben Hitch. The championship is Philip Howarth leading, Louis Large is 2nd, Ben Hitch is 3rd, Richard Evans is 4th, Joe Piffner, who's not here, I don't think. I'm not sure I've seen Joe Piffner's name this weekend. Tim Darlow doing really well, up in 6th and 3rd in the Masters, as Philip Howarth continues to bring that gap down. The gap was 1.3 to Charlie Jowers with 2.5 minutes remaining. I'm not sure whether Philip Howard has enough time on his hands to improve on that position of 4th place.
Far from decided between Zach Bolton and Michael Mallet as well. They crossed the line in 7th and 8th, absolutely together. Louis Large leading the way then from Ben Hitch in 2nd, 3rd position Charlie Jowers, as you've mentioned. The scoring tower is sort of up to date, but pay attention to the numbers on the far left. That actually gives you the order. So Martin Heath, for example, actually no, he's not 8th. I thought he was down in 8th position. But Jowers 3rd, correct. Ben Hitch 2nd. It's just that the order's not changing on the tower.
So anyway, that's a bit odd. That's not in line with the with our timing screen, is it?
No.
Louis Large leads, 8 laps completed. Ben Hitch 2nd. Charlie Jowers. It's down to half a second to Philip Howard. He's taken at least half a second out of him.
Well, that's Jowers ahead of him now on the road into Surtees. Then the gap back to the battle between Rowett and Mallet, who are still absolutely together. So Harry Rowett just ahead.
There he is.
There, into the right-hander at Chandler's again. Minute and a half still to go. Over a bit of a yump there, I noticed, out of Chandler's.
Yeah, off the curbing, isn't it? They're out of the right-hander at Diggers, and this is where Philip Howard will try textbook overtake down the inside into the braking area. He takes that position from Harry Jowers in literally textbook style, and now Philip Howard, we've got the 3 championship protagonists in the first 3 positions in this heat. We've got Louis Large leading, who's 2nd in the championship, Ben Hitch 2nd, who's 3rd, and Philip Howard, championship leader, now chasing down Ben Hitch.
Louis Large, almost in response to the Philip Howard kart that is closing in, has just done his best lap of the race. Large then, 1.1 seconds, not resting on his laurels by any stretch of the imagination. Good exit out of Diggers for Philip Howard, who is stretching his legs now on the new 4th place kart of Charlie Jowers. Large over the line, a little slower than he was a lap ago. Ben Hitch, though, lost a 10th of a second, and a new fastest lap of the race for Philip Howarth. He's into that clean air, having overtaken Charlie Jowers, and Howarth trying to close the gap now on Ben Hitch in 2nd.
Yeah, great lap from Phil once he cleared and had clean air, like you said. Purple sector time. It'll be 1 lap to go board next time by for Louis Large. So we'll pick Louis up on the number 128. He himself has got a gold helmet, but he's got an orange liveried cart. And Louis just coming into the hairpin now, just coming out of the hairpin now for Louis. As we watch Louis go into his final lap then and take this heat win. He's maximised that front row position, hasn't he? He knew he had to. And that's all he can do. Whatever happens behind him is out of his control. And the fact that his 2 championship protagonists are going to finish right on his tail has got nothing really to do with Louis. Louis's done his job with a very fine win. He needs to manage those tyres, and Louis's got a very intelligent head on him. He knows exactly what he must do. He knows he's got the lead. 1 lap to go. Out of Diggers now. Onto the hanger straight for the final time and into that braking area. And you'll see the gap come down, Johnny, at the flag, because that's Louis managing his tyres to the flag.
Yeah, heads up driving all the time from Louis Large. Ben Hitch, well, it's sort of playing with Ben a little bit, saying, look at what you could have had there. Ben Hitch, the new fastest lap as well, so that should remain unless Howarth can better that. No, he can't, because he's already home in 3rd position. So the fastest lap of the race going to Ben Hitch on that final tour, a 44.944 ahead of Howarth. His charge up the order, similar to the one that he pulled off earlier in the day, although there were more places gained in that scenario earlier today. So Philip Howarth's best start should come as the final heat of the day, I would think, because he's done 1 from the back, 1 from the middle order from 14th, and now the best start of the race of the day, rather, to come later on this afternoon. Charlie Jowers finishing 4th ahead of Harry Rowett and Michael Mallet. Then it was Thomas Childs 7th, Zach Bolton in 8th, Jai Oliver and Stephen Horner making the top 10, 9th and 10th respectively. Then Rhys Llewellyn, there's a Welshman if ever I heard one. Probably not now, probably like from...
Oh, he's got to be.
You think?
Rhys Llewellyn.
He might be Scottish. Billy Clark 12th, Tom Eldridge 13th ahead of Brian McCready, who had a strong run earlier today, but more difficult this afternoon for Brian. Alex Jones 15th ahead of James Yapp and Steve Jackson 17th. 18th position for Keith Mason. Tim Darlow 19th, completing the top 20, Dan Millward. And then it was Alan Cook, Simon Wheeler, Darren Edwards, Steve Maidment, Jamie Broderick 25th, 26th for Colin Campbell, I should say. Martin Heath 27th. Martin started on the front row, remember, but fell all the way down to the lower order of the top 30. Josh Mallett and Alex Joyner only made 4 laps, so clearly some drama for Alex pretty early on in the race. Otherwise, though, everyone completed the 12 laps. So we'll move on to the third heat of the day, and I was about to say third and final heat of the day. Yes, it will be for the 100 UK karts. We've still got 100 UK juniors to come for their third heat, joined by the Mini Maxes, but these are the standard 100 UKs, and it'll be a pole position for number 9 Dominic Pine alongside Wesley Graves in his number 2 kart. So 9 and 2 on the front row. Second row will be Lee Hackett and Marcus Dorey. The third row, Brendan Williams in number 13 alongside Ben Klukas, who's been going well for much of his outings so far today. Again, from 6th place. Might even win this, although he's got people like Wes Graves in his way, who's had a strong day too. Jamie Crease in 61 alongside Tom Pattle. Then it's James Cannon in number 57, joined by hopefully Dexter Bergman. But we'll have to hope that that is the case. Number 98, Dexter, remember, didn't feature in Heat 2 when we would expected him to be there. James Rees, 76, alongside Marcus Gray in 27. Number 7, James Purchase, and number 3, Liam Hamling, are on the 7th row. The 8th row, Andrew Bradley and Sam Hill, 52 and 40. Sam's also had a very good result earlier on. I think he won a race, in fact. Matthew Lawrence in number 14, starting alongside Ed Peed, who sadly retired from the middle heat of the day, and Ed actually helping out James Purchase to rejoin the race, if you remember, push starting him. Charlie Leonard alongside Callum Bergman on the 10th row, and finally on the 11th row, it's the 2 Taggios, Leonardo on the inside from Sergio Taggio on the outside. And they will head onto the track now here at Llandow. 0.65 of a mile, or just a smidge over a kilometre in length. And I am intrigued by the fact that Dexter Bergman is able to take the start of this race. I wonder whether he did have a word with the clerk of the course saying, I've had mechanical dramas, I can't take part in my allocated heat. Would it be okay to start in another one? I just need to check back in the 100 UKs to see whether we've had Bergman in both of the previous ones. We know about Heat 2 when he didn't complete any laps at all, and I don't think he was there. The 100 UK Heat 1, which is that one there, did we have 98? Yes, we did. So normally is the plan, Joe Bradley, that the 100 UKs have 2 from 3 heats, or do you compete?
No, they have 3
compete
heats.
in all 3.
All 3 heats.
That's the reason why Dexter's therefore. Yeah. So Dexter Bergman hopefully is on the starting grid for this third heat of the day after he wasn't able to take the start in Heat 2. Dominic Pine's been kind of up and down through the course of the day, so I would reckon that Wesley Graves should get the better of the starts. We won't get a race start this time around, though, Joe.
No, we're not going to get that started, Johnny. The grid is fragmented somewhat.
Yeah, rather.
And they're being waved round again. No, he's just locked off there. He's locked his camera off. So we should get these underway again, John. It's pretty. What's that? Just flew out the window. It's pretty standard practice.
My paperwork.
The TKM engine, the air-cooled 2-stroke's been given more than one rolling lap. As we get, there's the leaders just coming through Diggers now, and onto the hanger straight. They will come towards the hairpin, and our pole position man, the 2 flex drivers, Dominic Pine, Wesley Graves, championship leader Wesley Graves, being led round 2 experienced drivers. They'll slow things down and then get things underway. And it looks like we are indeed racing. Wes Graves gets the inside line into the hook and hangs onto it on the left-hander. He got ahead of his teammate before the left-hander, and that's what he needed to do.
Yeah, Dominic Pine trying to fashion an opportunity by the time they got to Surtees, but already through and starting to build a gap is Wes Graves as they head out of McWhirters for the first time through the very fast right-hander at Lancaster Curve. And it is Wes Graves then from the inside of the first row who gets the good getaway, but they're stacking up behind Dominic Pine. And the first kart to do that is number 22, Marcus Dorey, who's starting to push on a little bit. Also alongside him, Lee Hackett in the D-plate kart. We saw him earlier on win a race, Lee Hackett, with a superb defensive drive, Joe.
I think we're going to have a full 8 minutes and 1 lap of this very, very close racing. TKM, it's a fabulous class, senior TKM, here this weekend. And just look at that train of karts, Johnny. It's kind of, what, have we got a train of 32 karts or something, or 21 karts? They seem to be nose to tail. Out towards the back straight now of the Spitfire straight, in fact, to give it its full title, into the Dell. It's a right-left, and then the right-hander there, Diggers, all important, and it's going to be all important for Marcus Dorey, who may have a challenge into the hairpin. Not quite enough, and Wes Graves stays in the lead. Right, oh no, it's not Marcus Dorey, it's Dominic Pine still. Whether that changed into the hairpin. So the 2 flex drivers at the front of this field, and you know what, Johnny, what you're going to see here is an example of 2 drivers working together, not trying to trip each other up. They're going to work together, and if they can do that, they may be able to pull a gap to that 3rd place Marcus Dorey.
Yeah, Pine actually trying to squeeze up the inside into Chandler's that time around. Now they're fanning out behind. Is that Ben Klukas gaining ground? Yes, it was on potentially Lee Hackett, and Klukas got through into 4th position. So Dorey still, and a deplated car as well. So Lee Hackett and Ben Klukas have both got in front of Marcus Dorey.
£3 in the jar for Johnny Palmer with another car reference.
Getting too excited about drivers' names, that's the problem.
Change for 3rd and 4th as Lee Hackett and Ben Klukas go ahead of Marcus Dorey. It's now going to be the D-plate of Lee Hackett and the number 84 of Ben Klukas. Can they catch the 2 flex teammates? Dominic Pine's the first on their list. Oh, and Ben Klukas alongside the D-plate of Lee Hackett and into 3rd place and ahead of Hackett has gone Klukas. And it was a great move at Diggers. These TKM seem to be able to do that at Diggers.
We've seen a few times at Chandler's.
Chandler's, yeah.
Yeah, which is a very fast approach. And we'd kind of written Chandler's off earlier in the day as an overtaking opportunity. But these runners in the 100 UK have proved us wrong on several occasions. Klukas particularly likes an overtake into the right-hander when he gets very good exit out of McWhirters and carries it through Lancaster Curve. 1 stray kart there at Surtees, or it might have actually been at Chandler's. Remember that the track is feet apart at that point of the circuit. Surtees, the left-hander, as down to the inside of it for the race lead goes Dominic Pine to get it back again. 2 teammates absolutely side by side. Fabulous racing into the Dell, and Graves is back in front.
And look what's happened. The moment they start a race, the karts behind them, Ben Klukas, Lee Hack and Marcus Dorey, are now right on the rear bumper into the hairpin. What are they like coming out the hairpin? Let's have a look. It's still the 2 flex drivers from Ben Klukas in 3rd place. Lee Hackett on the D plate. Into the hook for what will be the 6th time. Out of the hook and onto the bomber straight now towards Surtees. That curving entry into that left-hand corner. It leads pretty much immediately into McWhirters. And now the all-important run down to Chandler's. We've seen this being an overtaking slot. Not this time, though, Johnny. Everybody playing good.
Yeah, Pine, well, not wanting to disrupt, I suppose, Wes Graves' momentum too much because the teammates, as they jostle for position, have lost ground to Ben Klukas and to Lee Hackett as well. So it's a case of them having to work together to build a lead again. 2nd to 3rd. Klukas just ahead of Lee Hackett. Also not very far away, Marcus Dorey taking a watching brief in number 22. Tom Pattle is in 6th. Jamie Creese, Brendan Williams, Marcus Gray and Sam Hill up to 10th place now in the 40.
This is great TKM karting now. The first 4 almost nose to tail. Slight gap before Marcus Dorey. Another slight gap for Tom Pattle in 6th. But this is not over, and it won't be over until it is actually over at that checkered flag. We've got Dominic Pine perhaps having to compromise his line through Chandler's there. And he's playing an excellent wingman to Wes Graves. If anything, he's holding up that Ben Klukas and Lee Hackett car, those Ben Klukas and Lee Hackett carts behind him. That's allowing Wes Graves to pull out a bit of a cushion. But you know what, Johnny? That cushion's almost disappeared by the time they get round underneath us and down to the hook.
Yeah, really nothing between the top 4, but Marcus Dorey just losing touch with the quartet. Creeping through shot there on the left is the Tom Pattle and Jamie Creese scrap as well. So they're 6th and 7th. And Creese maybe looking like he's got a bit more speed than Pattle up ahead. Klukas a very different line through Lancaster Curve this time around. Wider on the approach to Chandler's. Does that work for him on the exit? It's kind of level pegging, to be honest. Lots of different routes into turn 4, effectively, on this track. And out now of Diggers they go. Onto the hanger straight once again. Wes Graves with a small amount of a lead. I mean, it's 2 kart lengths. Kart lengths, did you hear me? Kart lengths. If that. Again, so close between the 2 teammates. Ben Klukas a bit further back because he's having to deal with Welshman Lee Hackett.
And and the reason Ben has dropped off the back of Dominic Pine is because Ben had to defend into the hairpin. He had to go to the right-hand side of the track. That didn't optimise his line through the hairpin, hence he's dropped back. The 2 flex drivers out now, and they've got the biggest cushion we've seen for quite a while, with about 1 minute, only 1 minute remaining on the clock. Remember, by the time they'll get round, it'll be 2 more laps of racing when they come underneath us. 59 seconds on the clock, and they're already on the hanger straight.
Right, left, right again through the Dell, through Diggers, now onto the hanger straight. And who breaks latest? Who has got the most daring in the closing stages? Lee Hackett's got the crosshair focused firmly on the rear of Ben Klukas' kart. With the orange helmet, Ben working his way through the hook, safely out of that part of the circuit. Still not really much closer as the 2 now are really starting to lean on one another a little bit. It's turned into a proper arm wrestle between these 2 teammates. So Dominic Pine says, well, I've tried to help you out here, Wes, but now I want to take the race lead in the closing stages. To the inside, not quite.
He's having a look, isn't he? He knows that it's 1 lap to go board this time by. They are through the Dell for the penultimate time, through Diggers, out onto the back straight now, the hanger straight. This is all about breaking into the hairpin. Everybody driving to the right. Now they flick to the left, into and out of the hairpin. It's the 1 lap to go board. Wes Graves, he's going to extend that championship lead, isn't he? If he can hang on to this heat win. He's leading at the moment. If he can turn this lead into a win, and would you believe that, Johnny, the flex drivers pulling out a bit of a gap, which disappears the moment I mention it.
Yeah, I'm going to say
it's
what
gap? The whole race.
Ben Klukas closes it up again. Finally, though, the stranglehold that Tom Pattle had on 6th position relinquishes, and Jamie Creese has got ahead now for 6th. Here they go. Here comes Pine on the inside. No, not quite again. Into the Dell. And Dominic Pine now might be out of his rhythm. Can Ben Klukas pick him off? The checker flag is just the other side of the final hairpin at Raymond's. And to the outside line, Ben Klukas is going to lose 3rd. It will be a win for Wesley Graves ahead of Dominic Pine. But in the 11th hour there, on the 11th lap, Lee Hackett got ahead of Ben Klukas for the podium.
Fabulous 100 UK driving as ever. The 100 UK class, some of the best driving and some of the best racing we've seen all season long in the NKC. It's Wes Graves who maximises that front row start and takes maximum championship points to take the win. Dominic Pine, his teammate, 2nd. Lee Hackett, last lap lunge on Ben Klukas on the D plate, will take 3rd. Ben Klukas 4th. Marcus Dorey 5th. It was Jamie Creese through in 6th. 7th is Tom Pattle. Marcus Gray is 8th. 9th is Sam Hill. Brendan Williams 10th. And then 11th was Ed Peed, James Purchase, James Rees, Liam Hamling, Matthew Lawrence, Andrew Bradley was 16th, Callum Bergman through in 17th, And then we had in 18, Sergio Taggio. We lost James Cannon on lap 8, Charlie Leonard on lap 5, and Leonardo Taggio went out on lap 3. Wow, that was exciting racing. That 100 UK is, they are a 1990s kart. There's very little that you can adjust on the kart in comparison to a modern day Rotax Max. And it just, the racing is pure. I mean, all karting is pure, to be honest. Of course, but driver, engine, tyres,
It feels more bare bones, if you like. You haven't got the extra bit of kit along there. It's purely down to momentum and driver bravery a lot of the time. And you need to have eyes everywhere.
Do you see what I mean about how the 100 UK seem to be able to pass anywhere?
Yes. There are no rules,
when
really.
you watch the Rotax, any of the Rotax Max classes, there are areas, because of the different speeds as well, of course, the Rotax Max class, especially the seniors, are really, really quick in comparison to the 100 UKs and the TKMs. And so the speed differential can vary, whereas in the 100 UKs, the narrower track gives them more space. So the speed variation is perhaps a little bit greater.
Yeah. I mean, to compare it to Formula cars on the full-size circuits, it's almost as if Rotax is Formula 3 and 100 UK's Formula Ford. In the, the overtaking happens everywhere in Formula Ford. Yeah. Whereas, I mean, the Rotax don't have more downforce, but they're wider cars and
more grip. Certainly
more grip.
Yeah.
So it's trickier to overtake.
Yeah. Well, we've got Junior Rotax out next. More Rotax Max racing. This time for the juniors. Slightly restricted engine on the air intake than we see on the seniors. Exactly the same sort of size karts. Exactly the same tyres. Exactly the same engines underneath. Just with a bit of restriction to downgrade the power for the junior drivers. It's Dylan Mitchell and Jaden Hewitt on row 1. Archie Butler and Ethan Wyatt are on row 2. Row 3 is Braden Hill and Ollie Morris, with Ashton French and Rafi Chalentano on row 4. Finn Smith and Lewis Llewellyn on row 5, with Levi Goodyear and Nicholas Ellis on row 6. Gregory Akers and Daniel Whitfield are on row 7, with Jacob McDonald and Adam Catling on row 8. It's Ronnie Shrimpton, who had a great drive in his second heat. He's alongside Josh Eaton-Brown on row 9, with Sam Wyatt, current championship leader, on row 10 with Ollie Naylor alongside. At row 11 is Mason Perrin and Alfie Bushell. Then we've got Oscar Shrimpton and James Rigby, Aidan Pomeroy and Curtis Latimer. And then rounding off the 27 kart field is Daniel Davies. Is that somebody knocking to come in?
It sounded like almost a hammer onto a nail somewhere. Maybe a bit of our commentary boxes starting to drop away. Yeah, so we've got to knock it back into shape.
So, as I mentioned,
either that or it's your fan club, Joe, trying to get in.
Not going to get in. Yeah, all one of them.
All one of them, yeah.
Right then, we are whizzing through the heats here. Just to remind everybody that this is the penultimate round of the NKC 2022. We started the season here in Wales, but further north at Glannygores. And then round 2, Clay Pigeon. Round 3, we went to Cumbria and to Rowra. And then we were near Daventry in the middle of the United Kingdom at Wilton Mill. Here we are in the valleys of South Wales, in the Vale of Glamorgan at the Llandow circuit. As Henry Baudet would say, the global centre of motorsport.
Indeed.
Anybody who follows karting on every level will know exactly who Henry Baudet is. And first weekend of September, it's the championship finale, the final round, which will be at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire, near, where did we say it? Newark. Yeah.
Between Newark and Sleaford.
There you go.
So right on the Lincolnshire Nottinghamshire border, and hopefully, what did you say, that was early September?
First weekend of September.
Yeah, so hopefully this warm weather will persist, although certain parts of the country, the UK that is, desperate for a bit of rain. Have you had much rain during karting events this year in the NKC?
No, we haven't.
Barely
and
anything.
That's really messed with people's... What's Paul put his finger in the air? Yeah, we had
They all went off.
Yes, we've had sprinkles of rain, but we haven't had a full day of wet weather running. And when the 2 tyre rule came in, everybody was thinking, well, it's not going to be too bad because we're bound to have a couple of rounds in the wet. Remember, August last year in the United Kingdom was very wet. my apple crop was ruined. My apple, would you believe that? Because of rain, the apples are small. You wouldn't think that, would you? They really grow with sunshine.
Oh.
Yeah.
So too much rain is
Too
bad,
much rain is
bad
bad
for apples
yeah,
in your
certainly
garden.
bad for mine. Whereas this year, I've had minimal rain, and I live in the northeast, remember, so it rains more up there than it does sort of in the south of England, and in Wales and
Other countries too.
And well, Scotland not so much. Well, Scotland wins that one, doesn't it?
For the rain, generally
rain,
speaking,
yeah.
Yes.
But you only have to look here and see how brown the grass is. I know there's a horsepipe ban across the south of England. Is there a horsepipe ban in the south of Wales?
Not that I've heard.
No, I haven't
think
heard that.
I think it's
No,
Hampshire and
not that I have a horsepipe.
Sussex.
I went to B&Q and bought 7, just in case there was a bit of a run on them, because I've heard there was going to be a horsepipe ban.
You're trying to get into the illegal trade of hose pipes now for
Yeah.
those that have got it banned.
Yeah.
You know, black market. It's not a bad idea.
Right then, let's hope these juniors can get themselves sorted out on this outlap, and we can get this race underway. I'm not sure where my money would be, whether or not they're able to do that, or whether they want to give themselves an extra lap. So they're already on their pace lap, down towards Scotty, at the far end of the track. He's on our camera position just on the outside of Lancaster Curve, just before Chandler's, giving some great footage of the carts going through that section of track, which has become a bit of a passing area, actually. I'm pleased I chose that as a camera point, Paul. I think we've caught all of the major action. So we're in grid order on the hanger straight towards the Raymond's hairpin. And we look, if they can slow that pace down, I think the starter will be happy. Might be a bit quick for him. No, I think we're racing. I wish I could see those lights. You know that, Johnny? We are indeed racing into and out of the hook. It looks like, is that Jaden Hewitt? Oh, we've got a challenge for the lead. I'm not going to hazard a guess who that is. Out, can't quite see the number. It's the number 35 of Braden Hill. Braden Hill currently second in the championship.
Yeah.
Through and up, already climbing up the order. He's into what looks like 4th place there.
Archie Buttle that Braden was battling with in the first few corners. Buttle's dropped back to 4th position now, I reckon. So 35 leads from 81. So that is
That's
Braden from
yep.
Jaden Hewitt, as you said, in 2nd. And then in 3rd position, confirmed at the line to be Archie Buttle, who dropped back to 4th initially, back up to 3rd. Ethan Wyatt is 4th, ahead of Ollie Morris and Ashton French. And then it's Gregory Akers, Levi Goodyear, Rafi Celentano and Lewis Llewellyn.
That's our top 10. As Braden Hill just lifts the flap on his radiator there, just to let a bit of airflow through it. His engine wants that at an optimum operating temperature, which he has a gauge on his dashboard, which is in the centre of his steering wheel. So he's looking at that. He's not just turning the wheel, he's looking at how operating that cart is going on. And you'll see when the engine starts to cool, he will close the flap again as they complete lap number 2 then. We've got Ashton French jumping ahead of Ollie Morris into 5th place. No changes all the way down this junior Rotax order though.
Akers stepping the tail out on the exit of Raymond's hairpin. I noticed that was to try and fend off Levi Goodyear and the approaches from the 16 cart. But into Chandler's goes the race leader Braden Hill from Jaden Hewitt along that short section of straight through the Spitfire straight itself and into the Dell. But it is Braden Hill who's just starting to stamp his authority on the early stages of this 8-minute race, the 3rd and final heat for the junior Rotax.
So 3 laps completed then, and the question certainly on mine and Johnny's lips is whether or not Jaden Hewitt has anything in the toolbox, as has Archie Bull. We've had a change down the order as Ollie Morris drops down to 9th now. Gregory Akers, Levi Goodyear and Rafi Celentano moving slightly up the order there. And the chase is on. Braden Hill currently 2nd in the championship. Let's see where Sam Wyatt is down the order. Can't see him all the way down to 20th, Johnny. There he is, 13th. So Samuel Wyatt being stifled somewhat in his progress. Got Ronnie Shrimpton right behind him, down in 12th and 13th. But the leader's already away and out of the hook already, Johnny.
Ollie Naylor ran a little bit wide there. I thought he'd lost ground, but actually gained positions net, one lap to the next. Battling away with Sam Wyatt, actually. Naylor as now edging from one side of the track to the other is Ashton French, massively on the defensive, running in and out of Chandler's. Naylor with the orange helmet then. French with the orange helmet in the 53. And now out of Diggers they will go. Race leader still Braden Hill.
They were almost tripping over one another coming through the Dell. Braden Hill, that's allowing Braden Hill to extend that lead. It's on about 0.8 of a second. Jaden Hewitt has dropped to 5th. And it's Ashton French and Gregory Akers who are absolutely nose to tail there. The number 43 trying to get, in fact, that's the number 43 getting ahead of the 53.
That's Akers in the black helmet, with black race suit. Very stealth looking. Could be the Stig. Rather than all white suits, all black suit for Akers, who's got ahead of French with the orange helmet. Then Jaden Hewitt behind them. And Ethan Wyatt completing the top 6 with 4.5 minutes already gone. Little bit of curb being taken by French, more so than Akers there. So Akers gaining a few more kind of crucial tenths of seconds to eke the gap out. Braden Hill still leading from Archie Buttle. In and out of Surtees they go.
There's the leader through McGuirk, the sweeping right-hander. That brings them back on to the Lancaster curve. Just in front of Scotty, our cameraman there, who gets a beautiful tails away shot at Chandler's. And then we watch them into view of Harry, who's on that camera, out of the Dell and Diggers and onto the back straight and heading towards us at the hairpin. Things beginning to settle down, if you ask me. Braden Hill crosses the line, 7 laps completed. It's Buttle, Akers, French, Levi Goodyear ahead again of Jaden Hewitt and Ethan Wyatt. Levi Goodyear on a bit of a charge, keep an eye on him, but the cart's ahead of him. They're going to be tough to catch, Johnny, because they've just put in blue and purple lap times. Gregory Akers, would you believe, was the one with the purple one, 44.2 was his lap time.
Yeah, I would believe that, because that's the battle that's far from settling down right now. Akers, the second of these two carts, so 22 rather, Archie Buttle, but applying the pressure massively is Akers. What's his exit speed like onto the hanger straight? He's going to go for it here, up the inside of the hairpin. Yeah, nice, neat and tidy move as long as he's okay on the exit. Here comes, though, on the fight back, Buttle. Can Buttle get on the inside? Certainly he can. Into the hook. They change places again.
Great battling from Junior Rotax. And there they go again into Surtees. He did poke his nose down there, didn't he? And it not quite in a position, didn't quite have the speed difference, you see. They're out onto the Lancaster curve already. Into the right-hander of Chandler's, a super quick right-hander that. All important to carry speed down this straight into the Dell. And then the even more important right-hander there at Diggers, because that governs your speed all the way down the straight into the braking area. Nobody challenging into the hairpin as Braden Hill crosses the line. It'll be 9 laps completed. We're coming up to 1 minute remaining, so time beginning to run out as we've got Jaden Hewitt dropping down behind Levi Goodyear and Ethan Wyatt again. So these three battling it out. I'm not sure how that's going to go though, mate, to be honest.
Akers to the inside at McWhirtus. He's got the place again on Archie Buttle. Now, can Buttle offer some sort of a response? Maybe the run onto the hanger straight this time around. 45 seconds left on the clock, so the remainder of this lap plus 2 more as they head towards the tight right-hand hairpin at Raymond's. And, now Akers has got in front of Buttle. Akers all of a sudden seeming a lot closer to Braden Hill for the race lead. This is not all done yet.
It's not over yet. It will be 1 lap to go board next time by for Braden Hill, who's led from the start and hasn't really been challenged until about now. Mm-hmm. This is the first challenge that Braden Hill is going to have to encounter. And unless he looks over his shoulder, he's not going to see just how close Gregory is Gregory Akers just seems to have kept that ace card in his pocket, and if anything, out of diggers for the penultimate time, he's almost touching the bumper of our leader, Braden Hill. Down towards the hairpin. They remain in position. No challenge for position there. There's the 1 lap to go, Bot. Arm outstretched from the start line, Marshall.
Akers to the inside. Now he's got the outside, though, the second bit of the hook, and can't make that work. I really did think that was Akers into the race lead, but a brilliant driving, and Akers now running the risk of losing a spot, in fact, to Buttle in the 22, who's trying around the outside of McWhirter's. That doesn't come off either. Amazingly, on the timing screen, they haven't changed order, even though we had about 17 overtakes.
Cost him a lot of time making that move in the hook, and if he didn't get it done at the first right-hand part, it was job over. It was job over, because you're going to lose a lot of time around the outside of the left-hand bit. And as we've seen there, Braden Hill was able to give himself a bit of a cushion by hanging on to that. And we've got Braden Hill taking the checkered flag to take the win from Gregory Akers in fine style. It was 2/10 the margin at the line. Archie Buttle takes third, fourth is Aston French, Levi Goodyear fifth, sixth is Ethan Wyatt, Ollie Naylor seventh, eighth is Samuel Wyatt, Curtis Latimer ninth, 10th Jaden Hewitt, Nicholas Ellis is 11th, and then moving down the order from 12th down over, Ollie Morris, Ronnie Shrimpton, James Rigby, Adam Catling, Lewis Llewellyn, Alfie Bushell, Rafi Celentano 18th, 19th is Jacob McDonald, Aidan Pomeroy, Oscar Shrimpton finishes 21st, Daniel Davies rounds off 22 starters, 22 finishes.
That's good.
That's excellent stuff.
Yeah, that's what we like to hear. Akers, that final corner, he very nearly wiped the race winner out, Braden Hill. I don't know whether, was there a touch, Paul? There was a little bit of a touch, actually, and that forced Braden Hill wide, but Akers was wise then not to take advantage of that. It's almost like a Formula 1 stock car move into the final corner there, to just barge your opponent out of the way. Maybe a little bit of frustration creeping into Gregory Akers' drive, because he knew he had briefly been in front, but for the space of a corner, and couldn't maintain that. So Braden Hill, is that Braden's second win of the day? He's certainly come close to a top sort of 3 finish previously. So great for points as far as Braden's day at Llandow is concerned. And Akers does make the podium second. Archie Buttle and Ashton French had a good dice as well, but Buttle the better of those two for third position. Fastest lap of the race coming actually from Curtis Latimer, who finished in 9th place. So it shows you that there was some pace that couldn't necessarily be unlocked.
Yeah, 44.2 as well. That's
all right.
That's a very, very quick lap time. We've got the next bunch of karts out for their heat. It's a mixed class, as we saw earlier. It's Minimax and 100 UK Juniors. On the pole position for Minimax, Daniel Parsons with Sonny Morgan alongside. Got Harris Roberts and Emily Cotty on row 2, Eric Smith and Daniel Haynes. I wonder if we've got David and Anita in South America still with us. I would imagine we have.
Yeah.
And then we've got Reese Green, Louis Reese. That's going to be a tricky one, Johnny. Reese Green and Louis Reese on row 4. Alex Fraser, championship leader, is on row 5 with Sebastian Corking, who had a bit of a nightmare in that second heat of his. He's on row 5. 100 UK Junior, Hayden Taylor and Adam Nicolai are on the first row. Yelena Osbar Scott and Thomas Hadley are on row 8. Jamie Scott and Alex Henderson are on row 9. Row 10 is Ewan Scott and Jamie Dart, with Sophie Hadley rounding off the 9-kart 100 UK Junior field. Now, we had a bit of a problem getting these off the line last time, didn't we? So let's hope they get things sorted and underway. They look pretty orderly. I think we like that. I think we've gotten this. No, we haven't. We've given them one way. We've given them another lap. The 100 UK Juniors just coming through now. To be honest, they look pretty orderly for 100 UK Juniors as well. So I have no idea whether we've started this or not.
Well, let's just call it as if we have.
I think we have.
I'm
the number
sure.
45,
Harris
Roberts, thinks we have.
He's just had a sneaky look over his shoulder then. There are marshals out on track dealing
the start
with
line
one or
marshal waved his stick in a circle.
Yeah. Well, they're certainly not in formation now to take a start.
We're racing. We are racing.
Harris Roberts over the line to lead at the end of the first lap from Thomas Hadley. Daniel Parsons running in, well, actually, it's Sonny Morgan second, then Parsons third, Eric Smith in fourth, ahead of Daniel Haynes.
Red flag. Got a cart off.
And
another one in the wall. It's one of our 100 UK runners. I'm not quite sure. So the number 19 of Yelena Osbar Scott has gone off. We've also got the number 2, Ewan Scott, who's being tended to now by our marshals. Yelena is trying to pull her cart off. Just leave it there, my darling. We'll have somebody come to help you. And there's the medical team on site very, very quickly indeed. So we'll get things tidied up and sort out these youngsters. We can't be too careful, can we? When you get two youngsters going off in these junior categories, we sit them in the cart. We don't want to get them out of the cart. We get medical attention to them straight away. But erring on the on the side of caution is what I'm trying to say.
Entirely, yeah. Because these incidents happen very quickly. You're not necessarily braced for impact. Clearly, one cart in a tyre wall, and those tyre walls are designed to give a little to provide cushion. But that's clearly a bit of concern for one, or if not both, of those drivers. Yelena trying to do very much the kind of sporting thing to get the cart off the track to make sure that there was a clear road ahead for everyone else circling round. But they'd already been stopped by the officials, and that's again the power of the clerk of the course and by marshals, local marshals at each corner, able to radio back and say we can't continue with machinery strewn around the racetrack.
It's going to be a full restart, Johnny, so we'll be regridding the competitors in both Minimax and 100 UK, and it'll be a complete restart, a refresh. Paul, did they say anything about timing? Will it be a full 8 minutes? Full restart, right, okay, the term full restart, so that might be full 8 minutes. That might change when we see the top of the clock.
It may.
Of course.
Clock's still running right now, but don't pay any attention to that because it could well be adjusted. And that happens in other areas of motorsport as well. If race laps that we had tried to begin start to eat into our timetable, then a bit of time is often chiselled away from the original 8 minutes. We were quite a long way behind earlier on today. I think we picked up some time, though, since then. Although the finals are still going to be 10 minutes rather than the 12 that we thought about.
We're going to claw a bit of time back from there. We've got some marshals on the start line who may be tasked with forming the grid. I'm not sure where the carts have come to a halt, actually. I think they're around by Scotty, are they?
Well, yeah, it might be actually after the incident in question, unless it's on the run into... Because the contact itself has happened before Surtees, hasn't it? There was a cart off to driver's right on the approach to that left-hander. They're at Lancaster Curve.
Scotty's
before it.
Brilliant. Yeah, they'll be put into grid order there.
And with it being a full restart, that doesn't suggest to me it'll be a single file restart, therefore.
No, it should be
two abreast again?
Yeah, two abreast, yeah.
Okay.
It should be. Yeah, that's the way it works. Yes. We've got 4 more heats to get through before we start our finals. And the first final to kick things off will be the final for the 100 UKs. We've completed their 3 heats, and we've already got a grid for them sorted. We'll be going through that more closer to the when it comes to their final. We've got the Junior Rotax final then second, and then the Junior Rotax B final will be third. That will be an 8-minute run for the B finalists. There's no qualification through to the Senior Rotax B final. There will be a qualification of, I believe, 6 carts. I'll check that. Actually, could you check with Will?
Yeah.
How many people qualify through from the B final to the back of the grid? Sometimes 6. It might be 4.
So either the top 4 or the top 6?
Yes. I just need.
So there are places up for grabs on the back of the A final grid.
That's right. Yeah. So the first 4 or the first 6, which we'll clarify, qualify through to the A final. We've then got the Senior Rotax 177B final. Same again, 8 minutes. The Minimax final will come next, and then we've got Senior TKMs, and then we've got our 2 Senior Rotax classes. Senior Rotax 162s with their A final, and then rounding off the afternoon here at Llandow will be the Senior Rotax 177s. Weather forecast is to stay as beautiful and scorchio as it is now. There really is not a cloud in the sky above me. Little wispy cloud off to the left here in the Vale of Glamorgan. A beautiful part of Wales, a beautiful part of the United Kingdom, actually. And as my commentator colleague Henry Baudet calls it, the global centre of motorsport here at Llandow. I don't know where he gets that from, but we'll give him it. So we're just sorting the grid out. It looks like we've got the medical teams arriving back, so that indicates to me that Ewan Scott and Yelena Osbar Scott will be fine. Whether or not they'll continue, or whether they've had a little bit of wind knocked out of them, we will see when they come round to form up their grid in front of us. So Johnny just on his way back up the stairs from speaking to Will, our timekeeper, and we've got Johnny back with us now.
Hello. Right, it's 4 places on the back of each of the A final grid.
Right.
So top 4 from the B final go through. This will be, as we've mentioned, a full restart. So original grid, but only for 6 minutes.
Right.
Rather than 8.
Right.
So we lost a couple of minutes just because of the time it's taking, obviously, to make sure that everyone's okay and to get the grid realigned. Because there were place changes from the attempted start of the race to this point. So
we'd only completed 1 lap.
Yeah.
And when a red flag comes out, it's how you it's how you finish the previous lap to the red flag.
Right.
So you go 1 lap back.
Right.
So when you've only done 1 lap, you can't go 1 lap back. The 1 lap back would be the very beginning. So that's why we get a fresh restart.
Yeah. But there was still some reordering to be done because the overtaking had already started. So there's a bit of that to take place now between the 2 classes. But it's being done fairly swiftly.
So Alex Fraser, he hasn't had a great day today, has he, young Alex? It's he's leading the championship. He's starting this from 7th on the grid. 9th on the grid is where he's starting this one. And I'm just going to find out where he was in the first heat. He finished 3rd in the first heat, right behind Seb Corking and Reece Green. So it wasn't a bad finish there for him with maximising his championship situation. And then the Minimax, let me just find it, the Minimax second heat. And official news, Ewan Scott, I can tell you, is indeed okay. A little bit winded, but no discernible injury to speak of. And that's great news about Ewan. We were certainly concerned there when we saw the medical teams head out to him. But as I thought, a little bit of wind knocked out of him. Alex Fraser finished 4th. I'm going to take those words back. He hasn't had a great day. He's had a great day. He's finished 3rd and 4th. So his championship lead, it's consolidating. Unfortunately, I think might be what I'm thinking is the fact that Reece Green finished ahead of him in that first heat, which is the only real sort of downer he's had to his day. You might be able to hear that in the background, which means that we've got karts on track and we've restarted them pretty much straight away. Clock ticks down from 6 seconds and it's Harris Roberts in the 45 has gone off into the lead. Daniel Parsons, is that the number 79? Daniel Parsons, yep. He's in second. These two beginning to pull out a little bit. We've got Thomas Hadley, Eric Smith, Emily Cotty, Reese Green, Daniel Haynes, Alex Fraser, Seb Corking, Louis Reese. And then we've got Hayden Taylor, Adam Nicolai leading the 100 UK juniors around. So across the line it'll be 3 laps completed on the timing, with Harris Roberts leading. There is a little bit of a swap around from grid order there as everybody moves up ahead of the cart they were alongside at the start grid.
So Roberts, theoretically, after only a lap because of the red flag and then a restart, but it's almost as if the 2 times are being aggregated together. I don't think that is the case, actually, because we hit the stoppage button to deal with the incident. Harris Roberts will be the leader into Raymond's hairpin and starting to build a gap now back to Daniel Parsons in kart 79 from Eric Smith, looking for an inside line into the hook, but not forthcoming just yet. Further down, Adam Nicolai again leading the 100 UK junior class. Nicolai's had a really strong day. He's ahead of Thomas Hadley.
So man on the move is Seb Corking. He's already moved ahead of 2 karts. We'll see if we can pick up the number 52. He's just behind this leading pack, just coming into view right there. Well done, Scotty. You've picked him up straight away into the Dell. And there is Seb Corking now needing to close in on Emily Cotty ahead. As they come through, we'll just check their lap times and see who's doing what. As Reese Green goes ahead of Eric Smith into 3rd. Seb Corking already up to 7th, ahead of Daniel Haynes, Louis Reed. Emily Cotty has dropped right down the order, 6 places. So Cotty has dropped out of contention there. I'm not quite sure what's happened to her.
She lost about 5 seconds compared to those around her in the race, so maybe a slight error or some contact with another kart has hugely delayed Emily Cotty. But time yet to make those places up again as we focus in on Seb Corking through the Dell, out of Diggers and onto the Hanger Straight. Corking is in 7th position behind Alex Fraser. Race leader still Harris Roberts ahead of Daniel Parsons, with Reese Green in 3rd.
Yeah, and it looks like Corking's progress has been stifled somewhat. It's gone out to just on a 2nd now to Alex Fraser. And let me just get a look at that gap between Alex Fraser and him. Alex Fraser, yeah, lapping there 45.9. Seb Corking's 46.1. So whether or not Seb can indeed catch that kart in front of him, he's chasing down championship leader Alex Fraser, the number 55. We'll keep with it for another couple of laps to see if he is closing the gap. There's no change down the order.
Checkered flag being shown.
Checkered flag being shown. I think we've got another incident out on track that has brought that out. So Harris Roberts takes the checkered flag. Daniel Parsons 2nd. Reese Green 3rd. Eric Smith will finish 4th. Sonny Morgan 5th. Alex Fraser 6th. Seb Corking finishes 7th. Daniel Haynes 8th. Louis Reese 9th. And then the winner of the 3rd and final heat for 100 UK Junior, Thomas Hadley, takes the win. Adam Nicolai is in 2nd place. 3rd place is Jamie Scott. Hayden Taylor is 4th. 5th is Jamie Dart. And then Yelena Osbar-Scott will finish in 6th. So a little bit of an instant-packed Mini Max and 100 UK. It's not out of character, I've got to say, Johnny.
Okay. 7 laps is the kind of labelled distance by the end of that, but I know for a fact we didn't do 2 of those. Well, there were 2 laps from the initial start, bolted on to the rest of the race. So effectively a 5-lap dash, and therefore shorter than what we'd expected to be a 6-minute affair. But as you say, Joe, if there's something else out on track, maybe an excuse for an early checkered flag to avoid any more upset. And Harris Roberts having to sail through some choppy waters there, all sorts going on in that race and lots of potential distraction but it didn't send him off the rails, and he comes home with a winning margin of just under a second over Daniel Parsons in 79 and Reece Green in the 71. I'm pleased with the fact that Reece Green has managed to rectify those kart issues from earlier on, which nearly saw him not be able to compete in Heat 2. But because of a stoppage in that race as well, Reece was able to take the restart, and he's kind of never looked back since then. Another podium result for Reece in number 71, ahead of Eric Smith, Thomas Hadley and Alex Fraser. And the class victory for the 100 UK juniors going to Adam Nicolai again, finishing ahead of Jamie Scott, with Hayden Taylor looking good for a podium finish. So there are 3 more heats to go today. The third heat for the senior TKMs, Heat 4 for the senior Rotax, and there's a 4th heat as well for the Rotax 177s, before we turn our attentions, switching the afternoon's narrative to the finals today, all for 10 minutes plus a lap. And the first of those in 3 races' time will be for the 100 UKs, Joe.
Yeah, we had that premature checkered flag come out there, Johnny. I've just established exactly why. We had a cart. I haven't got the identity of the cart, but there was a cart that came off at the Dell and was basically blocking the whole track. So discretion being the better part of valour, the organisers pulled the checkered flag rather than red flagging and delaying the meeting any further.
Well, that, I have to say, is terrific heads-up race management from those in charge, because yes, everyone's on the end of a radio, they've got headsets. Our starter, for instance, got a headset strapped to his head, but you need to be ready with your flags to say this is the end of the race, get the checker ready, rather than the blue or the yellow that he's got in his hands. But I mean, these guys have been doing it for a number of years, but I'm impressed with the response times.
Yeah, it was pretty good. We're already getting underway. Senior TKM out for their third and final heat. Heat 1 was run by Callan Lamont. Heat 2 was run in fine style by Louis Bevan, if you remember. He just walked off and left everybody. It's going to be a bit different, this one. Alexander Lehman and James King are on the front row. Curtis Granger and Mitchell Ball. Mitchell Ball, remember, is leading the championship coming into this round. He's on row 2. Matt Slate and Ollie Milner on row 3. Row 4 is Owen Potter and Ricky Wright. Matthew Horton and Jason Lovett are on row 5. Lucas Sullivan, Joseph Phillips are on row 6. There's Louis Bevan on row 7 with Cameron Ross alongside. Behind Louis' teammate Leanna Page and Adam Crofts-Davies on row 8. Row 9 is James Hull and Joseph Jacks. Row 10 is Gordon Smith and Oliver Fathers, with Callan Lamont right at the back there in 21st, with Charlie Savage rounding off the 22 cart field. So, all to play for, and probably we're going to see an action-packed senior TKM final heat here, Johnny, because everybody knows how important it is. We've got a straggler at the back of the field that might not deter this race being... No, they are being sent round again.
Yeah, arms up down in the middle order there, just to warn everybody else that it wasn't going to be a race start. Mitchell Bell was getting really annoyed with something there down the back straight. He was kind of gesticulating to the guys in front, saying, come on, get a move on.
I'll tell you why, because he could feel his engine oiling up. And it wasn't going to run very well, so he needs to get going. I need to blast this out. Is probably what he was doing. However, no one can hear you. No one under a helmet can hear you scream. It's like space. No one can hear you scream under there. Yeah,
the loudest voice is the one in your head and the one in your helmet, in fact.
You can nudge the guy in front, but he's going to tell you where to go.
Exactly.
Oh, and we've got an off there. I mean, this is not even before we've started.
Indeed. And now trying to jump down from the nose of number 20, which is this the right sheet, Joe, for this race? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
James King. So James King, who should have been on the front row, has tangled with Alexander Lehman. These are the 2 front row starters, Joe.
I have no idea what happened there. I just literally went to look out the window, and there they were into the barrier together. It looks like they've got damaged carts. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to continue. I'll be amazed if that number 91 cart hasn't got its tracking on yet. And who's that gone off into the paddock?
James King.
James King is out of this heat. I mean,
bizarre.
Let's file it under a misunderstanding. That's the only explanation, really. I'm not really sure what on earth happened there. But what I did see was everybody coming towards this hairpin in single file. And
Oh,
as far as I was aware, that was another wave round.
Yeah.
So what they were doing in single file, I have no idea. Now they're together, side by side.
Mitchell Bell's got his wish here, because Mitchell Ball, he can dictate the pace now, because effectively these two carts, Mitchell and Curtis Granger, have been elevated to the front row. We do get a race start this time. Mitchell Ball on the inside, from the outside in the pole position, pseudo pole position. Curtis Granger in number 47 to the race lead. What a strange moment. You've seen the grid drawn, it's out on paper, and then all of a sudden the top two on the front row take each other out on one of the formation laps.
Bizarre behaviour. This race is underway, though, the third and final heat for the senior TKM class, and we've got the field now. We usually see these TKMs bunching up and will be line astern for pretty much the duration of this heat. It's not even the serious bit yet. We're not even at the final. Into the hairpin for the first time then. The cart squirming under braking there. Look at Louis Bevan. He's up into 5th place, is he? Not quite 5th place. Looks like 7th. Yes, up 3 places. Lucas Sullivan, the biggest mover there, though, up 4 places to 5th place. Lucas Sullivan up to 5th.
And having to keep as wide as possible is Mitchell Ball. But the race leader, Curtis Granger, looking for a way by. Here comes Ball from a long way back, looking to the inside line at Chandler's and gets the race lead. So Mitchell Ball overtaking Curtis Granger. Ollie Milner is also in that queue, and Matt Slate as well. So 4 for the lead, making an early breakaway.
Into the hairpin for the second time. It'll be 2 laps completed. And the first 4 breaking away. But who's that man in 5th now? Louis Bevan up another 2 places. And that gap between 4th and 5th is sure to come down quite considerably. Another change for the lead. And is that Curtis Granger moving back into the lead ahead of Mitchell Ball there?
I think it must be, yeah.
I think it was. I think it is indeed.
Let's get
I think it is indeed.
Check on the numbers.
It is. 47 is the number on the cart. And that's Curtis Granger now back in the lead. Mitchell Ball. Now these two at the front are slowing down the carts in 3rd and 4th. And look at that. Louis Bevan, the gap was huge. It's now a 6-cart train going into that final turn. We've got the Lotus livery cart as well.
Another change of lead, Joe, with
Lucas.
Mitchell Ball back to the front. So the timing screen will still show Ball out front, even though for half a lap Curtis Granger had squeezed by. Look out for the number 1, though, of Louis Bevan, who is scything his way up the order. He's got into 4th position now and ahead of Matt Slate. Lucas Sullivan on his tail in the all-green race overalls.
Remember, it was Lucas Sullivan who finished behind Bevan, wasn't it? If my memory serves, that Lotus homage livery, the green and gold.
Bevan's picked up another place. That was Ollie Milner into Bevan's favourite corner, Chandler's.
Wow.
You can overtake there. You don't make many friends at Chandler's, but you can gain places.
Nobody knows what he does for a living, though. We've got the two flex carts now forming the bread of the sandwich, with Curtis Granger, the meat in the sandwich, and the 2 flex drivers. They're currently 1st and 3rd in the championship. They're currently 1st and 3rd in this race, but not for long, because Curtis Granger goes ahead at Surtees with a fabulous move, and there's Louis Bevan to take full advantage, and a shake of the head from Mitchell Ball is kind of suggesting, how did he do that? How did I allow that to happen? I've lost not just 1st, but I've now lost 2nd as well, because there's that pesky teammate of mine, Louis Bevan.
That was so similar to Mitchell Ball's frustration at the start of the race as well, going, come on, my engine's oiling up, and now looking like he might be able to, has taken the lead on 2 separate occasions, and now finds himself behind the key man today, Louis Bevan. So Ball confirmed in 3rd, Ollie Milner 4th, Matt Slate 5th, and Lucas Sullivan in the number 16, the Lotus Homage car running in 6th place. Joseph Jacks is 7th. Leanna Page, who had a really strong middle race, to the inside line for the race lead and gets it. Bevan in number 1.
He likes that, McGuirtis, doesn't he? It's one of his favourite spots. He can squeeze that senior TKM cart down the inside. And are we about to see Louis Bevan take not just control of this race, but take control of the 2022 National Kart Cup Championship? He's already had a heat win, and this will certainly put him up the order with a points finish, maximising this. We've still got the final to come, remember, and the final points gathering is 100 points for the win. And look at that, John. He's already pulling out a gap. He's the man. He's the man to beat in senior TKM once again in this NKC Championship.
No doubt about that. But it takes a while to master this circuit. Bevan, it feels like, kind of knew the secrets of Llandow before arriving here this weekend. And Bevan now stretching his legs out front from those chasing Curtis Granger and Mitchell Ball. So Ball's still very much with Granger and a chance to get another place up the order. But they too are being caught now by two further carts. Number 62, Ollie Milner, and Lucas Sullivan in number 16. Matt Slate not that very far away in number 11 as well.
No change on the timing screen. In fact, the only change that lap was Alexander Lehman moving up to 12th ahead of Jason Lovett. That's the only movement we've had. That's not going to remain the same though. Still 2 minutes remaining. And whether or not Curtis Granger can get back on terms with Lewis Bevan, I think that one's been answered. He's already pulled a second, but it's Mitchell Ball who we've got to keep an eye on here, because Mitchell Ball, the other flex driver, he's seeing his teammate Louis Bevan just leave and check out. He'll not want to let him get too far ahead, and he looks down the inside at the hairpin.
Very good.
And he makes that outbraking manoeuvre work for him.
Yeah, really good overtake that. A little bit sideways, if anything, into the hook, but he controlled it well. And Curtis Granger couldn't then repay the favour in the very next corner. So now Granger's almost resigned to that overtake, and Mitchell Ball disappearing up the road. Got to concentrate on keeping Ollie Milner behind. Lucas Sullivan in this queue, as well as Joseph Jacks actually in the 55.
Yeah.
He's had a podium, or certainly flirted with podium positions earlier in the day. Ooh,
5
it was a touch.
Yeah, tripping
touch
over
of the
one
Dell.
another, Johnny. Tripping over one another as they're coming together, aren't they? Mitchell Ball. Oh, and look at that movement at the hairpin. Who's going to come out on top as they come out of the hairpin? There was a lot of movement in the braking area.
Lucas Sullivan's got a bit of trim, well, quite a considerable amount of trim now, trailing from the back of number 16, that whole brace section.
That's a rear bumper.
That'll be
He's going to get mechanical flag for that.
You got to think so.
He's going to get that flag shown at him next time by, I would imagine.
The problem is, as soon as that fully detaches, I would not want to be in the path of that.
Exactly, and that's why he will be flagged in. Who's that? Oh, Lucas Sullivan.
Sullivan, yeah.
I'm not sure if that is the bumper. Oh, it is the bumper, yeah. He's going to need to come in, and he will be black flagged. In fact, there's the start line marshal hurriedly putting the pit lane board, or the pit warning board out there.
It's hanging on by a thread right now, but it is it's backwards and forwards, left and right around the track. So
he's going to see it now, Johnny. He's going to see it now, number 16.
I think it's fallen off. It's not on his cart anymore. So has that now caused a debris problem on the racetrack? There are yellow flags. Yes, it actually made a break for the paddock.
No, it's still there. It's still there, though. He's still got broken bits.
Well, Marshall's just picked up quite a big piece there, the other side of the Armco barrier.
Ah,
so
yes.
The bulk of it's come off. It's obviously well trained, because it made a break for the paddock.
It's going to mean that Lucas Sullivan's heat is going to pretty much come to. And saying that,
I don't know.
If he forgets to see the meatball flag, he can get away with this, because they're about to enter into their last lap.
Yeah.
It's whether or not he'll be issued a penalty for not reacting to the mechanical warning flag, which is basically get to the paddock as quickly as possible. So I would imagine that might change his finishing order.
I think he's it's sort of sorted itself out now.
Yeah, but that's not how it was intended.
Indeed.
And that might fall off. And like you said, Johnny, you don't want to be on the receiving end of that. That bumper's basically on by one bolt, and if it's broken as it has. Anyway, Louis Bevan on his final lap into the final turn to complete his heats. And I would imagine with 2 heat wins, we'll see Louis Bevan in the final take the grid on that pole position. Was Mitchell Ball, his teammate, who finally finished in second place. Curtis Granger, the number 47, finished in third. Ollie Milner, fourth. Lucas Sullivan it was 5th. Joseph Jack 6th. Matt Slate in 7th. Leanna Page finishes 8th. Matthew Horton finishes 9th on the number 4. And then we've got Joseph Phillips rounding off the top 10 in senior TKM.
So plenty of unexpected action within that. Great dicing for second position between Mitchell Ball and Curtis Granger. Then that peculiar moment where Lucas Sullivan's car started to fall apart around him, but it was a result of a touch, I reckon, into the dell.
He's been hit. He's been hit hard, hasn't he?
And that's stressed one side of the bumper and broken it away. And then the whole thing fell off into Raymond's hairpin. But I suppose it remains to be seen whether Lucas Sullivan will be allowed to hold on to that 5th place finish. Do you get a certain amount of laps to react to a mechanical warning flag?
Yes, you do.
And he will say, well, if it's 3 laps, I didn't have 3 laps in order to sort the problem out.
Especially here, Johnny, because you are, I mean, you're responsible for seeing that marshal's post at the start-finish line.
Yeah.
So you've got to be attentive to that area. But when you come out of that hairpin, the start-finish line is on a curve and followed very quickly by the braking area for the hook. So your focus is getting through that curve. You remember that he was right up behind the cart in front of him. So it's just kind of a glance off to your left to see that warning board, which you're kind of responsible to do. Entirely. At that point, you've got to notice the marshal flags. Doesn't matter what you're involved in. So the defence of I didn't see it is not really that solid. You know what I mean? Because you're responsible. You've got a responsibility as a driver on a racetrack to take note of the marshal's flag. That's the whole point of them, isn't it?
Indeed. Well, the problem itself struck. He went round for a lap with the bumper trailing. Then the mechanical warning flag came out and he did a lap. But at the end of that lap, the bumper broke entirely free. So he will say, well, it was a problem for a lap. And then it went off into safety. Do I still need to abide by the mechanical warning flag? Officials might say, well, yes. But if you only had 3 laps to respond, there were only 2 laps left when the flag was shown.
Well, I had on Harry Volkard's Chevrolet.
Oh, yeah, going back to your British Touring Car Championship escapades.
Pit wall days. And we got flagged for the door opening.
Yeah.
And I'm on the radio saying to Harry, right, mate, you've been given the black flag. Do not come in. Do not come in. You've got 3 laps to react.
Yes.
I'll tell you when to come in. Do not come in. And I look, and standing right next to me is the official issuing the warning.
Right.
And he's looking at me, shaking his head. 2 laps later, the door slammed shut.
Fantastic.
Exactly.
So when the door slams shut and it's no longer a problem, does that completely eliminate the need to pit?
However, this bumper was a little bit different because it's a bumper that was being damaged through accident damage, and you don't know what else is going to fall off.
True. Yeah, it's not just a case of an open door.
Yeah, my door shut. That bumper was still hanging off. Senior Road Tax Heat 4 now. So it's the third and final heat for the Senior Road Tax runners. I say third and final heat, it's Heat 4. I might have caused confusion there. All of these competitors are now in their third and final heat, even though we've had 4 heats, because we've got more than we have here. We've got more than 34 Senior Road Tax drivers. Pedro Oliveira is on the pole position with Thomas Storer, the current champion. We spoke to Thomas in the lunch break. I hope you saw that. Hopefully they may be given a once around for us nattering. I think he is going to give them a wave around, you know. We'll wait and see. No, he's let them go. Or has he?
You got through 2 names on the grid. And everybody else is third.
I give up reading this starter's body language. I really do. I can usually read the starter's body language.
I love the fact that at one point he blows a whistle. And I don't know who's supposed to hear that.
I'm not sure what he does with that stick. I mean, it's a rolled-up green flag.
Yes.
But he still waves it, even though he waves it to go around, and he waves it when he lets them away.
The whistle I love. It's like somebody's committed a foul. But anyway, we
free kick. He's called a penalty.
Free kick and the start of a race.
Right, we're underway. Here they come down the inside for second place. I'll get an idea of... Oh, and he slides wide to the number 22 of Tom Radburn, taking Thomas Storer. in a beautiful overtake into the hairpin there. Pedro Oliveira leads on lap 1 and continues to lead around lap 2. It's the number... Have we had a change of lead already? No, it's number 57. There he is, Pedro Oliveira. Through Chandler's and out onto the Spitfire straight. Down to the Dell. They're on lap 2. Onto the Hanger straight for the second time. And Oliveira's got a bit of a cushion, hasn't he? Tom Radburn in second. Thomas Storer in third. Martin Coe was fourth. Here they come again to change the timing straight in front of me, Johnny.
Oh, very tight indeed for Nathan Ballard. He did well to hang on to that. Slipped a position from 5th to 6th, but that was running out onto the grass, coming out of the hairpin at Raymond's. You can afford to do that at times. And also, difficulty now for number 19. Very peculiar angle to be exiting the hairpin in there. Number 19 is Andrew Powell, who's out of the race, I'm sad to say.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Right in front of us.
Where's Andy gone?
He's just here, stepping out of the cart, number 19.
Oh, there he is, yeah.
And wandering off fairly forlornly. So hairpin at the moment, no overtaking, covered by yellow flags, because here come the leaders.
So it's still Pedro Oliveira leading across the line, 3 laps completed, passing the forlorn abandoned cart of Andy Powell as they do. Tom Radburn second, Thomas Storer third. Gino Cook in 4th, Martin Coe 5th. It's Nathan Hope 6th, Nathan Ballard 7th, 8th is James Cosson, Luke Evans 9th, and rounding off the top 10 is Martin Jackson.
You're commentating and sneezing at the same time there. That was
skill.
mightily impressive. Pedro Oliveira's lost the race lead now to Tom Radburn. Happened out of McWhirter's and through Lancaster Curve. But Oliveira still showing good speed in number 57 to stick with the race leader as much as possible. The yellow flags have now been withdrawn. So everyone's had a chance to see where Andy Powell's cart has ended up, to say, right, you know where it is, just don't drive into it. And Andy is no longer in the cart, which is good news. He's the safe side of the barrier. It's Radburn from Oliveira, nose to tail. Bit of a gap back to Thomas Storer in 3rd. Gino Cook is 4th in number 43. But Oliveira, having been overtaken, still no let up really in his pace, and he's capable at the moment of getting back in front of Tom Radburn, I'd say. Yeah,
he's hanging with him, isn't he? He's got the pace to stay with him, if anything, closing up onto the bumper of Radburn there as they go out onto the Hanger straight.
More yellows at the hairpin because we've had another problem for, is that Reese March? 50, yeah, it could be 58. Reese no longer in the cart either, but straight on into the barrier at the hairpin.
And has he connected to the barrier?
Yeah, Reese again is not in the car. They've already wheeled it. It had made contact with the red and white,
right,
and they've now wheeled it to safety.
All right, Radburn leads then, getting back to this race. And Oliveira's going with him, hasn't he? The Radburn went through, and Oliveira's going with him. They've pulled out quite a gap there at the line. It was 1 second between Oliveira in 2nd and Thomas Storer in 3rd. Gino Cook in 4th still. No change down the order to 12th. Into the hairpin then for the 6th time. And it'll be 6 laps completed this time by across the line. Fastest lap of the race for Tom Radburn. A 44.161. It's a 44.315. Personal best for Oliveira, who's chasing him down, Johnny. But I'm not sure he's got the pace of Radburn.
Yeah.
Radburn seems to be the man on the man of the moment in this 3rd and final heat for Rotax.
It's just very small amounts, isn't it, that Radburn is quicker here and there. You're probably only talking about hundredths of a second per lap, but they're all stacking up now to go against Pedro Oliveira, who led in the early stage. Oh, a bit too much curb there from Oliveira as well, which has denied him the same sort of straight line speed compared to the race leader, down the Hanger straight and into Raymond's. Yellow flags no longer being displayed again, so your best opportunity to overtake on this short 0.6 of a mile circuit is available once more with greens flying. Gino Cook's 4th ahead of Martin Coe, Luke Evans, and looking further down the order, Ari Barker, who, as he's been doing all day, gaining ground. Ari now 9th.
So yeah, I think Radburn, if he continues in this vein, he's going to clinch this. He's only got just over 2 minutes remaining, so he's once he got past Oliveira, he has been able to maintain that gap at about half a second. They're into the final turn already, out and across the line. Gap to Storer behind. That's continuing to go out by half a second a lap. Storer 2.5 seconds behind Oliveira in second. Gino Cook a further 3/10. Then Martin Coe. Then Luke Evans, Harry Barker up into 7th as you described, Johnny. Nathan Hope down to 8th. Jack Jones and Simon Keeble. Martin Jackson just outside the top 10 now with that 11th place behind Keeble.
Nothing between Martin Coe and Luke Evans as well. Pretty sure they are teammates of very similar coloured karts anyway for 5th and 6th. And they head down the race leaders now head down the back straight, peering out of our window for Martin Coe versus Luke Evans. Yep, and there they go with Harry Barker tucked in behind. Race leaders approaching and are now exiting the hook. This is the 3rd place scrap though. Thomas Storer versus Gino Cook, 3rd and 4th.
Can Cook get past Storer? That's the question. Time ticking by though. We're now inside of the final minute. So we've probably got time for 2 more laps as the leaders will come through. They're lapping in 44 seconds as the number 22 continues to lead. We're looking at the number 1 and the number 43 out onto the back straight, the hanger straight, and with the clock now at 35 seconds as they cross the line in the lead, that means it'll be 1 lap to go board next time by.
Very good run out of the hairpin for the 4th place kart, and that was Gino Cook almost up the inside of Thomas Storer, who's under huge pressure now. Can't afford to get one line wrong into the left-hander at Surtees, and the place is changed. That's almost like a Finding Nemo helmet, isn't it, for Gino Cook, the orange and the white, and he's found 3rd position from a long way back. But it felt like an overtake that had been built up over about 5 corners.
I think you're right, Johnny, because what he was doing there is he was sussing out where he was going to make the move. And he knew he had to come out of the hook really well. And it's the final part of the hook, that right-hander, which maximises your speed down the bomber straight towards Surtees. And Surtees has got such a wide entry, it really does open up the passing opportunities there.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what that corner has been designed to do. With that wide entry, you can see where the track's been widened, and it's for that very reason. It creates a passing area. Final lap for Tom Radburn. There he is, the number 22, just about to encounter some back markers here in the final stages of this race.
George Hunt doing the sporting thing there, getting well off the racing line. Yeah. Back straight, hanger straight for the final time then. Radburn, Oliveira, checkered flag is ready, and it'll be Tom Radburn with a dominant performance, although he always had Oliveira there to pick up the pieces should they head his way. Really good overtake with a lap and a half to go for Gino Cook to get 3rd position ahead of Thomas Storer. And how far up the order did Harry Barker get in the end? In 6th. And pressurising Luke Evans to the line. There was only 0.3 of a second between Evans and Barker as the thing closed out. Another 12-lap dash then for the Rotax, the senior Rotax karts. Frenetic stuff. I'm getting more used to this. I mean, there really is no downtime whatsoever in the day.
And you by the time you've processed what you've just witnessed with Tom Radburn, Oliveira, Cook, Storer, Luke Evans, great battles all the way down that field, the Rotax 177s will be on.
Here's a brand new lot of names, exactly, for the 4th and final heat of the day for the 177s. Yeah,
we conclude our heats here with the heavier senior Rotax class. And I'm not being personal there to the drivers. It's the heavier, it's 177 kilograms, including the kart and the driver together. And this will then go into our finals after this one. So 1 8 minutes and 1 lap heat for the 177s. Let's have a quick look at the grid and how that pans out. I think we've had Championship leader Philip Howarth. He's completed all of his heats there this afternoon, so he'll not be out this one. Louis Large will be. Let's see where they are on the grid. David Medlock on the pole position with Richard Evans alongside. Cole Edwards and Harrison Crook are on row 2. Row 3 is Dan Millwood and Steve Jackson. Michael Mallett and Thomas Childs are on row 4. We've got Rowan Mackley and the number 66 of Stephen Horner. They're on row 5. Then we've got Rhys Llewellyn and Simon Whaler on row 6. Brendan Smith and Charlie Jowers are on row 7. Adrian Smith and Keith Mason are on row 8. Louis Large, there he is, second in the championship. He's alongside Tim Darlow. Now, Tim Darlow is no slouch here alongside Louis, so it's going to be a bit of a race between them two to make progress through the field. We've got Carl Bryant. He's no slouch. And guess who's alongside him? Ben Hitch. Carl Bryant on the number 2 and Ben Hitch. So we've got Louis Large, Tim Darlow, Carl Bryant and Ben Hitch on row 9 and 10. Right there in the midfield. This is going to be action-packed, I can tell you.
And we should reiterate, this is a kind of random draw. I know you get one really good race, one middle-order race, one rear race, but nevertheless, how they've been drawn out in that respect,
I know,
so close to one another, is very fruity.
Row 11, Taylor Adams. Hurrah for the Zach Bolton fan club. He's on row 11. In 22nd, we've got Harry Rowett and Jai Oliver on row 12. Steve Gilly and Jason Bear are on row 13. And then we've got Steve Maidman, Alex Thomas on row 14. And then rounding off the 30 kart field is Brian McCready and Tom Eldridge. Right, everybody, including the Zach Bolton fan club down there in the Stockton kart. What's it called?
In truth, I've forgotten. Top Sport, something like that, is it? No.
Why can't I remember that?
Stockton on Tees.
Yeah.
Anyway,
hello.
Yeah.
Zach's out there.
We're big fans of yours.
Yeah, we're big
guys.
fans of yours. Yeah. Team Sport karting.
Team Sport.
In Stockton, which is where Zach works. And they've got us streaming there, apparently. There's
Team Sport
rooting him on.
karting.
Right, here we go. The field are there at the hairpin. And they look in good order. I hope the starter's happy. I have no idea whether he will be or not. I can't tell by his body language.
Where's the whistle?
We are indeed racing as the final heat of the afternoon, the final heat of the weekend, in fact, gets underway through the hook and out of the hook. And everybody's made it out of there, Johnny.
Yeah, really good getaway for everyone, making room for each other into the hook, which is firm but fair racing. Concentrating on Cole Edwards in the 39, who's under pressure from behind. Is that Richard Evans, who's lost a bit of ground in the early stages? Or is that Evans out front, actually? 72. They'll work their way through the Dell. Yeah, that is Evans.
It is Evans, yeah.
Who's made the break from second position on the grid, so to the right-hand side of pole position. And down into the hairpin for the first time of asking. A place change there for kart number 98. Steve Jackson then making early ground. Steve coming through in fourth position behind Cole Edwards, but it's Richard Evans who leads the first lap of something like 12.
Louis Large up inside the top 10 already. I'm looking for Tim Darlow. He's in 15th. And where is Ben Hitch? Ben Hitch dropping 3 to 20th. So disaster for Ben Hitch, the other championship protagonist, losing out there. Louis Large will want to progress up the order. He's already into the top 10. We'll see how he progresses, but right now it's all about that lead battle. And Richard Evans, he's got a bit of a cushion, hasn't he? As has Dan Millward, as has Cole Edwards. So the first, second and third. There's the battle for fourth, though. Dan Millward, Thomas Childs. Stephen Horner in sixth. Michael Mallet, seventh. Louis Large now up to eighth. Another 2 scalps for Louis Large.
Good progress being made by Cole Edwards, though, too. Up to second place. Steve Jackson slotted through ahead of Dan Millward as well, who lost 2 places on the second lap. And now starting to turn the screw is Cole Edwards. The run down Spitfire straight, relatively short straight compared to the hangar, which is the back straight between Diggers and the hairpin. They're onto that segment of the circuit now, and a good run required for Cole Edwards. Doesn't quite look to the inside line just yet. Maybe tighter on the exit. They are side by side behind, though. And that was Steve Jackson losing a place to Thomas Childs, who's up to third.
5.5 minutes remaining. And there's still plenty of time for Louis Large, who continues to climb up the order. He's now up to 7th, ahead of Michael Mallet. There's Thomas Childs in 3rd.
But Cole Edwards to the lead of the race now, managed to slot by at McWhirters to get underneath Richard Evans. And Evans in the 72 might not have a response to Cole Edwards if he can start to edge away. Maybe a kart length as an advantage. Bigger gap behind Evans to Thomas Childs. with the green and yellow cart, number 62. So Child still in third ahead of Steve Jackson. Louis Large up to fifth place now.
Would you believe that? He's needing to maximise his points haul to claw those points back on Philip Howard for the championship. We'll keep an eye on Louis now as he makes progress. He's into the faster drivers though, isn't he? So he's progress all the way up to that fifth place. Let's see where Ben Hitch is as well. Ben Hitch is stifled there, still in 19th. So Ben Hitch, third in the championship, has not really made much progress as he would have liked to again consolidate that position in that championship.
Yep, all about consistent points scoring across the 3 heats that you do. This is heat 4, remember, but each of these drivers will have only competed in 3 heats total through the day. Richard Evans no longer as the race leader. It's Cole Edwards from Thomas Childs. Louis Large up to third position, so 2 more spots gained. Steve Jackson and Dan Millward both overtaken by Large on that lap.
He's got chunks of time. We're only at half distance. He's only got a second to gain on Thomas Childs. He's only got 2.6 seconds to catch the leader, Cole Edwards. And with 4 minutes remaining, well, 3.5 to be exact now, he's got plenty of time to do that. He's taking chunks of time out of them. On saying that, Johnny, 45.0 for Cole Edwards, fastest lap of the race for Cole this time through. Let's see what the gap is. He's taken half a second out of them. So half a second out of Thomas Childs. And there's the fastest lap of the race for Louis Large, 44.8 for Louis Large. He's the fastest man on the track, and look at that. He's right on the bumper now of Thomas Childs. It's only going to be a matter of 2 or 3, maybe 4 corners. In fact, I'll go to say, by the time we get to the hairpin, Louis might be in a position to have a go on the brakes.
I have to say, observing that fastest lap of the race so far, just such finesse in driving from Louis Large. Just
he really is.
The smallest amount of corrective steering necessary. He is going to line up the second place man, Thomas Childs, into the hairpin, but there wasn't the opportunity to brake later there. Heading towards the hook on lap 7, and it's just a question of biding his time. He's quick on the exit of the hook, quick on the approach to Surtees and McWhirters as well. This is the assessment period for Louis Large. He'll work out where it's best to try the overtake.
Yeah, he was talking to me this morning. Slow in, fast out is the mantra for here at Llandow, and that's where he will want to maximise his position into the Dell now. It's not about how quick you go in, it's about how quick you are right there. Right there at Diggers as he goes out onto the back straight now, on the hanger straight. Is he in a position? Nope, he's got to slot back in. He's not quite got the momentum, and that's because Thomas Childs is a quick driver, is equally a quick driver. It's all right coming through the field, but when you get to the front of the field, that's when your progress can be stifled, understandably. There's a reason why these guys are at the front. That's because they're quick here. Still following him around. He's now thinking, isn't he? You can see those wheels churning. Louis Large, very clever young man when it comes to racecraft. And you can see Louis, he's dropped back, if anything, off the rear bumper of Childs. And I'm not sure whether that's because Childs has responded. Childs puts in a personal best last time through, Johnny. So it probably is that.
Large is very good out of the hook, the right-hander that takes them out of the hook. But what Childs is doing is almost stopping Large in the corner, coming out of this sequence now. So I think without Childs there, Large could really motor out of this right-hander and down towards Surtees. But where Childs is struggling a little bit, where he's putting the cart on the road is what's still keeping him in second position. So it's great driving styles from the two of them. Large carrying more pace, but he just can't prize the opening.
Yeah, he's having to think about it. We're inside the final minute. My estimation will be 2 more laps after this.
Yes.
Plenty of time for the leaders to come by. So time running out for Large to increase his points haul. Great driving from Cole Edwards. Some fine laps being posted by the leader. Equally fabulous driving from Thomas Childs to keep the progress of Louis Large stifled. And here is Louis now having a look in places where perhaps he's thought about, but he knows it's going to be the last lap board next time by. There is no timing board countdown here at Llandow.
There's been a drama, by the way, for that on that lap for Taylor Adams, who's now stranded in the middle of the hook. I thought I saw his name tumbling down the order. So yellow flags being waved at the hook, at least for one lap. Nose to tail again, into and out of Raymond's. And Thomas Childs could afford to look over his right shoulder to see how close Louis Large was. Pay no attention to the order in the timing tower, because Large displayed quite a way down, but he's in reality in third position, right behind Thomas Childs. And this is all playing nicely into the hands of Cole Edwards, who's kind of been left with no pressure in the closing stages.
Final time for Louis Large to have a go. Time's running out, opportunities running out, because we've only got 2 corners left now through Diggers. 1 corner left, and that's a hairpin. So I think Cole Edwards takes the checkered flag now underneath us. And behind him, Thomas Childs with some great driving there to hold Louis Large back for third. It'll be Rhys Llewellyn who overtakes Steve Jackson right on the final lap there. The number 4 through into fourth. Michael Mallet sits behind Steve Jackson at the line for 6th. Stephen Horner drops 1 to 7th. Dan Millward 8th. 9th is Alex Thomas. Brendan Smith 10th. And then we've got Harry Wowett, Keith Mason, Ben Hitch finally comes through to 13th. Charlie Jowers, Steve Gilly, Jason Bear, Richard Evans, Carl Bryan, Jai Oliver. And then we have Simon Wheeler in 20th place. And then rounding off the rest of the field, Tim Darlow, Tom Eldridge, Adrian Smith, David Metlock. And then Taylor Adams we lost on lap 9. Brian McCready we lost on lap 7. Well, that concludes the heats for the 5th round of the NKC, as the senior Rotax 177s make their way back to the paddock. We are now into the important part of the weekend. It's finals time, and the first one out will be the 100 UK. Johnny, I tell you what, mate, this is going to be outrageous. It's going to be outrageous.
100 UK has arguably provided the best racing all day. I mean, we've had some really good standout moments, the odd moment in other races, but I think with consistency, 100 UKs for me have been standalone. And yeah, a final over 10 minutes plus an extra lap is going to be terrific entertainment after these cars qualified via their 3 randomly drawn heats to generate a grid. And Will downstairs, a floor down in the timekeepers, has promised to print out this. Oh, have you got the initial grids actually for these races, or are they still to come through? No, we've got a grid for 100 UK. Well, whilst you munch on that, let me... Okay. I was going to say, I'll read it out. Fair enough. Right, so these are the best scorers from the day when you added up the various points scored through 3 heats. So Wesley Graves on 145 points gets the pole in number 2 alongside Ben Klukas, who again has been plugging away, and we've been spotting his progress scything up the order in each of the 3 races that he's taken part in. He was only 4 points away from Wes Graves, and that will give him a front row start. So number 2 and number 84 on the front row. Then the D plate of Lee Hackett to start from 3rd position alongside Sam Hill in number 40. 137 points, plays 137 points. So when you level on points, does it then go to the fastest lap between the two? Because I know it's 48.0 is the... Okay, not sure. Right, fair enough. Good job Joe's not got a headset on, because he just called me a very rude name, which is most unprofessional. But he has got a Belgian bond, so he's already better off than I am. 48.044. I reckon that's Lee Hackett's best lap of the day versus Sam Hill, who's produced a 48.2. So he gets a slightly better grid position as 3rd. The 3rd versus 4th. The 3rd row will be Jamie Crease and James Rees. 133 points from his heats and 125 points for James Rees. Marcus Gray and Brendan Williams are next on row 4. The 5th row, Tom Pattle and Dominic Pine, 16 and number 9. Dom's had a better day than I thought, actually, because Pine was struggling in one of the heats earlier today. Liam Hamling and Marcus Dorey on the 6th row. Then it's Ed Peed and James Purchase on the 7th row. Number 14, Matthew Lawrence, alongside 33, Charlie Leonard. 52, Andrew Bradley, and 55, Sergio Taggio. Callum Bergman and Leonardo Taggio on the 10th row. And then it's James Cannon and Dexter Bergman. But we know Dexter has been struggling. Dexter has been struggling with the performance of his kart in that he didn't appear in Heat 2 at all, nor did he do Heat 3, actually. And that could explain why he's only accumulated 87 points through the course of the day. Joe's back.
We've seen how well these guys race. We've seen how quick Ben Clucas is today. We've seen how quick our Wesley Graves is. Lee Hackett, you can't discount. Sam Hill has always been there or thereabouts. But we've got quite a battle ahead of us now.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not a betting man really. The only thing I bet on is football, and I'm not very good at that even. I would certainly not bet on this one. We've got the grid ordered, and we are racing, and it's wheel to wheel into the hook for the first time, and it's Ben Clucas who takes the lead. Wes Graves was quite aggressive there. He gave Ben very, very little room. Both very experienced karters, of course. Wes Graves, a Super 1 champion in his youthful days, back in the junior times. Ben just looking down at the motor there. I'm not sure what he was doing. Maybe it was a mixture adjustment or something. But we've got 5 karts breaking away now, Johnny. And remember, 10 minutes and 1 lap, so slightly longer, which gives us slightly more time, slightly more exciting racing.
Ben Clucas will lead at the end of the first lap into the hairpin. He should lead out of it as well, and does, ahead of the number 2 of Wesley Graves. Then with the D plate, Lee Hackett 3rd. Sam Hill is 4th, where he started. Jamie Crease and Dominic Pine 5th and 6th, ahead of Liam Hamling and Brendan Williams. But Ben Clucas able to carry very good speed into Surtees. There was no way by there for Wes Graves. Lee Hackett, starting to shake Graves up here for an overtake. He's got a really good run coming out of McWhirters, and up the inside will go the D-plate holder. Hackett, great move there into Chandler's.
He's the champion here, remember. That's what that D-plate stands for. The Dragon Plate, the Welsh champion here at Llandow. As he continues down the back straight there, the hanger straight. Wes Graves coming back at him. Wes Graves down the inside at the hairpin, and he makes it stick out of the hairpin then. Ben Clucas is clapping his hands because behind him they're battling and tripping over one another, and that's give him a gap of a half a second. Yes, a whole half a second. But Ben Clucas, that distinctive orange helmet, it's kind of dark orange, isn't it? With a black suit, easy to pick out. Equally easy to pick out the flex livery of Wes Graves on the number 2. Now, Wes will have had a bit of a wake-up, Johnny. He's gone, hang on a minute, Hackett, what are you doing on that D-plate? Get behind me. Just kicking up there. Was that Wes Graves?
It was a slight mistake from Graves, and now the pressure is on. He's lost a place to Lee Hackett, and Sam Hill is the next in the queue as well, with the yellow and green helmet, almost centre-esque. Up the inside goes Sam Hill to bag another position. So Wes Graves, one little mistake, and it's proving so costly. Graves down to 4th position as a result of that.
He almost lost out from Dominic Pine there, his flex teammate, moving alongside as they crossed the line. And it was only because of slightly more speed out of the hairpin that Wes Graves was able to hold the number 9 behind. But Wes Graves now right back down in 4th place from leading this race a short while ago. Oh, sorry, not leading it, but in contention for the lead. With Ben Clucas right there on his bumper. He's now down in 4th.
Graves can't get the drive off McWhirters like the karts around him. So Graves has lost another place now to Dominic Pine, who's got ahead in the number 9 kart. So Graves will come through, I think, unless I'm very much mistaken, in 5th place now. Pine's got through for 4th. It's starting to shape up very nicely for the lead of the race. Lee Hackett 2nd in the sequence behind Ben Clucas. Sam Hill there in 3rd then with the yellow helmet, and right behind him Dominic Pine.
So as this race continues there, the number 9 of Dominic Pine moving up ahead of, who is that?
Sam
the number
Hill.
40, Sam Hill, and that's a 3rd place. That's a podium position for the number 9 flex driver. He's leaving his teammate Wes Graves behind him. Wes Graves, we thought we were going to see Wes Graves absolutely dominate this, but it's not the case. Ben Clucas is doing that. He's still got that half a second cushion, to Lee Hackett, who you can never discount here on home ground at Llandow. Into the hairpin then. It'll be 5 laps completed. We're not even anywhere near half distance yet. Still 1 minute before that milestone ticks by. Just noticed Ed Peed and the number 47 just having a go at Marcus Gray there. I think that was him losing the position though rather than gaining.
Yeah, 10th and 11th. Remember, Ed Peed had a retirement earlier on today, but helped his rival to get back in the race, which James Purchase, I think, he gave a push start to, so that at least James could continue on. But Ed Peed has had a very much up and down day. He started off very well, but now down in 11th position and jostling for places with Marcus Gray. Leaders heading through Diggers for the 6th time. Klukas ahead of Lee Hackett. And they are not separated by much at all into the braking area. It's less than a kart length in and out of Raymond's hairpin.
These narrower track karts using all of that curb at Diggers onto the back straight. Here they are at the hook, and we've now got that cushion that Ben Klukas thought he had has pretty much disappeared as we tick by half distance. 5 minutes remaining then, and it's a battle for first place between these 3 karts. And there's Dominic Pine looking down the inside of the D-plate driver, Lee Hackett. Made it stick all the way down there, side by side, into Chandler's, out of Chandler's now, and into the Dell. And it is indeed Dominic Pine. I'm not sure if that was a little bit of a coming together there between Dominic Pine and Hackett.
Yeah, I wonder whether there was a touch into McWhirters, which then just opened the gap to Dominic Pine, for Dominic Pine to squeeze through. So Pine confirmed in second position ahead of Lee Hackett now, but Hackett's still got good lap speed. And as these two continue this arm wrestle for second place, again, Ben Klukas is going, excellent lads, you keep this up, because I've got a lead of nearly half a second.
Yeah, and he'll be able to see in his peripheral, you know yourself on a track, you just look over your shoulder slightly and you see where the other karts are. And that's where he can see Dominic Pine on the number 9, the D-plate just behind. If these two continue to trip over one another, that will play very much into the hands of Ben Klukas. He's completed 7 laps. He's on the hanger straight now towards the hairpin. It'll be 8 laps completed. And Johnny, that is a huge margin. It was 0.7 of a second. Now that they've calmed down in that second place, no, still 0.7. So even though they've calmed down and stopped tripping one another over, we're still seeing that gap being maintained at 0.7 of a second.
New fast lap for Wes Graves. Not a fastest lap of the race, but a PB at least, a 48.1. So Graves has weathered the storm. Now they're going to have to go around a stranded car here. That's the Leonardo Taggio's kart on the inside of Lancaster Curve. So currently no overtaking there, and a much wider line required so that they don't make contact with the number 97. They're through that now and back onto the long hanger straight. Look over the shoulder from Dominic Pine to see how close Lee Hackett is. Not close enough to mount an opportunity into the final corner on the lap.
So with 2 minutes and 40 seconds, the job that we've got Dominic Pine and Lee Hackett on their list is to catch Ben Klukas. It's 0.688. It was 0.7. I would call that 0.7, and it's been like that for 3 laps now. So Klukas can maintain this pace. 48.2, 48.2, 48.2. It's literally difference of thousandths of a second between these 3, between these 6 even, because nothing's changed in the order here in the 100 UK final. We expected that to be the case, Johnny, of course, because we've now got the fast runners at the front of the field. So, it can be processional, but it's always the potential what we're looking for. And even though we've got Dominic Pine and Lee Hackett now, they've lapped together pretty much. Lee Hackett choosing not to challenge Dominic Pine to catch the leader, Ben Klukas.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's not happening, is it?
I wonder whether Lee Hackett might be able to catch the race leader, but the problem is Dominic Pine stands in his way. Hackett is the quicker of these 2 karts between the 9 and the D plate, but Lee's the wrong side of Dom Pine, who's had an ever bettering day, really. He started off with a fairly sticky opening heat, did Dominic Pine, but has improved from that point. Wes Graves has been if anything, the disappointment in this, having started from the front row, now a move maybe for second place. Yeah, Hackett gets it into the hairpin at Raymond's. They're going to be side by side, almost having a conversation, though, over the start-finish line.
You know what? So Hackett goes by, and he looks across to Dominic Pine, and Hackett says, let's catch him. Dominic Pine gives him the thumbs up, and it's like, yeah, let's catch him now that I'm ahead of you, and now that I'm second, they can perhaps take the win.
Yeah, so Hackett's idea is to go now, go to catch up with race leader Ben Klukas. The problem is there's only 45 seconds left on the clock, plus the extra lap at the end of the 10. Ed Peed and Callum Bergman switch places at the end of that lap as well. Through Diggers, though, will go those at the sharp end. Ben Klukas way up the road, and has Lee Hackett left himself a bit too much to do with Dom Pine right behind.
It's going to be one lap to go aboard next time by. So Ben Klukas has so far led from the lights going out to this point here. He's got to hang on to this lead for 2 more laps. He's got 1.2 seconds, the gap there. And even now that it's Lee Hackett's, it's now even Lee Hackett's turn to catch Ben Klukas. It's whether or not Lee Hackett can actually do it. It's now, right, here he goes, mate. There you go. See if you can catch him. You know what? I'm not sure I can. The D-plate driver having to settle for that second place, and just look at that gap now to Klukas. He's got a commanding lead, Johnny, and with now, as he comes out the final turn, 1 lap to go. I'm not going to see it, but he's looking very strong.
Plenty of curb taken by Lee Hackett on the exit of Raymond's hairpin there. That's only going to slow Lee down and bring him back into the clutches of Dominic Pine. It's all playing very nicely into the hands of Ben Klukas, as again, massively defensive into McWhirters goes Lee Hackett. Far more concentrated on where Dominic Pine is. The leader's gone, and he just wants to make sure he can hang on to second position. Will Wes Graves have a say in this in the closing stages, as through the Dell goes Ben Klukas onto the back straight for the final time?
Here they come then. There's Klukas. And I tell you what, Johnny, what a fine win that has been for Ben. Experienced driver there. He punches the air to acknowledge the flag. A great win. He got the lead into the first turn, and he hung on under massive amount of pressure. Lee Hackett on the Dragon Plate will finish second. Dominic Pine for Flex will finish third and be the final podium position place. Wes Graves finishes fourth. Liam Hamling finishes fifth. Brendan Williams sixth. Seventh is Jamie Crease. Tom Pattle is eighth. Ninth was James Purchase. Marcus Dorey 10th. Marcus Gray 11th, and then we've got Charlie Leonard, Matthew Lawrence, Andrew Bradley, Ed Peed finding himself down the order there. Callum Bergman finishes 16th. Sam Hill finishes a lap down in 17th. Leonardo Taggio, I should say, finishes 19th, and James Rees we lost on lap 3. Fabulous racing from the 100 UK finalists. You've got a sticky bun now, Johnny.
Excellent.
I had mine because I was flagging a bit, and I know I needed to get the energy levels back up there for the finals. So if you want that sticky bun, I'll talk amongst myself for a few minutes.
So you need sugary goods to get you going. I just need a 100 UK final. I'm raring now. I can do a full batch of heats again now. That's really perked me up.
Well, if you think that was solid, right, and good racing, we've now got these crazy kids to go.
Oh yeah,
and let loose. We've got the Junior Rotax final coming up. Braden Hill will start on the pole position. He has on a very strong 145 points from Ashton French, who starts second. Samuel Wyatt and Gregory Akers are on the second row. We've then got Ethan Wyatt and Archie Butler on row 3. Curtis Latimer, Nicholas Ellis are on row 4. Row 5 is Adam Catling and James Rigby. Jaden Hewitt and Ronnie Shrimpton are on row 6, with Ollie Naylor and Ollie Morris on row 7. Levi Goodyear and Alfie Bushell are on row 8. And then we've got Lewis Llewellyn and Jacob McDonald, row 9. Row 10 is Daniel Whitfield and Mason Perrin. And then Rafi Celentano and Aidan Pomeroy are on row 11. Row 12 is Oscar Shrimpton and Daniel Davies. and then Dylan Mitchell and Josh Eaton-Brown round off the 26-cart field. We've got them out on track. They're on the back straight, and the grid is in no way formed in any shape or order, so it's going to be a little bit longer before we can get things underway. We're just having a bit of a reflection on the 100 UK final. We've been giving the once around for the junior Rotax field. That was a more definitive body language to give them the once around, the wave around there. So we're going to get one more pace lap. 10 minutes and 1 lap for this final. So 2 minutes longer for anything to happen, and it usually does. As Braden Hill continues round, we'll just wait for the... It'll be at a part of the track, or down the back straight, where Braden will start slowing the pace and gathering the grid up. And they're just heading now out onto the hangar straight. So yes, that looks better now, girls and boys. You've got that in good shapely order. Being told to hold the pace down. And they come towards the starter. He lets them go, and we are indeed racing into the hook for the first time.
So one stab at it initially, and that's a much more neat and tidy affair. Braden Hill then looking to get the break from Ashton French in the orange helmet. In fact, Ashton, I think, has lost a place there to, Sam Wyatt, who's got between the two of them. So the lighter of the orange helmets for Sam Wyatt, now trying to pressurise Braden Hill in the opening stages of this 10-minute final, plus the extra lap, heading for the Dell, all as one. Hill from Wyatt from French, and behind them, Gregory Akers.
And remember, that's a championship battle there. Samuel Wyatt came into this round in the lead of the championship. Braden Hill came in second place. So Braden Hill will want to continue at the front of this field and maximise his points haul for 100 points is what he will take. He took the win in round 3. He's never won a final. He took a heat win in round 3 and a heat win in round 2. But he's yet to win a final. He'll want to do that. In fact, none of the drivers at the front of the championship have took a final win. But Braden Hill, with Sam Wyatt now right on his rear bumper, this is a battle for the final here at Llandow, and a battle for championship as Samuel Wyatt on the number 20 goes down the inside, and he's making that stick. Or has he?
Dunno.
Yes, he has.
Just
making that stick. I thought Braden Hill was coming back at him there.
I think there was a little bit of a touch on Braden Hill on the back of Sam Wyatt, just to force him a touch wide coming out of Raymond's, and that might have been the opening, but maybe Braden Hill was half-hearted about that, wanting to make sure that it was a neat and tidy overtake, minus the contact. So Wyatt it is from Hill now. Akers has got ahead of French, I notice. So Gregory Akers now running in third with a black helmet ahead of Ashton French.
So two championship protagonists, championship leader now at the front of the field, down towards the hairpin. It'll be 3 laps completed this time by. They come back towards us across the line then. The gap of the line is hardly negligible, 0.2 of a second. Akers now up to third, fourth is Ashton French, Archie Buttle fifth, sixth is Curtis Latimer, Jaden Hewitt, I should say, up to seventh, Ethan Wyatt eighth, ninth is James Rigby, and Nicholas Elliott now 10th.
Through Lancaster Curve will go the race leader, Samuel Wyatt. Again, economy of movement that we've been saying all day, just very minor adjustments to the steering once you've put the initial input in, a little bit of corrective necessary, and then down the long straight, which is so crucial to a good lap time, into the Raymond's hairpin for the 4th time they will go. And Wyatt just edging away very slightly. How do the lap times compare? Well, Sam Wyatt's just produced the best lap of the race, and he was a 10th quicker than Braden Hill. That will all matter come the final shake-up. Gregory Akers a little slower than those two in front by 0.4 of a second.
So out of the McGuirters onto the Lancaster Curve, already through Chandler's and heading towards the Dell. It's a right-left. You've got to slow the car down for the left-hand bit and then maximise the corner there. Diggers out onto the back straight. Then here they come back towards us. The engine noise, I should say, goes up. And these three beginning to kind of give each other a cushion there. No change all the way down the order until we get to 10th place, where Ollie Naylor has now moved into the top 10 ahead of James Rigby. We're losing Adam Catling. Adam's dropped to 17th now down the order. But from what I can see, Johnny, everything beginning to space out, everyone behaving themselves, and there's the only battle really that shows any kind of potential of a place change down the where is that?
Into the Dell.
Yeah, into the Dell, yeah. Of course.
I haven't seen many overtakes into that right-hander at the Dell, actually, because, they're normally done at Chandler's, and the opportunity to get fully alongside down the short Spitfire straight is a rare thing. That would have been brave from Curtis Latimer, who's shaping up at times Archie Buttle for an overtake, which would be for 5th place. Curtis does look a bit quicker than Archie, and generally speaking, well, he can't have had as equally good results as Archie. They were only 2 points apart, though. Buttles from his 3 heats, 1-2-5. Latimer, 1-2-3.
Yeah, still very tight as ever in the Junior Rotax field. We're at the half-distance mark now, so time beginning to run out. We're now coming out of the forest, as they say. We've been going into this final, now we're coming out of it. As we see the field head into the hairpin. If you've been playing a waiting game, been playing a high-speed game of chess, then time is running out. You now need to up the game a bit. And now start thinking about where, if you are going to improve your position in this race, where are you going to do it? We've had a quite processional so far. That's the number 35.
Gregory Akers has been working really hard to close the gap on Braden Hill, and I think Akers is capable of making this overtake work, but maybe a hint of a contact there, which has slowed Akers.
Remember that we've got these detachable bumpers on these Junior Rotax karts. Braden Hill will not want to lose that second place. He can see Samuel Wyatt heading off into the distance, and he can see Sam Wyatt's championship lead extending going into Fullbeck for the final round in a few weeks. So he will not want to see that championship lead extend even further by losing that second place to Gregory Akers. Gregory Akers, though, looking like he's very racy there, moving down the inside of Chandler's, and he makes it stick, but he's come back at him, and he will take that position back as Braden Hill snatches it back at the Dell. A little bit of an inadvertent lunge again, or I should say a nudge, as they head out onto the back straight into the braking area. Who's it going to be across the line? Side by side across the line, but it's showing Akers in the lead, Johnny.
It is. In the black helmet, Akers, later on the brakes into the hairpin. Actually, from our perspective, to generate a good race for second, this is great because these two are holding one another up, and it's drawing in Ashton French in 4th. Archie Buttle and Curtis Latimer could also join the party fairly shortly as well. Great exit speed out of McWhirters for Gregory Akers, who's threatening now to just open the gap out on Braden Hill. But Braden, as you said, didn't want to relinquish second and now doesn't want to lose too much time on Akers if he can avoid that. Onto the back straight they go. Clear leader is Sam Wyatt, who's already crossing the line at the end of lap 10.
And we've got a yellow flag being waved at the hook. Not quite sure why. I think that might have been brought in actually. So for a second there we had an incident at the hook that would have slowed them down. I'm not sure Braden Hill's got the pace. I'm not sure Braden, he might prove me wrong here with the final 2 minutes looming. And he's coming back at him as if just to prove Bradley wrong.
Yeah, he's listening to you.
Yeah, he is. Gregory Akers now needing to ease away from Braden Hill, and that's where he has the advantage. Akers was quicker through there and has been most of this race.
Ashton French is under massive pressure here from, I think that's Latimer in the 56. Yes, and Latimer is ahead of Ashton French, and that will be for 4th position.
That's the position there, coming out of the hook and then down towards Surtees. through the left-hander at Surtees. Named
Totally together.
after the 1964 Formula One World Champion, I would presume.
You have to imagine so,
Yeah.
Can't think that there are two of them. French, he was in the wrong place there, approaching Chandler's, and loses another spot, this time to Archie Buttle. So Ashton French should be in a better position than this, considering his performance all day long, but maybe his cart is fading beneath him because he's had to give up another place, as mentioned, to Buttle, who's up to 5th now.
So inside the final minute then, I think we've got time for the leader to come round and get an extra lap if that makes sense. It'll be 2 laps to go next time by, as the Braden Hill. Who's that? Is that
was French back up
53?
the inside.
That's
Ashton
French has gone by.
Back past Archie Buttle.
Yeah.
So Buttle got the place about a lap ago, and they've switched again. So French back up to 5th now.
So Buttle will want to come back to him at the hairpin. Here they come into the hairpin, and Buttle, if anything, not in a position to challenge there. We'll see them come back into our view as we see them across the line. So a change of position for 4th and 5th as Ashton French has gone back ahead of Buttle. Buttle now settling in behind. And
Akers didn't come through then. Well, he did eventually, but Akers has slipped all the way down to 8th position. Very slow lap for Gregory Akers. Was running, where was he? Second?
He was second. Gregory Akers has lost out massively there. I'm not sure what has happened.
8 seconds he lost on that lap, down all the way to 8th position.
Well, that's put Braden Hill back onto the rear bumper of Samuel Wyatt, and it's damage limitation as the leader gets the last lap board. There is the leader, Sam Wyatt. Championship leader will extend that championship lead, which is exactly what he wants to do. He came into this round on 706 points. He had a 16-point lead. That's going to extend going towards the final round. So still all to play for, and anything can happen in heats and a set of finals at Fulbeck. But for now, though, the first step of the podium for the junior Rotax class looks like it's the property of Samuel Wyatt. Here he comes. Checkered flag flies. Sam Wyatt takes the win. Braden Hill, second in the championship, finishes second. So a bit of a damage limitation run for him at the end there. Curtis Latimer third, Archie Buttle fourth, Ashton French fifth, Nicholas Ellis sixth, seventh is Ollie Naylor, eighth. I'm not sure what happened to Gregory Akers from that second place. He's finished in eighth, Johnny.
Yeah.
So he must have just had a coming together, or he lost it, or he made a mistake, or something like that.
Well,
so
it was a lap time of 52 seconds, I think I read it as. So, yeah, a huge amount of time lost, whether that was contact and a spin as a result or a half spin. But Akers really speedy in that event to that point. And then as soon as Akers got in front of Braden Hill, I did think he would just carry on in second place. So we therefore locked in on the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, because that seemed to be the next one to spice up. Archie Buttle and Ashton French involved in a real battle pack for the closing stages. Buttle getting the better of those two by the line. So eventful stuff, as it was always going to be in the junior Rotax final. And after 10 minutes plus a lap, it's Sam Wyatt, who's looked a strong contender all day, also gets the fastest lap of the race, a 44.3 that he did on lap 5 of the 15 laps we had. Great stuff. Two real stonkers of finals already, and we've got a couple of B finals now to look forward to. So these aren't the outright finals, Joe. They are merely to decide the back of the A final, if you like.
That's
Four
right.
places up for grabs. The final 2 rows for the senior Rotax and the Rotax 177s. So as long as you're in the top 4 here, you will be allowed to start the A final.
I'm just going to sneeze, Johnny.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Well, I'll carry on talking in that case, because you've been shuffling papers and probably generating some sort of
Dust.
allergy. Dust.
There's dust everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just everywhere. It's very dry and dusty here at Llandow. Right, I have the grid for the B final. You've explained it nicely, Johnny. The
Thanks.
first 4 finishers will qualify onto the back of the grid for, if you go down to National Kart Cup. So the first 4 finishers. So this is what we're focusing on, Paul and Harry and Scotty out there. We're focusing on 4th and 5th place because that's where the action is. Yeah, because that'll be the final qualifier. Patrick Williams Rohage qualifies on the pole position. Henry Stratton qualifies alongside. Then we've got Martin Jackson and John Hobbs on row 2. Row 3 is Nathan Ballard and Andy Powell. George Boxall and Grace Lee Davies are on row 4. Row 5 is Dylan Tatum and Andrew O'Keefe. George Hunt and Matthew Hildred are on row 6. Daniel Gibbs and Reese March are on row 7. And Nathan Shattle qualifies as the 15th and final qualifier for the Senior Rotax B final.
So the next thing is, I just want to know how many cars are automatically through into the A
You said
final.
it again, mate. That's another pound in the jar.
Oh. What are we up
So
to
34.
now?
We'll have 34 carts start.
Yeah, but how many karts are already through? 30. Right,
yeah.
so the 30 sort of pre-qualifiers for
Yeah.
the A final. And therefore a full grid of 34 wanted by the end of this.
We've just gone through them, Johnny. So there's, we've got the grid on the back straight, on the hanger straight now, and it looks very ordered. We've got Patrick Williams Rohage and Martin Jackson on the front row, and they've controlled the pace of this start very well indeed. The starter looks happy, and he gets them underway into the hook for the first time. It's an 8 minutes and 1 lap B final this. So 8 minutes, and remember, the important position is that 4th place, 4th and final qualifier. And that's the property of the number 87, Martin Jackson at the moment. Andy Powell, I noticed in the number 19, he'll be gutted to have to pre-qualify out of the B final. He's had a bit of a torrid day with that non-finish, which has put him in the B final. You know what am I saying? Everybody will be gutted to be in the B final. That's the number 10.
Nathan Ballard, off the road.
Yeah, into the barriers there. Yellow flag flies, and that is at the Dell. That's not too far from our camera position. Yes, and he's gone straight through the tyres there. So Harry will need a new change of underwear, I think, before the long drive home, as the race continues.
Yeah, with Henry Stratton under a great deal of pressure. There's contact at Chandler's. That never really ends well. And Stratton rather out wide on the exit of that corner. Lost a place, but no more. I was surprised by that. 1-2-1 able to get through John Hobbs. But they were squabbling. And then there was a touch on the run into Chandler's itself. This is all playing very nicely into the hands of Patrick Williams Rahaj, though. Building a lead on new second-place car John Hobbs, getting ahead of Henry Stratton on the run through Chandler's corner itself. Martin Jackson hanging on to 4th, and the gap then back to Andy Powell, who, remember, retired from the previous or the final heat of the day. Therefore, he's into the B final, and he's got about a second to find on Martin Jackson right on the bubble. So Powell, the wrong side of that bubble right now. He's in 5th. You need to be top 4.
Yeah, he's going to be asking all of that power from that Hunter Motorsport tuned engine. That Rotax engine on the side of Andy Powell is going to be brought into good use now. It was 0.8 of a second last time by to Martin Jackson. It's still 0.8. 45.263 for Jackson in 4th. 45.225. And he needs to find a little bit more pace to pull Jackson back towards him. That's the battle right there. There's Jackson on the red, white and blue. There's Andy Powell with the silver helmet. And Andy, first time here, I believe, down from the northeast. He's home track at Warden Law. Is my home track, of course, so I know Andy quite well. Running with FP Motorsport. And he's chasing down Martin Jackson as they are on to Raymond's hairpin. Out of Raymond's. It's still Jackson. What's the gap? Oh, and the gap is still 0.8. There is absolutely nothing in it. This final qualifying position is an absolute nail-biter. We are 40 seconds from half distance. So, look at that. Martin Jackson looking over his shoulder to see where Andy Powell is. Distinctive white livery of the Tony Kart. And can Andy Powell do it, Johnny? That's the question.
Sadly, end of day for George Boxall. I just saw him turn left at Raymond's hairpin and back into the paddock. So that kart's now going a number of laps down, but he's not likely to rejoin from there. Patrick Williams-Rahaj over the line. Gap back to John Hobbs. Actually, that's a new fastest lap of the race for Patrick, and the gap is a second to John Hobbs in second. Then it's Henry Stratton third, and fourth place Martin Jackson, and the gap back to Andy Powell is 0.6 of a second. So that has come down marginally.
Yeah, he's pulled it out, hasn't he? 45.645, 45.273. That was the difference in lap times between Andy Powell chasing Martin Jackson down now. Let's see what the gap is on. The gap's come down there, Johnny. You can see it. It's actually, you can visibly see it's a narrower gap between those two karts as we're inside the final 3.5 minutes now. Andy Powell using all of that Hunter Motorsport tuned motor. And look at that, Powell, for some reason, Martin Jackson's lost a chunk of time into the hook for the 7th time. And Andy Powell's now right on his rear bumper. So that 0.8 of a second gap that was like that for about 4 laps has just disappeared. Where's it gone? Here he comes.
Is it just the presence of Andy Powell and that he's at such close quarters, and that means that Martin can't concentrate on the racing line in isolation? He's having to cover off the approaches of Andy Powell. So this looked pretty unlikely only 3 laps ago, but the gap is right there to be seen. It's maybe a kart length. Oh, it's a heck of a lot less than that as they close up into Raymond's, the hairpin. Few more laps left in this because there's 2.5 minutes plus the extra lap, and the gap at the line was 0.1 of a second.
If anything, Johnny, Martin Jackson is tripping. Andy Powell is tripping over Martin Jackson. He's going to have to put his thinking cap on and look for a way by. He's absolutely being held up massively. And this is allowing Nathan Shattle, who started on the very back row of this B final, Nathan Shattle right up there. He did start on the back, didn't he? Yes, he did. Yeah, right on the back. And now he's right with Andy Powell. So this battle for 4th place was between Martin Jackson and Andy Powell. It's now between Martin Jackson, Andy Powell and Nathan Shattle, because Shattle's just waiting for Powell to trip over that kart in front of him, and he's going to pounce as well. So come on, Andy, you're going to have to get past that Martin Jackson now, or else Nathan Shattle's going to swipe it off you. You're going to have to call the police for a robbery.
Fastest lap of the race set by John Hobbs from 2nd position a lap previous, and that gap's come down to the race leader to 0.8, but we're quite rightly focusing on who's going to finish 4th in this race, and indeed just miss out in 5th of the A final grid slots. Chattel monstering Jackson, or rather Powell and Jackson in turn as well, as they head through the Dell. Line astern again, really nothing between these 3 karts though. 4th, 5th and 6th place. Does Powell look to the inside at Raymond's? No, but he also has to try and defend from Nathan Chattel. There's a minute to go, just over. So the remainder of this lap plus 2 more by the end of this 8-minute affair for the B final.
Yeah, and I am fearing for Andy Powell as he continues to try and find a way by Martin Jackson, who is he's positioning his kart very well indeed, is Jackson. He's making it very hard for Andy Powell to make it. Look at that, defending into the Dell there, and that means that Nathan Shattle is going to trip over Andy Powell, which they did.
Yeah.
That stifled everybody's optimum speed on the straight through the hairpin. They really are. I don't know what's happened to Martin Jackson's pace, but they really are tripping all over him. And this is where frustration begins to creep in. It's going to be 1 lap to go board next time by. And Martin Jackson on the Cosmic has been able to hold back Andy Powell and Nathan Shattle now out of and onto Lancaster Curve into Chandler's. No, look at that. Position's been lost there. Powell comes right onto the bumper there. Through Diggers. Onto the back straight now. The hanger straight for the penultimate time. Powell goes to the outside. They're side by side through the hairpin. I don't know where that's going to position Andy.
He's lost. Powell's lost the place now.
Oh, there. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
Powell got on the wrong side of Jackson as they headed across the line at the end of the penultimate lap. And he thought maybe he'd be able to go around the outside into the hook, but all that did was open the door for Nathan Chattel and said, thank you very much, Andy.
He didn't have a choice. He had to try. He had to try something. It was all or nothing. It's pointless. He doesn't want to go home. He wants to be in this air final. But now it's all about Chattel. And can Chattel get past Jackson? Can Chattel do what Andy Powell couldn't? There he is onto the back straight for the final time then. The checkered flag flies. But it's all about this final qualifying position. Oh. It's the 4th place into the hairpin for the final time then. And Martin Jackson does an outstanding job. He lost the pace in that kart, but he's driven an absolutely splendid B final. Patrick Williams-Rahoj takes the win from pole position. John Hobbs finishes 2nd, Henry Stratton 3rd. And the final qualifier into the air final is Martin Jackson.
And thanks to a headbutt from Andy Powell into the hairpin, it switched around again. Actually, it's meaningless because they finished 5th and 6th, but Powell got ahead of Chattel after a rather robust manoeuvre into the final corner. But the crucial thing for Martin Jackson
is that what that gasp of breath was from the corner of the room?
Yes,
you two were looking at that.
Yeah, because, there was a big old shove where Powell, I think, just chose not to brake, really. They'd already had a bit of a contretemps leading up to it, and Chattel forced wide as a result. If that had been for 4th, it would have been far more controversial, but actually for 5th and 6th. And as I say, ultimately, it doesn't decide who gets into the A final, because that will be Martin Jackson, who finishes 4th.
Yeah, that was great fun. That was a great B final. It starts getting a bit intense, doesn't it? When the eagerness to start 34th and not go home. I want another race around this beautiful track. I've got to say, my first visit to Llandow, and I have been very impressed with the layout of the track. It's got not from a televisual point of view, because there's no elevation to mount our cameras, so it's been a very flat broadcast, hasn't it, Paul? There's not even an embankment to stand on.
A flat broadcast, that's just the commentators.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We're trying to inject a bit of enthusiasm. I hope that's carried over the airwaves. I mean, it's a relatively basic facility, I think that's fair to say.
This is your first time at karting, isn't it?
But the track, I've been to Pembrey, just up the road.
Yeah, that's just to be
honest, very similar. Yeah. Another airfield circuit for cars. The facility there, pretty basic. Yeah. There's a cafeteria, but that's pretty much it. But the track itself, and this goes for Pembrey too, is a massive hit with the drivers. I think it's worth the long drive, particularly, the people that come from your part of the world, the northeast of England.
We used to test a lot at Pembrey.
Yeah.
We used to do a lot of testing.
If you left your front door in Sunderland to drive all the way down here, how many hours is that to get to Llandow?
6-7
hours. But I think most people will say it's well worth it because of the racing that this place generates.
And everybody I've spoke to, especially the lads who have come down from the northeast to race here for the first time, each and every one of them have said that it's a very, very technical track. It's so easy to lose time. The corners suck you in. It's very technical. And the key phrase, slow in, fast out.
Yeah.
However, when you're racing, if you go slow in, then somebody could get by you because they choose to go a little bit faster. Because you can go much faster into these complexes, like the Hook, like the Dell, like Surrey. Surrey's such a wide entry. You can sort of pick your line. And that's clearly why they've widened the track there. You can see where they've added tarmac to widen the entry to create that passing place. So it races really well. And it's a thinking man's track here at Llandow. No question. We've got a 10-card grid for the Rotax 177B final. Steve Maidment and Darren Edwards are on the front row. Dave Medlock and Alex Joyner are on row 2. Then we've got Colin Campbell and Rhys Llewellyn on row 3. Martin Heath, that's Nudge, isn't it? Martin Heath is on row 4 alongside Josh Mallett. And then got Thomas Childs and Harrison Crook rounding off the 10-cart field. Once again, same thing. It's all about that final qualifying position. So we're going to be focusing on the 4th and 5th battle. or the battle for fourth, actually. Yeah. Do you want that, Johnny, to refer to? I know you've been doing that.
Yeah, I'll grab the grid. It means I can work out who's who, particularly in the early stages. So a small but perfectly formed gaggle of cars to determine who...
Said it again.
Carts.
That's £6 in that job.
Oh dear, I'm not doing well here.
No.
Anyway, that's fine. It's all going to it's all going to charity. What's not to like? We are going to go for a race start here because, in fact, the starter just turned away at that point. They didn't even bother waving a flag. Not interested because we are racing from the off, and this will be 8 minutes plus 8 the minutes. Extra lap. Yeah. So sweeping down around the outside of Surtees, it is Steve Maidment from pole position, and tucked in behind Darren Edwards trying to edge out the kart from the second row. That might have been David Medlock, actually, trying to squeeze by the run into Surtees corner. Now heading through the Dell for the first time. Just notice a bit of debris, actually, just offline out of Chandler's, but that won't concern those on the racing line. As down into Raymond's corner, Steve Maidment will lead the first lap after nearly a minute of running. So it's Maidment from Darren Edwards in 55 and Alex Joyner in car number 8. Cart's number 8.
Is that another one?
Yes.
£7. Yay! Yeah, it's going to pay for my KFC on the way home, that. Rhys Llewellyn is the kart in danger of not qualifying through to the A final, and that's that kart there in the black livery, black suit, black helmet. I love the man style. It's so different to what I've certainly become accustomed to in the world of karting, but I like that. It's a bit refreshing to see a black plain livery, quite sinister. The number 4 of Rhys Llewellyn. And Rhys will, of course, want to get into third and get Alex Joyner behind him, because then it's Alex Joyner who's got the threat of non-qualification through to the A final. There's no change. The mechanical flag is being shown to Alex Joyner. So that is a significant occurrence, because Alex Joyner is currently third. So I'm not quite sure why.
Is it the debris that's sitting on the track on the left of the next shot? No, it's gone now. It was there.
Well,
the driver's right.
That may have been recovered by a marshal.
True.
But if that was the chain guard, say, off that number 8, they will call him in. You're not allowed to run without a chain guard.
Understandable.
Because when a chain snaps,
yeah,
which is very rare these days, when a chain snaps, it can flail. And I remember the days when we never used to run chain guards, but there you go.
Big coming together at the hook there, and that was for 4th and 5th positions, slotting up the inside, Rhys Llewellyn, but it was the karts immediately behind him that were involved. So there's your race leader, Steve Maidment, and Llewellyn in the black, did you say, Joe?
Yeah, yes.
But it's the two behind that clash.
Oh, that was nearly a turnover, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And who was that? So that was Alex Joyner, who's been taken out. Now, Alex Joyner is the kart that's been given the mechanical flag. So he was going to have to pull in to the paddock in any case. That's allowed 2 karts free from everybody else in this field. Side by side across the line. Steve Maidment, Rhys Llewellyn, I should say, and Steve Maidment.
Yeah.
So Rhys Llewellyn up to the front
lead
of this field. David Medlock now third, and Colin Campbell now the final qualifier for the A final in that 4th place. So we're looking, Paul, for the number 57. So let's find the 57 out there, because he is the kart in 4th place. We're already 30 seconds away from half distance.
So it's Josh Mallett who is in 5th, not yet qualified therefore. And there's the 2 dicing for 3rd and 4th. So Colin Campbell, the second of those 2 karts. They are nose to tail again into Raymond's.
Yeah, massive gap now for Colin Campbell to Josh Mallett. Gap out at 1.7 seconds. And we are looking at that huge gap of whether or not Josh Mallett can pull that back. 46.2, 46.1. He's slightly off the pace of Mallett in front of him. So we will have to see whether or not he can start gaining ground. Because, of course, with the senior Rotax class, we saw that gap disappear very, very quickly between Andy Powell and I forgot his name already. The guy who
Jackson, Martin Jackson.
Mike Jackson, yeah.
Martin Jackson, yeah.
Yeah.
The shocker for me is Thomas Childs, because the last time we saw Thomas Childs in a heat, he was fending off Philip Howarth. Howarth couldn't get by Childs, if you remember, and they eventually ran across the line second and third. So Childs is clearly a very fast carter this weekend at Llandow. The fact that he's only made the B final and is now only fifth, so he's the next, the best of the rest, if you like. The top four should be automatically through. Childs has managed to squeeze ahead of Josh Mallett. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. That's probably a bit too much, but Childs, we know, is quick.
And it's, you know what, Johnny, it's down to some bad luck. It's down to a mechanical issue. It's down to a lot of things where you can find yourself in the B final.
Here comes Childs, though. So I've said he's out of it. Far from it. He's right on the tail now of Colin Campbell. And looking to the inside. That's for fourth position, the crucial
That's the
spot.
final one.
And he got through. Thomas Childs.
So he's certainly got the pace, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Now then, who's that? He's just Colin Campbell. Colin Campbell hasn't been able to catch David Medlock all day. So, all of this race. Beg your pardon. So I'm not sure whether Colin is going to be able to catch David Medlock now.
No, well Colin's behind Childs now, and Childs is looking for a manoeuvre on Medlock, and he got it into the hairpin. So Childs up a further place to third, further cementing his chance of an A final start.
Well, he's on the back row of the grid now for the A final. He needs to catch Steve Maidment and put himself on the penultimate row of the grid. He's got 4.5 seconds, though, to make up. And with 90 seconds remaining, he's got massive pace, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, 45.9. So he's lapping in the 49s. But with just under a minute and a half left, I'm not really sure whether Thomas can actually catch Steve Maidment ahead of him. Rhys Llewellyn's gone off. He's got 4.5 seconds now. Oh, he's only got a second. What am I talking about? I was looking at the gap between Llewellyn and Maidment. Thomas Childs is chasing down Steve Maidment.
Yeah.
And he's only got a tenth of a second between them. They're right there. That's him right there on his bumper.
And
so Childs about to move on to the penultimate row of the A final.
Indeed, which would promote him from 33rd on the grid to 32nd on the grid. But as you say, gain a full row because of that. Still not decided between David Medlock and Colin Campbell, by the way. They're still nose to tail, and that is, if anything, more crucial than the Maidment-Childs battle, because it determines who's in the B final, or in the A final rather, and who's going home at the end of this. And Medlock and Campbell are locked together, looking out for them heading towards the end of their current lap.
Well, one lap to go after this one. Of course, Rhys Llewellyn's just gone through with only a few seconds remaining on the timer. But he will get the one lap to go board next time by. We've got Rhys Llewellyn in that all-black livery leading this B final. Thomas Childs now second, Steve Maidment third, fourth is Dave Medlock. And Dave Medlock hasn't got Colin Campbell that far behind him, has he?
No.
The number 57 of Campbell. He's got 0.4 of a second to make up. And we'll see if this can have even a more dramatic conclusion to it than we expected. He wasn't able to get past Medlock in the early part of this race. The last lap board does indeed fly.
Here it is then, all about this final tour of 0.65 of a mile, a smidge over a kilometre in length, and Colin Campbell, if anything, in this phase of the 8-minute race, a little bit quicker. He's gone to the inside. He knows how important this place is to get onto the A final grid, albeit in 34th position, trying to shape up an overtake into Chandler's, but he wasn't close enough, and has that sort of half-hearted attempt at an overtake at McWhirter's meant that his opportunity is now gone. The checkered flag will fly for the all-black Rhys Llewellyn kart in the black racewear as well, with the helmet to match. Thomas Childs, a really good drive up the order. Who's going to finish fourth? By a nose, it is David Medlock from Colin Campbell, who gave it everything, but in the end, a quarter of a second, he fell short. and Colin Campbell will be an observer to the A final rather than being actively involved.
Yeah, we say goodbye to Colin Campbell, Josh Mallett, Darren Edwards and Alex Joyner, who came out for the B final. Not sure we saw Martin Heath come out. There was 10 qualified and only 8 came out for the B final. I can understand they might have had a problem with their cart and stuff. Right then, hang on. I've got some information from Gasbury that I will have to check in case it's relevant to what we're about to say, JP.
Congratulations to Rhys Llewellyn then, who will be 31st on the grid for the Rotax 177A final. That is the final dish on our menu this afternoon, but there are 4 major finals now to rattle through, each of them 10 minutes in length plus the extra lap for the Minimax 100 UK Juniors in their combined grid, 2 classes, 1 race. Senior TKM final, over 10 minutes and a lap. The senior Rotaxes as the penultimate race of a busy day here at Llandow, the South Wales Karting Centre. And what did you say it was, Joe? The global something or other?
According to Henry Baudet, it's the Global World Centre of Motorsport.
They should put that on the sign as you drive in.
Well, that's what Daytona is.
Yeah, the World Centre of Racing.
Good
point, yeah.
Right, Minimax is out next for their final, as are the 100 UK Juniors out as well. The 100 UK Juniors been leaving a gap to the Minimax finalists. That's going to be interesting. So Harris Roberts will start on the pole position with championship leader Alex Fraser alongside. We've got Sonny Morgan and Eric Smith on the second row. Daniel Haynes and Daniel Parsons are on row 3. Got Seb Corking and Emily Cotty on row 4. And then row 5, rounding off the 10-cart field, Louis Rees and Reese Green. 100 UK Juniors, Adam Nicolai and Jamie Scott are on the front row. Thomas Hadley and Aidan Taylor are on row 2. Row 3 is Alex Henderson and Jamie Dart, with Yelena Osbar, Scott and Sophie Hadley on row 4. And then row 5, running off the 9-cart field, Ewan Scott. They're going round again. We are going to... we've got quite a gap between these 2 classes. Because there's a big gap, we'll be able to pick up both of their race starts. Either the Minimax start, we'll start with the Minimaxes, of course, and then we'll nip back to the start-finish straight and watch the 100 UK Juniors and their start. The Minimaxes are looking in great grid order. That's all going to sort itself out through the Dell and then through Diggers. They're on the back straight, Johnny, so this Minimax final is all to play for. Alex Fraser, the current championship leader, he's on the front row of the grid and will be wanting to, again, maximise his points haul. Reese Green, second in the championship. Here they go. They get the go-ahead. And we are racing.
Oh, but problems early doors, though. Coming out and in fact off onto the grass of the hook there was one of the front row starters. Was that Thomas Hadley in strife? One cart just didn't get away there. We are definitely racing, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Now focusing then quite rightly for this phase of the race on the 100 UKs, and a really good dice for the lead. So that is Adam Nicolai trying to fend off Jamie Scott in the number 3. Yeah, Nicolai just ahead of Scott. Still trying to piece together who we lost in the early stages. No, 45, Thomas Hadley is, the Harris Roberts is still there, but there is no 28 at the head of the order of the Minimaxes. So that's the one we lost, unfortunately. Thomas Hadley on the grass at the hook. But we're focusing on Adam Nicolai over the start-finish line to begin lap 2. In and out of the hook, and Nicolai has been pretty dominant all day with a couple of race wins at the very least. He might have won all 3 actually. 146 points plays Jamie Scott's 144. So the key players in 100 UK now going hard at it for 10 minutes plus a lap.
Great grid of 9 karts for the 100 UK juniors. And these TKM engined karts showing great pace around Llandow. The thing begin to settle down now at the front, or the situation at the front. Adam Nicolai leading Jamie Scott. We'll check up on the Minimax situation in a moment. We'll get a grip of the Minimaxes next time down the back straight as they come into view into the hairpin. But right now I can tell you Harris Roberts leads, Alex Fraser second, Daniel Haynes is third. And then we've got Reese Green, Eric Smith, Daniel Parsons, Louis Reese, Emily Cotty. We've lost Sonny Morgan.
Yeah, it was Sonny actually that had the dramas.
And we've got a non-starter in the form of Seb Corking, who hasn't come out. Yeah, so I'm not sure what Seb's problems are. So Minimax into the hairpin. And we've got a change of lead. We've lost the number 45 of Harris Roberts. Where has he gone?
Not come through at the end of lap 3.
At all. I'll tell you who has come through though, Johnny. Championship leader Alex Fraser on that Lando Norris kart has come through to take the lead, and he's already got a lead of 6/10. Oh, and there is the number 45 of Harris Roberts. Oh, and that is so much bad luck there, to have such a huge lead after only a couple of laps and then to go out. I'm not quite sure what the reasons were, but I saw Harris walking away from the kart.
Yeah, and the body language there just spoke volumes, didn't it? Just disappearing away from the kart, not wanting to look back to observe its retrieval. And this has just left us now with some drivers that we haven't necessarily put the spotlight on through the course of the day. But Alex Fraser in a great position to capitalise on this. He's got no Sonny Morgan and now no Harris Harris Roberts in the race either.
I'll tell you who he has got though.
Yeah.
Reese Green right on his bumper.
Indeed.
And Reese Green's right in his bumper in the championship table as well. So this is a championship battle at the front of Minimax. We've got 6 minutes remaining. This was a 10-minute final, remember. And with the no change in the 100 UK juniors, there's Adam Nicolai, Jamie Scott and Thomas Hadley, the top three there. We've had a change of position for Sophie Hadley, who's gone ahead of Jamie Dart. But this is the battle we're going to look at. Right now, it's whether or not Reese Green can actually challenge Alex Fraser.
So Reese in the 71, Alex, car 55 just ahead. Then a bit of a gap behind to Eric Smith in third and Daniel Parsons, but also lump into that fight Daniel Haynes as well. So the two Daniels, fourth and fifth. Louis Reese in sixth place, Emily Cotty in seventh. And concentrate too, when you spot the number one car, on Adam Nicolai, who leads the 100 UK juniors. But the Minimax leaders head over the line again. That's to complete 6 laps, and we've had nearly half of the 10 minutes that were on the bill to start with. Reese Green now ahead of Alex Fraser.
So the question is, can Alex Fraser come back at him? That's the problem now for Alex Fraser. This is gonna, let's have a look at the championship points there, Johnny. 733 to 730. There's nothing in it coming into this round. I'm not sure what the situation was after the heats and coming into this final, but Reese Green will want to finish ahead of Alex Fraser. There's no question about that. So whether or not...
Well, Reese had scored 97, so that wasn't very much at all compared to Alex Fraser. 137,
yeah.
He's 40 better off.
Yeah.
So that will have extended the gap to 43 rather than just 3. So, it's very much swinging in the favour of Alex Fraser, but at the moment, Reese Green is outscoring Alex. Although Alex is not going to leave Reese alone here in the run for the final few laps of this event. The Minimax 100 UK Junior combined final for 10 minutes plus a lap, and it's all about this duo in Minimax. Adam Nicolai under no immediate pressure from Thomas Hadley for the lead in 100 UK Juniors.
No, there's been no change in the 100 UK Juniors for a couple of laps now. They've settled into their race. We're getting towards the 3.5 minutes remaining mark. And with the two leaders, Reece Green, Alex Fraser, you can't discount Eric Smith and Daniel Parsons as well. They're not that far behind. Behind Parsons is the Cardiff Daniel Haynes, Louis Rees and Emily Cotty in 7th. We've lost Harris Roberts and Sonny Morgan, as we explained earlier. But nobody looking like they're in a position to challenge now, Johnny, either for first and second, third and fourth. It's whether or not people are playing a waiting game remains to be seen. There is no timer board across the start-finish line. So the drivers haven't really got any kind of idea of how much race time is left.
Right, yeah.
There should be a timer board, but it was water damaged. They were trying to fix it the other day. So normally the drivers have a big readout and they can really gauge what they're going to do. So it's hard to keep a track in your mind of how much time has gone.
Yeah. Otherwise, then it's a judgment call, or you can have a rough idea of how many laps you might do, bearing in mind, the 8-minute heats were running to 11 or 12 laps. So this will go to 13 or 14, perhaps. Mind you, these are slower carts compared to others we've seen in the day. So you have to kind of keep a mental record of how many circuits you've done and then therefore when to push. I'd still say it's on for a change for third position potentially between Eric Smith and Daniel Parsons. Parsons still very close indeed to the number 21 of Smith.
So with 2 minutes to go, Reece Green leads, Alex Fraser second, but here is the battle for third, side by side towards Chandler's. You can't go around there two abreast, and that was proved there, and that's Daniel Parsons up and into third place ahead of Eric Smith. As I think you predicted that.
I did say that's where I was going to. There was going to be a change, and Daniel Haynes fancies a bit of it as well, because Haynes now right on the boot lid of Eric Smith as they close up. They concertina up into Raymond's hairpin. Minute and a half to go, and whilst the top two just stretch away from one another, Reece Green building the advantage over Alex Fraser. It is spicing up nicely for third, fourth, and fifth within Minimax. There they go into Surtees,
and Daniel Haynes getting on terms as well. So that's a drop-off in performance, isn't it, of Eric Smith? Looks like his tyres might have just gone because he was hanging on to that position in third, final podium position, and then all of a sudden Daniel Parsons just was able to get by him, and now the same's happening to him from Daniel Haynes. He's being challenged massively. The Daniel Haynes, remember, I've got to say, I think I'm going to nominate Daniel Haynes is the driver of the day, and that's purely based on how he's gone about this weekend after that big off he had in practice where he was winded quite heavily, and then he's had some real sort of, he's kind of shone in one or two of these heats, and then he's had he's raced really well this weekend. So my driver of the day award this weekend is going to be Daniel Haynes on that number 22, isn't he? Yeah.
Yes.
And that's not anything to do with David and Anita in South America.
Although he has got global support this weekend,
yes,
Daniel Haynes.
Yeah.
So, you surely get a doff of the cap for that as well.
What did he say to us yesterday in our chat to him in the paddock? I said, "Are you all right?" He says, I'm just fighting through it." I said, "So you were hurt?" He says, "Yeah, my ribs are sore, but I'm just putting my mind on the racing."
That's what it's all about.
Is what he said.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
You have to put the downside of your weekend out of the mind as quickly as possible. Focus on what's in front of you, and that's exactly what Daniel has done. Still standing in his way for a fourth place finish is Eric Smith, but Reece Green, he had a drama halfway through today as well when he very nearly didn't start the second heat. Thankfully for him, there was a red flag during that, which enabled the 71 to then take the restart. And he's built his day so superbly. Reece Green will be victorious at the end of the Minimax and the 100 UK Junior final combined. He wins ahead of Alex Fraser in second. Third position to Daniel Parsons after a neat overtake on Eric Smith with about a third of the race to go. Daniel Haynes in fifth, Louis Rees sixth ahead of Emily Cotty, and winning the 100 UK Juniors Adam Nicolai, who has been so dominant through the course of the day. How much did he win by at the end? Nearly 4 seconds.
4 seconds, yeah.
Over Thomas Hadley
Yeah, it was
in number
quite
28.
spaced out, yeah.
And Jamie Scott will make the podium in the 100 UK Junior Final.
Well, that is Reece Green's second final victory of the season. He won at Clay Pigeon in round 2. He was second last time out at Wilton Mill in the final. He finished second behind Alex Fraser, would you believe? So he's reversed the roles here at Llandow. It all goes into Fullbeck, of course, in a few weeks. And the Minimax Battle rages, as does the 100 UK Battle rage. Let's just have a look at the championship standings for that series. Just waiting for things to... Oh, please, come on, speed up screen. Here we go. 100 UK Junior, Hayden Taylor is the current championship leader coming into this round from Yelena Osbald-Scott. Lexi Fells, not with us today, is Lexi. She was third coming into the day. So, next up, what have we got? Senior TKM. Now then, I advise everybody to step back one space from the barrier because this could get very, very interesting. Do you want to have a look at the grid, Johnny?
I'll have a look.
While I get these papers from blowing away.
Yeah, fine. So this grid has been assembled from the number of points scored over 3 heats in senior TKMs. The TKMs, there were only 3 heats held through the day, so each driver will have been in every single heat, and it has put Louis Bevan, perhaps unsurprisingly, on pole position because he finished 13 points ahead of Ollie Milner in 62. So it'll be Bevan in the number 1 kart on pole position, drivers left of the front row, alongside Milner with 135 points to his name. Then a tie for third place points for Mitchell Ball and Joseph Jacks. So again, it goes down to fastest lap of the day, and that was very tight as well. 45.771 for Mitchell, 45.8 for Joseph Jacks. So Ball starts third, Jacks fourth. Liana Page, who had a very good result in the middle race of her 3, and clearly very good speed as well, finishing 5th of the point scorers on 126. She'll start alongside Matt Slate in the number 11, so 33 and 11 on the 3rd row. Then it's Matthew Horton and Callan Lamont, Colin Lamont. We don't know, and he doesn't know either. Many different ways to pronounce his name, but we do know that he drives the number 23 kart, and he will be from 8th position on this grid alongside Matthew Horton. 5th row will be Charlie Savage and Oliver Fathers in 31 and 24. Then it'll be Curtis Granger alongside Alexander Lehman, 47 and 91. Joseph Phillips on 114 points finishes level after 3 heats with Jason Lovett, but Joseph had the slightly better fastest lap of the day at 46.0, so Lovett has to start over Joseph's right shoulder. Gordon Smith and Ricky Wright are next on row 8. Then it's James Hull and Owen Potter on the 9th row. Cameron Ross in kart 247, 96 points to his name, will start alongside James King in number 20, who's one of the masters in this race. In fact, the only master driver in this race. And then it's Adam Crofts-Davies alongside Lucas Sullivan. Lucas really paying for 1 DNF today. You don't score, and that really eats into the amount of points that you've scored through the day. 79 in total puts him alongside Adam Crofts-Davies on the 11th row, Joe.
Fabulous.
Really good to look back on. Go on, what?
Scotty, our cameraman, has just asked if he too can take 2 steps behind the barrier. I think you'll find, Scotty, that there is no space behind the barrier.
There isn't. In fact, no. Scotty, you have to take 2 steps closer to the track,
yeah,
please.
We need you to get the shot, Scotty.
Yeah,
get
down
all
on the ground.
action. Yeah.
Like Steve McQueen at Le Mans.
Absolutely, yeah. For your art form, Scotty. It's for your art. Give it up for your art. I said art, not his hand.
Yeah.
Right,
I knew what you meant.
We've released the TKMs. And with Louis Bevan on that front row, we've seen this happen before, Johnny. Louis Bevan likes starting on the pole position because that means he's got fresh air in front of him and he's able to just head off and disappear into the distance. I'm kind of hoping he doesn't do that right now for this final.
Yeah, to make it more of an interesting race, true, but he's just concentrating on points, isn't he, within this championship. Took the previous final this season and is riding a bit of a crest of a wave at the moment, Louis Bevan. Wants the championship lead as we leave South Wales and head for the final round at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. So this is the opportunity for Bevan, starting from pole position.
We've got the grid in good order here. I'm not sure the starter will... Yes, he has. He's given them the release, and it's Bevan that leads into the hook for the first time through the left-hand bit, then the very, very tight right-hand bit. The whole field, remarkably, has made it through the hook in one piece.
And as the engines get up to sort of operating consistency, lots of blue smoke being pumped out, but that will clear as Louis Bevan then is just betting himself in for the opening exchanges of this 10-minute affair, plus the extra lap. Bevan leading as they funnel their way through the Dell on the opener. Ada Diggers, look at the lead, Joe, that Bevan's already got on Mitchell Ball in second place in the 82. Ball a little more concerned about where Ollie Milner is, running there in third position as they head for the hook and the second time through there.
I was fearful of this, Johnny, not so much for Louis Bevan. Louis Bevan couldn't care less about entertainment, but we're in the entertainment business, and if he disappears, then we've got no race to watch other than Louis Bevan's dominant progress at the front of this field. After one lap of racing, he's already got almost 0.8 of a second, and it's his teammate Mitchell Ball behind him. These two flex drivers, certainly well-prepared karts. You should see the flex operation, multiple amounts of karts that they prepare for this TKM category. The rest of the field, Louis Bevan disappears. Let's drop back to Mitchell Ball, Paul. There's Louis Bevan, the number one. This is where the action's going to be. Now everybody queuing up. Ollie Milner, Joseph Jacks, Leanna Page. Callan Lamont is on the move. He's gotten ahead of Matt Slight on that lap. He's now up to 6th place. Matthew Horton, Charlie Savage, and it's Curtis Granger rounding off the top 10.
That was Joseph Jacks up the inside into Surtees to bag third position from Ollie Milner. Milner didn't really see that move coming, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. So Joseph Jacks, who was where on the grid 4th after scoring 133 points, exactly the same amount as Mitchell Ball, but Mitchell given the better grid position because he had a better fastest lap. Louis Bevan out of Raymond's hairpin and across the stripe. It was 1.1 seconds. It's now 1.7 seconds as a lead for Bevan.
Yeah, I thought he would. He's got massive pace. He's wanting to clinch the championship lead back. At the moment, it's his teammate Mitchell Ball, who's currently second, and he'll have nabbed a lot of points this weekend here at Llandow as the race for second place continues, this time in the form of Joseph Jacks, having Ollie Milner's had a try at getting past Mitchell Ball. He hasn't succeeded, so now it's the turn of Joseph Jacks to see if he can now towards the hairpin. Not in a position to try an outbreak there, and if Mitchell Ball can maintain his speed through it, and he does indeed, into the hook. Oh, and there's the position there. Great move, all about momentum out of the hairpin. And he made that move out of the hairpin, momentum carried down towards the hook and down the inside, change of position, and it's Joseph Jacks now. Let's see if he can reduce that gap from 2 seconds to Louis Bevan. I'll be amazed if he can, because Bevan this weekend is on fire.
Yeah, he's really got to grips with this track more so than anybody else, but Jacks has been going about his business somewhat under the radar. I know he got a podium result at the start of the day, but otherwise it's been tough grid positions and converting those into as many points as possible. But 133 is a great tally from 3 heats, and Joseph Jacks has hustled his way up the second place now and ahead of Mitchell Ball. Ball and Milner totally together. A shout for Leanna Page as well, who was finishing, I think she got up to about 3rd position in the best heat of her day. Number 33 is in the shake-up, definitely. And Page has had really good lap speed through the course of Sunday here at Llandow too.
If anything there, Joseph Jacks moving away from Mitchell Ball by just under 0.3 of a second there. The gap to the leader, though, that's extended. 2.6 seconds now for Louis Bevan, and we're heading towards half distance, so 5.5 minutes remain. We're still 30 seconds or so away from that half distance mark as the rest of the field come through and underneath us, out of the hook and down towards Surtees. There's Bevan. He's in the lead, the number 1. Fastest lap of the race for Bevan. He's the fastest kart on the track at the moment, a 45.5. 45.7 was Joseph Jacks in 2nd place lap time, so that gap has gone out to 2.8. So there's really nothing that Joseph Jacks can do. Looking down the order to see just where, if anyone, is on the move. Callan Lamont stays in 6th. He's got a gap of about a 10th. So that's maybe somewhere where we can pick up, Paul. Leanna Page. No, forget it. Yeah, Leanna Page has already gotten past Callan Lamont.
Well, no, she's being caught by Callan.
She's been caught by Callan, sorry.
Yeah.
That's the battle we want. Kart 33 and 23.
Yeah.
So the 33 is the bright blue and yellow, the Flex Kart team. And behind Leanna is Callan Lamont on the 23. That's the battle there. That's a 3-card battle. Ollie Milner, Leanna Page and Callan Lamont. Great work from our camera team here. Harry and Scotty out there in the sun. They'll have fantastic tans on their arms and head.
They'll be feeling it tomorrow, I think, as well. Indeed. So the white helmet, the first of the 2 white helmets, is the 62 of Ollie Milner. Then Leanna Page sitting further down in the cart compared to Callan Lamont, who is the 2nd of the drivers with their white helmets. Looking for them appearing at Surtees. There they are. And up the inside of Leanna Page to pull off a great manoeuvre for 5th position is Callan Lamont. He's been building that up over the last few laps and finally goes for the do-or-die manoeuvre on Leanna Page. Now they're working their way through Chandler's, and has Page got anything to offer in return, I wonder, as they head now on towards the Dell and Diggers, the right-hander. Louis Bevan leading the way by a considerable margin. It's 3.5 seconds the last time we checked. Is that a new fastest lap of the race? No, not quite. The fastest lap, though, is in the hands of Bevan. He did that 3 laps ago. Joseph Jacks becoming more established in 2nd place. The gap back to Mitchell Ball in 3rd is 0.8 of a second. But still, very intense indeed for 4th and 5th now between Ollie Milner in 62 and Callan Lamont in the 23. So Lamont getting ahead of Leanna Page, and he's still quick enough, I reckon, to get up to 4th, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I think he is, you know. I'm sure Callan is another Flex driver. He is indeed. That number 23 kart and the 33 of Leanna Page, both out of the Flex awning. So the Flex team very dominant by sheer numbers in the senior TKM in NKC.
Well, Matthew Horton carrying those team colours as well.
Yeah,
so just off the top
there's
6.
A massive amount of karts that are prepared and ran by that team. So the question is, with 2 minutes remaining now, can Callan Lamont get by Ollie Milner? Up ahead of them, Mitchell Ball in 3rd, Joseph Jackson 2nd, Louis Bevan 4 seconds the gap between 1st and 2nd now. So 4 seconds the gap there as we come back into view at Surtees. That's the number 32, just making his way around.
Owen Potter, who unfortunately has struggled to make an impression on this race so far. Still having fun, I'm sure, and he won't be too far away from being lapped by Louis Bevan, our race leader. There's an idea of the gap, though, from Bevan back to Joseph Jacks in 55. And here is the dice for 4th, 5th and 6th. Milner just about hanging on from Callan Lamont. So Lamont in the 23, tucked in behind 62. Leanna Page waiting to pick up any pieces that might head her way.
He's lining them up, and Liana Page is kind of just laying in wait there, taking a kind of a watching brief, isn't she? Here they come down the back straight then, and defensive driving, and Callan Lamont feinted to the left. He scores wide. He did overtake for a moment there, just in front of us, just off our screens. So Lamont gets ahead of Ollie Milner into the hairpin, but Ollie Milner did the switchback and remains on the timing screen in that 4th place.
Side pod to side pod contact, I noticed, on the exit as well. You can be a little brutal with a fellow kart because those parts will give a touch. I thought Page, on the inside there goes Lamont, but he's gone a bit wide, and that means that again he can be picked off by Milner on the run into the Dell. This is fabulous racing. 4th, 5th and 6th all together. I was about to say Liana Page might luck into this because the two in front will either make a mistake, they'll take each other off, one of those two. More yellow flags though being waved, so no overtaking into Raymond's at the end of this lap. How long do we think till the checkered flag? The clock reads 0. So I think this is the extra lap now at the end of the... Oh no, we're still not got the last lap forward.
We're waiting. Louis Bevan went through before it went 0. So it's Louis Bevan who will pick up the 1 lap to go board, and of course Callan Lamont looked like he was about to have a go at outbraking. Then he spotted the yellow flag, and he had to reel it all back in. Still having a go, and Liana Page looking like she wants to pick the crumbs from the table. She's waiting for these two to have a coming together, and she's just sitting there thinking, "Go on, boys, take each other off, and then I'll have that." Oh, and there she goes down the inside of Lamont. But it's not enough. No, you know what? All 3, 4. Oh, look at that. Look at this battle now. Because we're now being joined in by Matthew Horton and number 4, Curtis Granger and Lucas Sullivan. So that's becoming a 6-card battle. There's the leader, Bevan, as he goes on his way. He's on his final lap now, down towards the Dell for the final time.
Bevan just oblivious to what's going on for 4th position, but it is so fraught. Just off the podium as Bevan then charges his way up to the final corner at Raymond's. The checkered flag waiting for him after a dominant day in the Vale of Glamorgan for Louis Bevan, who crosses the line as the winner in the senior TKM final. How's that dice, though, for 4th position going? Horton looking for a way by as well. It's scattered all over the place. Liana Page has lost so many places in the closing stages. Curtis Granger will finish 4th, ahead of Lucas Sullivan. So something's happened there in 4th place, which has accounted for Callan Lamont, who only finishes 8th. Ollie Milner 9th. Liana Page in 10th. It kicked off on the final lap.
It absolutely kicked off. We've kind of got to go. Our cameras have got to pick up Louis Bevan. It's only right. He deserves to be seen crossing the line to take the checkered flag after taking the win. Behind Louis, though, we're going to have to speak to people in the paddock to find out what on earth went on there.
Yeah.
Joseph Jacks was 2nd. Mitchell Ball was 3rd. Incredibly, Curtis Granger 4th. Lucas Sullivan, he was 5th. Matthew Horton came through in 4th. Just look at the gaps on the timing screen, everybody. 14 thousandths of a second between Horton and Sullivan. 83 thousandths of a second between Horton and Sullivan and Granger. Behind Horton, Alexander Lehman came 7th. Callan Lamont comes through to 8th. Ollie Milner behind Lamont in 9th. Liana Page in 10th. Those 3 there must have had a coming together.
Well, remember the order was...
Yes.
With about a lap to go. Milner 4th, Lamont 5th, Page 6th, and they've come through
8th, 9th, and 10th.
8th and 10th as things have unfolded. With
Phenomenal.
Curtis Granger, the first to benefit. Lucas Sullivan, no idea where he was with a lap to go, but he manages to get in the top 5.
Yeah.
And Matthew Horton finishes in 6th. We haven't got a moment to reflect,
not
though,
a moment
Joe.
to reflect at all, because the Senior Rotax A final is out on track, and I'm going to quickly lash through this grid order for you. It's already appearing on your screen as the carts come out. It's Ari Barker on the pole position. Simon Keeble, who made up 23 places in the last of his heats. He's on the 2nd row alongside. We've then got Luke Evans and Jake Dennis on the 2nd row. Gino Cook, Pedro Oliveira. Pedro Oliveira, remember, has won heats in this series this year. Ellis Humphreys and Adam Rogers are on row 4. Miles Barthorpe, Max Martin. Then we've got Tommy Lee Davis, Jodie Fox. Thomas Storr and Jack Jones are on row 7. Then we've got Scott Smith, Tom Radburn, Alex Warnaby, James Costin, Gez Owen, Lewis Jones, Jodie Newman, Jamie Hardy, Nathan Hope, Ben Harper on row 12. Row 13 is George Sanders and Tyler Fossey. Then we've got Dan Andrews, James Wood, and Martin Coe and Elliot Thomas. Where are the last of the 4 qualifiers? They're not on that grid. That grid hasn't been produced with them on. We're about to go racing. They're on the bottom of the screen though. The 4 qualifiers.
Yeah, so the final qualifiers, it was, well, you said 31st, didn't you? No, not Martin.
No, it's
Patrick Williams-Rahag won the race, didn't he? Henry Stratton was the one to get in as well. So Williams-Rahag was the winner. We're not quite racing yet. One more formation lap.
Yeah, there's one of the qualifiers from the B final, Johnny, has not come out to play.
Okay.
We've got Martin Coe, Patrick Williams-Rahag, who won the B final, remember, and Henry Stratton. He's the final qualifier for the A final. We haven't started racing yet. We haven't given the go-ahead. And so we will have the carts coming into grid order now and forming up in an orderly fashion on the back straight. We've got to wait for them to come around and into our view. And across the line they go. And we are racing this time though, as all that field of 33 senior Rotax carts barrel into the hook for the first time. We're out of the hook and we're racing towards Surtees and McWhirters. And who is that in the lead, John? Is that number 6?
Harry Barker.
Yeah.
Harry Barker, I'm not surprised to see there. Second position for Luke Evans, who's got the squeeze on Simon Keeble in the 47, who is third. And fourth position must therefore be Jake Davis in kart 74. They're just starting to edge away. And the first lap of 15, maybe 16 that we will get over the next 10 minutes plus a lap. But Harry Barker with his 139 points, scoring 2 more than anybody else from his 3 heats, will complete the first lap in the lead.
And everybody completing that first lap. No incidents to report so far. Battle for the lead, though, very much has our attention. As Harry Barker, Luke Evans battle it out. Simon Keeble, fantastic third and final heat for him to get himself up and into contention for a podium position in this A final. He's lying third across the line there for the first time. They're on the second lap now. And they're through and on to the back straight. They'll be coming back into our commentary box view. Everybody line astern. Nobody challenging yet. Bit of a waiting game going on here. And as they cross the line, it's Harry Barker from Luke Evans, Simon Keeble in third, Jake Davis fourth, Gino Cook fifth, Ellis Humphreys sixth, Pedro Oliveira seventh, eighth is Adam Rogers, Max Martin is ninth, and Miles Barthorpe rounds off the top 10.
Harry Barker rounding McWhirters for the third time. Challenge is on again, this time though on the approach to Chandler's from Luke Evans, who started right behind Harry on the grid in third position. And Luke Evans got the jump on Simon Keeble, the top Masters driver in this race as well. A little bit of curb being taken there by that 71 further down the order. But the lead, no doubt about it, is Harry Barker. He whips across the stripe again and into the hook. Barker, Evans, Keeble, then Jake Davis, Gino Cook, who's had a decent podium earlier on in the day ahead of Ellis Humphreys and Pedro Oliveira.
So no change down the order. The only movement there in the order was Jodie Newman moving ahead of George Sanders for 19th and 20th. The leaders already heading towards the Dell, through the right, through the left, and then onto Diggers, the right-hander onto the back straight. There they go. Everybody playing a waiting game here, Johnny. I think this is a high-speed game of chess that we're witnessing here. Nobody quite making a move. Everybody just sizing one another up all the way down the field. everybody in line astern. It's a beautiful sight outside of the commentary box to see everybody just filing around that hairpin.
There was a
beautiful part of the world.
There was a really nice overtake from Miles Barthorpe further back to get ahead of Max Martin. That is only for 9th, but it was all about the slipstream obtained out of Diggers and down the hanger straight, and then a textbook overtake at Raymond's hairpin in the end of the lap. Oh, kicking the tail out there, Harry Barker, but I think that was all part of the design. He's happy to have the cart moving beneath him, and he gained some time, didn't he, through Diggers? That what run through. This will be the end of lap 5, in and out of Raymond's, and it's the white helmet of Harry Barker leading from the yellow, the predominantly blue with the yellow flashes on the cart, and the yellow helmet of Luke Evans. Our first winner of the day, if my memory serves me well, Simon Keeble, running in 3rd in 47, and he's just ahead of Jake Davis. Still that gap between Davis and everybody else, effectively, led by Gino Cook, who is 5th. Underneath the trees as they approach the Dell, a chance therefore to not have the blistering sunshine in your eyes, although most of these drivers running with a visor, a tinted helmet to make sure that the sunshine is not a distraction as it starts to, well, think about setting here in South Wales. 5:30 local time. You're watching the Senior Rotax A final live from Llandow Circuit.
We've got a very noisy exhaust there. That's the number 155 that I think is dropping down the order. He's not going to be anywhere near in contention.
Is that Gino Cook.
It's James Costin.
Gino Cook didn't come through at the end of that lap, so all of a sudden he's lost a whole load of ground. Gino was running in 5th position.
Yeah, he's lost out. I'm not sure why. Maybe the exhaust sounding has had somebody go over the back of it. So there's an incident between 2 carts.
Yeah.
Gino's gone missing. We've got James Costin getting the mechanical flag for his exhaust. As well as that, you can cause all sorts of problems to your cylinder head. And there's a warning flag going out. Not for anybody in the top 10 for sure. Everybody still playing the high-speed game of chess, I'm afraid. We're inside the final half of this A final, and it's Harry Barker who has absolutely dominated. Half a second he's maintained. There's a move for position as Jake Davis goes ahead of Simon Keeble for 3rd. That's a final podium step there as the shadows begin to descend upon that part of the track. It's going to change the track temperature there, Johnny, but I think at this stage of the situation, it's not really going to have a massive effect on people lapping through that part of the track at Diggers.
But everyone's eyes have got to adjust as they go underneath the trees, out of Chandler's, down the Spitfire Straight. So turning point, braking point into the Dell might be affected by that. Haven't needed to battle the change of light through the course of the rest of the day, but it's definitely an issue now as the shadows start to lengthen. Won't phase Harry Barker, I'm sure, who has a 0.6 of a second lead then into the Dell, again kicking the tail out a little bit, so sliding those Maxxis Sport tyres across the rough asphalt on the approach to the Dell and Diggers. Plenty of curb taken by the race leader as well. Luke Evans with the yellow helmet in 2nd. The Dayglow orange helmet for Jake Davis, who made that move on Simon Keeble a lap and a half ago.
As the field come through then, we're getting towards the final stages of round 5 of the NAVOS NKC 2022 Senior Rotax A final. Round 5, penultimate round of the 2022 Championship. Lewis Jones, the only mover on that lap, ahead of Scott Smith for 11th. Everybody else stayed about half a second.
Going to sneeze again is Joe, so I'll keep talking. Ellis Humphreys in 5th position. He's just not able to penetrate the top 4 right now. Again, frustrating for him because he's had speed all day, but just not quite good enough to close in on Simon Keeble. It's spicing up nicely for 2nd and 3rd, though. That is Jake Davis realising he might have a bit more pace than Luke Evans. So the time to make the move is about now. He's got 2 minutes and change, plus the extra lap. And Luke Evans, I think, kissing goodbye to the race lead at this point because he's got far more focus on what's happening behind.
Yeah, the gap to the lead is 7 tenths. However, he's got less. Well, it was 2 tenths across the line. It's not that now, is it? It's down to just basically a cart's length. That's going to close up into the braking area for the hairpin as we see them come through and back towards us. There's the leader, Harry Barker. Just under 2 minutes left, so plenty of time for Jake Davis to challenge Luke Evans. He needs to start challenging and costing Evans time. There's a variation on a theme through Surtees there. Wide open expanse into that corner. Out of McGuirter's now. Towards Scotty on the camera there. Just passing by into Chandler's, keeping that momentum. And the question is, can Jake Davis actually line Luke Evans? Another two very fine Welsh names there, Evans and Davis.
Yeah.
Into the hairpin. 12 laps completed this time by for Barker. Just over a minute on the clock. So we've still got a few laps of racing left. It's the Lando Norris kart of Luke Evans ahead of Jake Davis. And Davis is literally all over the bumper towards Surtees. He goes wide, and it's, you know what, that's down to Luke Evans. Nicely defending into Surtees, not allowing Jake Davis any room whatsoever to challenge.
Yeah.
And out of McGuirter as they come down towards Chandler's.
But it's not the fastest route around this track, and that means that Simon Keeble is able to close up in fourth position. It's very nearly 3 karts now for second position. Harry Barker's loving this, but Luke Evans far from it. He's having to drive, well, in his mirrors, in effect. I know there are no mirrors on these karts, but having to be so mindful of where Davis is all of the time. Davis can try sort of these outside of the box moves to the outside at Surtees, for instance. He's also trying the outside line into Raymond's at the end of the lap, and it's forcing Luke Evans to put the kart where he doesn't want to.
Time is running out because it's the 1 lap to go board next time by for these runners. Harry Barker will be the first driver to receive that. He's already into the Dell and through Diggers and out onto the back straight. There's the battle for second there. And that what was a 2-kart battle between Luke Evans and Jake Davis is now a 3-kart battle. Oh, and down the inside.
Can he get it stopped? No, because Evans is back up the inside. Davis flung one there from so far back.
And if they're not careful, we're going to see what we saw in the Senior Rotax B final. And it happened to Andy Powell. Simon Keeble is right there just saying, come on, boys, trip each other over because I'm going to have this. And it's remember, it's the third and final step of the podium here.
Yeah.
Onto the final lap we go. And we'll be picking up Harry Barker, who's just gone onto the back straight now. As much as we'd like to stay with this, there's Harry Barker there. And Harry will come out of the final turn there to be greeted by the welcome sight of the checkered flag. So round 5, Llandow goes to Harry Barker. Second place, Luke Evans. Jake Davis hangs on to third. Oh, and what happened?
Yeah, well, that was the change.
Oh, what happened there?
Ellis Humphreys, so late on the brakes, caught Simon Keeble napping and bags fourth position. I think that was Ellis's highest run in the race on the final lap. He'd been fifth for so long, and Keeble, who thought he was going to luck into a podium, actually loses a spot on that final run.
Incredible. It's never over until it's over, is it? That's the saying. Well, Johnny, we've got one more final to go, and that will be a wrap on the 5th round of the NKC, the NAVOS NKC, to give it its full title. Look at that front row.
Wow. Yeah, that's what I'd hoped for, to be honest, as they dice between the best, the two quickest Rotax 177 drivers today. You better put people out of their misery and tell us who you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about, if you look at the championship standings for the senior Rotax 177s, which is, of course, our final race of the weekend. And you've got Philip Howarth leading the championship coming into this round from Louis Large in second. Well, guess what? That's your front row right there. Philip Howarth on the pole position with Louis Large alongside. Scotty, seriously, step back from the barrier, mate. Cole Edwards and Stephen Horner. Stephen will be delighted with that second row start in this A final. All the way down from the northeast. He's had a bit of a torrid character building season in his first try at the NKC, but he's had a better weekend this weekend in South Wales, and he'd be delighted to start on that second row. Michael Mallet and Alex Thomas are on row 3. Ben Hitch, remember Ben, third in the championship from Carl Bryant. He's carrying the number 2 because he was runner-up. He's the vice champion of the NKC in 2021, and he's had a bit of an up and down season so far, having to miss a round. Well, he's back with a vengeance. Harry Rowett and Keith Mason, another driver who will be delighted to be qualifying in the top 10 on row 5. Jason Bear and Brendan Smith are on row 6. The Zach Bolton fan club, well, Zach's qualified a very fine 13th for this final, so that bodes very well for Zach. Charlie Jowers is alongside Zach on row 7. It's Alex Jones and Tom Elridge on row 8. Tim Darlow and Jai Oliver are on row 9. Steve Gilly, we spoke to Steve in the lunchtime show. He's alongside Taylor Adams on row 10. Steve Jackson and Brian McCready are on row 11. And then we've got on row 12 Dan Millward and Richard Evans. Billy Clark and James Yap are on row 13. And then we've got Adrian Smith and Alan Cook. And then on row 15, Jamie Broderick and Simon Wheeler. And the final 2 rows of the grid, if I can find the result sheet from the 177B final, we've got Rhys Llewellyn and Steve Maidment with Dave Medlock and Colin Campbell, the final 2 rows of that 177 grid. So they're already in the collecting area. So we just wait for, I'm not quite sure what the delay might be. You see anything, Paul? Oh, we've got a cart being recovered from the hairpin. Oh yeah, there's a cart being recovered there, just back to the paddock now. So JP, the carts are being released. This is going to be a cracker. I'm not sure where either of the drivers are on tyre wear, but it's going to be a factor. It's going to be a factor. We're getting towards that part of the season which I kind of foresaw insofar as how have you managed your tyres towards the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, very good point. Bearing in mind that when you add together the points that Philip Howarth and Louis Large have accumulated through the day, they're only separated by 2. Howarth 145 points, Louis Large 143. They both start on the front row. Cole Edwards not that far away either on 141. So it's a 2-point deficit to Large, a 2 further point deficit to Cole Edwards, and then a bigger gap back to Stephen Horner. But as you say, the Masters driver has scored very well too, to get to 129, and then it's really tight between Michael Mallet and Alex Thomas, who will start on the 3rd row. They've been separated by fastest laps of the day, both finishing on 127 points. Right,
Philip Howarth, Louis Large, Philip Howarth the pole man, he will dictate the pace. Huge grid of 34 carts for the Rotax 177s. It'll round off the penultimate round of the NAVOS NKC 2022 round 5. And off we go into racing, and Louis Large gets absolutely mugged into the first turn and drops behind Cole Edwards, as that was all about the start, that Johnny, and just getting off the line, not quite as quick as Cole. And we find Louis Large now on the bumper, Cole Edwards likewise on the bumper of Philip Howarth, who indeed has got the lead.
Yeah, Howarth with the gold helmet, Louis Large looking for a way by Cole Edwards to try and redress the balance as early as possible. They head into, through and out the other side of the Dell, catch the curb at Diggers, and now onto the hanger straight for the first time. A really good run for Louis Large up the inside, and he gets the place on Cole Edwards. Needed to do that earlier rather than later, but Edwards says no you don't, sunshine. Large edges him out towards the curbing as they approach the hook, and that will cement second place for Louis Large.
Yeah, Louis did indeed ease him out towards the curb on the right hand side. Large though, he couldn't waste any time. He's got to get up and he's got to get onto the tail of Philip Howarth. He knows he cannot drop any more points to Philip Howarth, so that means he has to finish in front of him. He has to finish in front of him, or else his championship is over. Not my words, that. His.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he really does. That's how important this one is.
Yeah.
However, Philip Howarth is very, very quick round here. He knows Llandow very well. He won the Stars of Tomorrow Championship back in his youth. Louis, on the other hand, first time here this weekend. So, drivers of this experience, a former British champion, Philip Howarth, British Championship protagonist. These two have fought long and hard in various series across the years, and they know how to race, and local knowledge goes some way towards giving you an advantage, but when you get to this level, it's kind of negligible. It really is. Maybe in certain circumstances, but it's not going to mean... It doesn't mean anything. Louis not being psyched out by that at all. And look at that, Louis Large moving onto the rear bumper of Philip Howarth within a matter of a lap.
Yeah, you're talking about the top sort of 0.5% really of the half a percentage of ground gained by knowing a track, because Louis Large can arrive at places and just work it out after probably a session or even half a session. So they're on a level playing field, and Louis Large has closed the gap and then some on Philip Howarth, who's now going to have to drive his 101 cart as wide as possible for the run into Chandler's. I don't think Louis Large is going to be able to carry enough speed into that right-hander. It's probably all about Raymond's hairpin in terms of getting by, and therefore crucial to get out of Diggers at top speed. Here's the chance for Louis Large up the inside. He's braking so late out in the dirt and can't get it stopped in time. Back down to second.
Fabulous racing there. He was right on the extreme right-hand side of the track. The dust was being kicked up. Nobody has driven there all day long. And Louis Large went down the inside, and of course he just couldn't get the cart stopped. Philip Howarth saw that coming, let him go wide, and then did the switch back. We've got another 6.5 minutes of this intensity. You can't discount Cole Edwards, can you?
Certainly not.
Cole Edwards in third there. He's joining in as well. Because as ever, these two swapping places like that, they're going to stifle one another. And Cole Edwards could well just nick this. You better get the police on speed dial. Oh, and there's Louis Large down the inside. He fainted.
Brilliant.
He's going to check the cart up in the middle of the corner. That's going to allow Cole Edwards alongside, not quite. And Philip Howarth has got to slot in behind Cole Edwards. For a moment there, looked like he was going to pull alongside Philip Howarth. But no, it's not over yet. Louis Large knew what the mission was. And after, a minute away from half distance, he's managed to get where he needs to be. Now, can he hang on to it?
Stayed out wide down the hanger straight and then absolutely dive-bombed Howarth at the last possible moment. There'll be no way through for Howarth into the Dale, although he closes up on the braking through the second part of that sequence of corners, rattling the curb on the exit of Diggers, and then ducks his head to get the better airflow, but no chance of getting the run down the straight like Louis Large was on Howarth. The return favour, not an option for Philip Howarth, who's still there in second and staying ahead of Cole Edwards. Good for points. Despite what it says on our tower, Large is still second ahead of Edwards.
Let's just have a look beyond these top three protagonists, shall we? Louis Large leads, Howarth second, Cole Edwards third, Michael Mallett fourth. Great drive from Ben Hitch up into fifth place. He's going to consolidate that third position in the championship. Stephen Horner, Stephen drops to sixth. Alex Thomas now seventh, Carl Bryan eighth. Ninth is Harry Rowett, Jason Bear 10th, 11th is Charlie Jowers, Keith Mason down to 12th, there's Steve Gilly up to 13th, and Richard Evans just gotten past Tim Darlow and Tom Elridge for 15th.
So I'll remind you that the numbers next to each of the names on our scoring tower are correct, as in Louis Large leads, although he's shown in third, but he is the first placed cart ahead of Philip Howarth and Cole Edwards. They're absolutely together, heading for the left-hander at Surtees, hanging on for dear life through that lingering left-hander, and then the right at McWhirters. Another look over the shoulder for Louis Large to just find out where Howarth was, but Howarth is slower out of Chandler's, I would say, and Cole Edwards, might be his opportunity to get a good run out of Diggers. What's his run like down the hanger straight? Again, a duck of the head for Philip Howarth, staying ahead of Cole Edwards just about.
Here they come then. It'll be 8 laps completed across the line. They're still together, aren't they? Louis Large, Philip Howarth, Cole Edwards. All it takes, Johnny, is a missed braking point.
Yeah.
You miss that braking point off that long straight into that hairpin, you're going to slide wide, and these two are going to be through. So it's still all to play for, coming up to 3.5 minutes remaining. And Louis now, maybe a bit of tyre management. He's quite clever, is Louis. Got a clever head on him, as likewise Philip Howarth has. Who's playing the waiting game? Are we seeing Philip Howarth playing a waiting game? Are we seeing Cole Edwards waiting for the last couple of laps before they really sort of burst into life? Or are they just all three of them absolutely optimised and maximised and absolutely flat out? I'm going to take the latter.
I think you should.
Yeah.
I think that's more accurate. Howarth got so close to Large then on the brakes. Front bumper to rear bumper was mere millimetres, but once more through the hook, Howarth just isn't as quick as Louis Large, and that means that Cole Edwards again is applying the pressure. They are the runaway leaders, this top three, as they have been in the points scoring all day as well. The only drivers to go north of 140 points, each of them, but only 4 points span all three. So it's been so close between these three drivers across the heats, and really difficult to separate them come the feature final, the A final for the Rotax 177s. Again, Howarth not close enough to the race leader as they head onto the Hanger Straight.
Yeah, 10 laps completed, across the line now. And if anything, Louis Large beginning to give himself a bit of a cushion, 2.5 minutes remaining. A cushion is not what Philip Howarth has got, though. If he had mirrors, they'd be full of Cole Edwards. Cole Edwards playing a bit of a game here and hanging on to Howarth. He's just waiting for that trip up. He's waiting for those tyres to maybe go off. It's something that doesn't really happen in NKC, though. Or perhaps it does, because we're into the final 2 rounds.
True.
And tyre life's been stretched. We've had very little wet running here this season. So those 2 sets are now getting towards the end of their life. That might come into play, you know. Out of the final turn and across the line. It's 11 laps completed.
Just 8 individual tyres for each of these karts across 6 rounds. So yes, the Maxxis Sport tyres will have been going through a certain level of abuse all season long. Now, how much have these got to lean on in the closing stages? A minute and change, plus an extra lap. A mention for Michael Mallett, who's got ahead of Stephen Horner and still leading Ben Hitch for the best of the rest, effectively. Mallett's 4th, therefore. Then it's Hitch, Horner, Alex Thomas 7th, Carl Bryant, who's had a good day in the heats, running in 8th. But the top 3 still together on the Hanger Straight. Louis Large has a large enough margin on Howarth into the braking area for the Raymond's hairpin. 55 seconds left on the clock. They'll reach the end of this, and then I think there'll be 2 more.
There will be. There will absolutely be. There was about, like you say, 50-odd seconds. They're lapping in the 45s, so plenty of time for 2 more laps. So 2 more laps of tension, 2 more laps for Philip Howarth to try and get on terms. A little bit of a variation on a theme along the Lancaster curve. Out towards the Dell now. Turns in right, then the left, stops the kart. The all-important diggers part, using all the curb. And Louis pulls out a bit of a cushion. The gap of the line was 0.3 of a second. Let's see where it is this time by. Here they come across the line then. Large leads, Howarth 2nd. It's out to 0.4. It's almost half a second. Cole Edwards 3rd. Michael Mallett 4th. Ben Hitch still in 5th. Stephen Horner still 6th. There's Cole Bryant on the move. Ahead of Alex Thomas for 7th now.
Slightly tighter line for Cole Edwards coming out of Surtees. Does that work for him exiting McWhirter's? To be honest, a good drive again from Philip Howarth in 2nd position. He's not able clearly to match Louis Large's pace, but he does appear to have the measure on the kart behind him, Cole Edwards. And it's amazing to me for these top 3 to be dicing as tightly as they are, but still not losing much ground to Michael Mallett, who in turn is under pressure. Mallett together with Ben Hitch and Stephen Horner. We're going on to the final lap. It's side by side for 4th and 5th. And around the outside, I think that was a move quite possibly from Ben Hitch, maybe to bag 4th. We'll firm that up in a moment, but concentrate, Joe, on the top 3.
Yeah, Ben Hitch staying in contention for 3rd place in the championship. But this weekend, it's been all about these 3 drivers now. Certainly these 2, Louis Large and Philip Howarth. Philip Howarth has had a stonking weekend. He'll not be happy with having to finish behind Louis Large at all. He was wanting to take the final. Who wouldn't be? Cole Edwards sitting right there on his bumper, and he raises a hand and he's letting Cole Edwards through, and I'm not sure what that's about. And he goes through again and takes that 2nd place back. I don't know what was going on there, but Philip Howarth, I'm going to have to ask him that after this.
There was no change for 4th position unless Hitch got ahead and then Mallett repaid the favour in the closing stages. But
pay no attention to the timing board at the
Yeah.
side of the screen. It's showing Louis Large third there, but it's showing the number 1. Louis Large takes the win in very, very fine style. Philip Howarth in second. Not sure what was going on into the final turn there, but Philip Howarth came second. Cole Edwards hangs on to third.
But Edwards was ahead at the hairpin, and then
He was, yes, and then
because I missed that.
Yeah,
to be honest,
he let him through. I don't know what was going on.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fourth is Michael Mallet. Ben Hitch fifth. Sixth is Stephen Horner. He'd be happy with that. Carl Bryant moving up to seventh there ahead of Alex Thomas, and then we've got Keith Mason. Alex Thomas. Harry Rowett is ninth. Keith Mason 10th. Richard Evans 11th. Steve Gilly 12th, and then we've got Tim Darlow, Alex Jones, Steve Jackson. We've got Jai Oliver, Dan Millward, Tom Eldridge. He finishes in 19th. 20th was James Yap. Then we've got Adrian Smith. Alan Cook finishes 22nd. It was Steve Maidment, Billy Clark, Colin Campbell finishing in 25th. 26th is Brendan Smith. Dave Medlock finishes 27th. And then the final finish was Zach Bolton. Not sure what happened to Zach. We lost Jason Bear, Charlie Jowers, Simon Wheeler and Taylor Adams. Well,
I'm off for a lie down.
yeah.
Is it always this intense?
Yes.
The many hours that we have been here. I mean,
Yes.
to be honest, from the first heat today to the final A-final, that feels like it's been about 20 minutes.
Yes. It's phenomenal, isn't it?
It's great.
Because
it's great.
because the nature of a kart meeting, and if you're listening at home and you haven't been to a track to see it live, it's a little bit different to the live stream, isn't it?
Yeah.
The live stream's great when you can't get there.
Of course, yeah.
But if you can get to the track, get to the track, because it's dynamic. It's the way that the karts leave the track. The next race is on before you know it, and it never stops.
As
So
good as any camera technology is these days, when you're filming motorsport, it just cannot portray the intensity, the speed, the risk that is being taken throughout the course of the day. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm not just talking to you, Johnny. I'm talking to everybody out there in
you know the answer from me.
YouTube land. Yeah, I hope everybody's enjoyed it. That's kind of rounded off our round 5 coverage of the NAVOS NKC from Llandow. From here in South Wales, we go east. We head east, directly east, slightly northeast actually, often near Newark to Fulbeck, another airfield circuit of. And you know what? We're going to have some great racing in Fulbeck. I just know we are. So from me, Joe Bradley, I'm running out of breath here, Johnny. And Johnny Palmer, a big thank you to Paul and Harry and Scotty, who've kept the production going. It's been very challenging today, hasn't it, my friend? He nods, yes. So from me and everybody else here at Karting TV Live, we bid you farewell, and we'll see you at the next round. Good night and God bless.